you miss me? I've been out of it comatose, but the depression is over.
Hello and welcome to Controlled Burns, the weekly hobby list podcast from me, Slow Burn from Wildfire Gaming. I'm joined once again this week by my wife, Reagan. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We're taking a break from our Game of Thrones series at Reagan's request
Yes, this was my idea.
to discuss season 1 of The Last of Us, also from HBO, and how it compares to The Last of Us, the 2013 video game from Naughty Dog, and its numerous re-releases.
Yes.
So just another one. In anticipation for the release of season 2 of The Last of Us. We've been watching back through season 1, and I think it's safe to say that obviously we both knew it was great, but it definitely seemed to exceed Reagan's memory of it through this watch through.
Oh, I remember being amazed the first time, but just how well it held up the second time when I knew every beat that was coming and just thematically and every layer of it was so intricately weaved with such love and care by the creators and really kept intact everything that I loved about the game.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
little
and
sneak peek there.
I also I would say that it definitely exceeds my expectations in some areas, a lot of areas. And honestly, the more I was looking back at it, because we were talking about it a couple episodes ago, and I think it was kind of like the low point of the show. And then it does kind of go back up again for the last couple episodes, I would say. And so, when I was looking at it, like if you go moment to moment, episode for episode, it probably, for me, beats any of the Game of Thrones seasons that we've talked about so far. It just doesn't have the lows that those do.
Definitely doesn't have the lows.
And those that it's a lot more focused, obviously, than a Game of Thrones season. And it has nowhere near as many characters, and it just does a good job of really strengthening most of the characters that it has.
And somehow they introduce all this lore and world building without any sex position. I don't know how they do it, but
Yeah, impressive. Impressive. So yeah, overall, really phenomenal season of television, no question about it. And it's just kind of coincidentally earlier this year, I played through the PS5 version of The Last of Us, which is now dubbed Part 1, which I refused to buy. I wrote $60 here, but actually we were looking at it last night. Actually, $70 is what they're trying to sell it for on the PlayStation Store, which is absolutely absurd. But they added it to PlayStation Plus last year, and on the upper two tiers, and I'm on them right now. Kind of fluctuate, go back and forth between whether I'm on them. I never pay for them for a full year, but sometimes I'll renew a subscription, the lowest one, and then I'll go up to the more expensive tier whenever they prorate it out, for like the last few months. And so I've done that, and I've got to say I have gotten a lot of my money's worth out of it. I've beat Animal Well and Kane of Bridge of Spirits, and The Last was Part 1, so I'm feeling pretty proud about that.
one thing it does is make him play games that he's not as interested in as other games he already owns
That is a
because
fact.
there's a deadline.
That is a true fact.
So,
But I did really want the reason. I think the reason that I ultimately decided, because I was already on this lower tier, which that doesn't come with the catalog, so it doesn't have the same sort of time limit, I guess. But I knew that when they added the Last of Us Part 1, the PS5 version that they had added, I knew I wanted to play it because obviously The Last of Us is one of my favorite video games of all time. And I was not willing to pay $70 for it, or even like you could probably get it, like if I went to a store or online or something for a physical copy, I could probably get it used for 40 something, maybe 50 something. I don't know, but that's still too much for a game that I already own and have played many times. So I was like, well, I'll get on there and play it while I'm on this subscription. So I did that. And so it was very fresh in my mind whenever we watched the show, so that ended up being kind of fortuitous. But even if I hadn't done that, I will say it's a game I kind of know like the back of my hand. I don't know if there's a game, I was thinking about this last night. I don't know if there's a game that I know as well as The Last of Us, because it's really not that long, and I've played it so many times that I just really have it down for sure, all the big beats. But either way, it's useful to kind of have a fresh look at it to compare to the show.
which I do not. It's been a few years since I watched Andrew play it. Well, I played the first, I don't know, 20 minutes. And
No,
got
it was more than
frustrated.
20 minutes. You played all the Sarah stuff, and then you played a little bit into the Joel stuff.
I was not cut out for it. I had more fun after that was over.
Yeah.
But before we get any deeper, let's talk spoilers.
Oh.
We're talking about the first game and season 1 of the show. Are we going to touch on
No, we'll just leave it
part
at
2?
that. We'll leave
Okay.
it at that.
So you're safe if you haven't played part 2.
Yeah, you
or
don't want to be
season
spoiled
2.
for part 2, which a lot of people were, of course, when they played it. back in the day because of all the leaks, but I wasn't. Anyway, it's not important. So we won't do that. And we're gonna take a similar format to the Game of Thrones episodes we've done last month, where we'll recap each episode and then we'll kind of discuss how they line up. I guess this will kind of be more reflective of how we did it with the books in the first couple of seasons of Game of Thrones, because we'll be able to discuss how they line up with the game. And then I'm going to rank the episodes and moments and characters from. Then I just combined them all, so I don't have like a list for game and show. I combined them all, and then I just kind of said I like this version better in the game or the show or whatever.
Okay. And how many times have we seen season 1? I know we watched it
Twice.
together, and then, well, I know I watched some of it with my mom.
Okay,
I don't know if we made it through all
No,
of it.
definitely not. I've only seen it all the way through twice.
And well, I don't know if you were there with my mom, but then
Well, I
watched
watched it
some
with
of it
your
with
mom.
your mom.
Oh yeah, so I've
as
seen like the
well.
first couple episodes, definitely more than the rest.
Yes. So we've been consistent with how many times we've seen each episode, but we've certainly immersed ourselves in it.
Yes. And then, I think for our plans for season 2, since it's going to be coming out on a weekly basis, well, I think what I want to do is just we will have a little discussion about each episode at the beginning of the podcast. Well, and then we'll go back into Game of Thrones probably.
Okay.
But okay, so if you want to join the conversation on any of that, you can write in the show at controlledburnes with an ES at gmail.com. Since this is the first time that we've talked about The Last of Us, I thought we really ought to go into a little bit of our histories with it, which Reagan's already kind of done. Like she talked about how she played it a few years ago for the first time with me, obviously. And it was, I think, the second game that I showed her after Heavy Rain.
Mm-hmm.
And because I knew that it was amazing and some of the best storytelling in video games. I knew that she would get a lot out of it.
And that's why Angel always shows me video games. It's for the story, since I'm not as interested in the combat and gameplay.
Except for Fall Guys.
Except for Fall Guys. So it says something that this is the second one that he wanted to show his new girlfriend.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely realistically a better story than Heavy Rain, but I knew that you would enjoy the structure of Heavy Rain more, which is, it's still about, you still have Heavy Rain above it, I think, on the list.
Yes, I don't think it's a bigger masterpiece than The Last of Us, but I did. And I might just be colored by the fact that it was the first one.
No, I mean, Heavy Rain, the structure of Heavy Rain is awesome. It's an amazing game to play with somebody else.
It was really fun. Got to make all the choices.
Yeah. And it's got such a great twist. But anyway, we're going to talk about that. For me, though, my history with The Last of Us is kind of interesting, and particularly with Naughty Dog, the company that made The Last of Us, because I grew in my earliest days, before I even had a PlayStation, which is, we're in the 90s here. I was playing some of their stuff. Crash Team Racing, which was their kart racing game that they made kind of in the vein of Mario Kart on the PlayStation 1 with Crash Bandicoot characters. That was actually my first Naughty Dog game. And then I kind of went back once I got my own PlayStation, because that was like with a friend. Once I got my own PlayStation, I did go back and play the earlier Crash games, and then I graduated on the PS2 to Jak and Daxter, and then on the PS3 to Uncharted, and the subsequent 2 PlayStation generations. I would say the Jak games in particular, I think, were my favorite of their work at the time, and I think probably still.
Well, that's the only one you've shown me from Naughty Dog.
Well, the first one. Yeah, I mean, it takes a big fall after that. But that first Jak and Daxter game, I think, is amazing still.
And I did play that one through by myself, guys.
Right.
Very proud of me.
Yeah. 99 of the power cells out of 101, and all the precursor orbs. So that's unusual. I feel like more people are likely to get all the power cells and not all the orbs. But
yeah,
that was very interesting. And I played through all 3 of the Jak games. I never really played through Jak X, which was kind of a spin-off, similar, where it was like they kind of like Crash Team Racing, where they were in carts, but in this one they were in like kind of like these big dune buggy things that you have in Jak 3, and it's more like in the Twisted Metal vein, which Reagan doesn't know what that is, but it's like car combat more so than racing. I think they had some racing in there too. Maybe I'll go back to that sometime, but I don't think it was nowhere near as well received as any of their previous stuff. But that is where Neil Druckmann got his start.
Neil Druckmann.
Yeah, that was his first Naughty Dog game. And if you play The Last of Us Left Behind and you go to the arcade, which you have to do, obviously, there's actually it was not an actual arcade game, but they made an arcade cabinet for Jak X, and you can have Ellie go over there and play. And I think you actually get a trophy for it.
Oh. And
then she goes over. She doesn't actually play, because she doesn't in the game. She doesn't play anything. They just pretend like they're playing stuff. Whereas in the show, she actually does play Mortal Kombat. And so she's like pretending like she's playing it, and then she gets up and she's like, God, that game is stupid. Because Jack X is definitely like their most panned game. So that's kind of a little self-deprecation there. But anyway, that first Jack and Daxter really blew my mind. So like at that point, I think so on the PS1, Insomniac was definitely my favorite studio, which was kind of like a rival, but they were sort of frenemies with Naughty Dog, and they were the people that did the Spyro games. But then whenever they graduated the PS2, they went on to Ratchet and Clank, which I still liked, but I definitely preferred, especially that first Jack and Daxter over Ratchet and Clank. It really blew me away at the time. And then let's see. I would say, yeah, we mentioned that Reagan played that game too. So technically, I mean, you played The Last of Us first, though. So
Yes.
Jack and Daxter is your third Naughty Dog game. Um, so that was all great. And then on the PS3, though, like there was a big change from their previous work that was a lot more cartoonish. They had you had Crash Bandicoot and Jack and Daxter. Now, even with like Jak 2 and 3, that was like those came out after Grand Theft Auto, and they definitely took a lot of inspiration from Grand Theft Auto. That's why the series changed so much, because they were seeing these I can't remember what they call them, but it's like these things where you have people go and play your game before they come out, focus groups.
Yes.
And they're like seeing what they think. And kids were always like, oh, this is okay for my little brother, but it's all about Grand Theft Auto. And so they were like, well, are we doing the right thing? Like maybe we should make something new. And they actually went to Shuei Yoshida, who was like the big Sony executive at the time. And they were like, Shu, should we be making more Jack and Daxter? Maybe we ought to be doing something else. And actually, Yoshio Yoshida was like, well, I think we can do more with Jack and Daxter. And if you guys you think you can do more with it, then I think we should stick with that. And they were like, okay. But they changed it significantly, where it's like they made it more futuristic, and they got like this open world city where you can steal people's cars and terrorize the residents. So it's just a huge tonal shift from the first one. So I don't really know. At the time I thought it was awesome, but because I couldn't play Grand Theft Auto, but I could play Jak 2. But
and you actually showed me a little bit of Jak.
Yeah, just so you could see how different it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely don't hold up as well. But that was definitely the beginning, I guess, of Naughty Dog's move toward darker experiences. And then Uncharted was kind of like a in between, because they're really not very dark games, but they're like kind of like Indiana Jones, particularly National Treasure, I think is more what they're like. And you have seen the Uncharted movie, which Neil Druckmann did write on.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, he didn't write on the original games, but he did write Uncharted 4, which is by far the best one. But that was on the PS3, that was on the PS4. But I didn't, even at the time, I did not like Uncharted as much as their previous work, I have to say. Like the presentation was really great, and that was why they were really famous. And that was the beginning of them really doing amazing performance capture, which obviously they continued with The Last of Us. But I just found the gameplay to be a lot more repetitive and almost kind of seemed designed to be frustrating.
I hate that.
And I didn't really think the storytelling was anywhere near the level it needed to be to justify that. Like I don't know. Like it's very cinematic games, but I just don't think I mean, you have an idea of what the story's like because you watched the movie. And it's it's about like that.
I wish I could skip straight to 4, but you said
I mean, you technically could, but I don't think you would get as much out of it if you did that. But I still played through that trilogy as well. But then The Last of Us was their next game. That was actually still on the PlayStation 3. And actually it has, I don't know if you know this, but it was originally going to be a Jak and Daxter game. That team was originally making a Jak and Daxter game, and then they realized that they were changing it so much that they were like, this would not do justice to Jak and Daxter. This is not Jak and Daxter. So
interesting.
They scrapped that and went to The Last of Us.
I guess they must have said that in the documentary that we watched.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
That kind of rings a bell.
But The Last of Us, I don't think I was so when The Last of Us came out, I was in college by this point, and I wasn't. I was definitely very big into my Bethesda phase at this point, my Fallouts and my Skyrims, and I just don't think I was as plugged in at that time as I was earlier and later in life, and I don't even know if I was aware of it when it came out.
Interesting.
But then whenever I found out about it, it didn't really seem that interesting to me. Because it was like it seemed like it was just kind of more of a horror game, which is something I've never really gotten into a whole lot with the really video games or movies, and I wasn't really particularly interested in that. But as the years passed, it kind of became held up as sort of like this one of these legendary games that you just kind of need to play to be a well-read gamer. And so finally in like 2018, whenever I was living in my little apartment in Henderson, Texas. I was like, all right, I'm gonna play through this, and I played through the remastered version on the PS4. And my first impression was a little bit like you. Like I did definitely find it to be challenging and even a little bit frustrating at times. I wasn't frustrated with the same stuff that you were. For me, it was like the clickers that could kill you in one hit, and I was like, well, damn, this is brutal. But pretty quickly, I got pretty engrossed in the storytelling of it, and obviously, particularly the two main characters, Joel and Ellie, thanks to the quality of the writing and the fantastic performances. So by the time I finished it, and then also I did the DLC, which they recommended at the time, and I understand why they do that because they can't say obviously there's a clear good place to play the DLC, which is when we did it, which is when Joel gets injured, and then you shift control to Ellie, and that's how they did it in the show. But they can't say that ahead of time if you've never played the game. They can't say, "Hey, whenever Joel impales himself on that rebar, play the DLC."
Yeah.
So they just say, "Wait to play the DLC until after the game." So that's what I did. The first time that I played The Last of Us, I did the DLC last. But by the time I finished the DLC, I was like, "This might be the best game I've ever played." And there was a period where it was actually at the top of my list. It's fallen a little bit for me since then, but it is still firmly entrenched in my top 25, and I consider it one of the greatest video games of all time. And then we're gonna obviously not spoil part two, but when it came out in 2020, this is the year before I met Reagan, I was able to avoid all the spoilers and experience the game without knowing anything other than what Naughty Dog put in their pre-release marketing. And so that one I wasn't sure would outpace the original during the first half of it, but then there's like some twists and turns that the story takes in the second half, and then it really cemented it. And it's in my top 5 games of all time, so I do have part 2 above part 1.
And it's in my top 5 as well, I
Right.
believe.
And so like I said, obviously I'd already played part 2 by the time I met you, and so that really cemented, like, that's why it was very high on my list, I think, to show you.
Yes, but I think
putting them both together.
part 1, I mean, 2018, you only had like 3 years on me.
Yeah.
I wasn't that far after.
But it did give me time. It did give me 2 years, 2 solid years. So much shorter than most people, but 2 solid years between it came out, and I did have to wait for part 2. And it was my most anticipated game at that time, for sure. So yeah, we talked about how I introduced it to you and how you didn't like it at first, but I just took over as playing the game. That was definitely the game that cemented. You're more of a watcher for most games than a player.
Well, it depends. Like if it's a game we're doing for story and there's a ton of combat. It was the first combat heavy game we did. I mean,
right, because Heavy Rain has very little, and I even took over those segments when it was there.
And I was not interested in all the zombies and
and the
shooting.
guns.
Oh,
Reagan
the guns.
is not a gun fan.
I hate the sound of guns. Just guns in general. And
Mm-hmm.
so I was baffled that he thought I was going to
Yeah,
like this.
she that first night we went to bed and she was like, I don't like it.
And you were sad.
Yeah.
You were disappointed.
Yeah, I was. But we decided to give it another shot with me playing, but I think by the time that we stopped the next time, you were into it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I still.
But he hadn't even met
combat,
Ellie yet or anything when we stopped the first time.
But yeah, I definitely am glad we pushed through, and I'm grateful that you showed this to me.
Yes.
And I wouldn't have had that. I would have had to wait for the show on my own.
Right, which brings us to the show, which we watched weekly when it was released, and we liked it at the time.
We loved it.
I think it exceeded our expectations at the time, as it seemed to do for pretty much everybody.
And then we would listen to the podcast episodes after.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we did listen to the original podcast, and it had I forget the director of the show's name, Sam or something, but it has Neil
Craig.
Yeah, that's right, Craig Mazin, and then it's Neil Druckmann who is on there, and they always had Troy Baker on there too, because he's always got to be involved in everything. He's a little bit of a narcissist, I think.
He's fun.
But anyway, fan of the video game or not, like it obviously hit a wider market than the game did.
Yeah, I mean,
this was
we
a show.
Our mom.
This was a mainstream show success, a mainstream success.
And my mom loved it. Your mom had mixed feelings.
Well, yeah, she didn't finish it because of all the games.
Well, I wasn't going to out her on that bit.
Yeah, but yeah, for a lot of people, like Laura, I know Laura really liked it. She said,
"Oh, really?"
Aunt Laura, yeah,
my godmother.
Yeah. So anyway, it's it definitely hit a wider group. It seemed to really take off in the mainstream in a way that I don't think a video game adaptation had really ever done before to that degree. Now, since
they're
then,
notoriously bad.
Yeah, they are. After that, the Fallout show came out, which is obviously nowhere near as good. We couldn't even make it through that, and I'm a massive Fallout.
You're a massive Fallout.
I could
have.
have.
Going to use that as an example of a good one, but we literally made it through 4 episodes.
Well, I wasn't going to use it as a good example of a good one, but I was going to use it as an example of the successful one.
Okay.
That happened after The Last of Us. Also, the Mario movie came out after that, which was a huge success. We thought it sucked ass, but it was a success.
that movie.
I don't know. I guess if you're a kid,
If you just
no.
black out until Jack Black is on screen, it's great.
Even then,
I'm sorry, it's pretty good.
yeah, even as a child, I mean, you just have so many options available to you.
Yeah.
It would just be so low, I think, on my list to show a child.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is our second watch through of The Last of Us, and we're looking forward to dissecting it here. So let's get into episode 1, which they called "When You're Lost in the Darkness," which is uh Firefly slogan. But the show opens differently than the game. Obviously, it has a cold open.
Oh, it's
The
brilliant.
talk show in the 60s.
No notes.
With a scientist that's like talking about fungus and how they could pose a threat to humans if they ever started using them as hosts. And I know Reagan is a big fan of this hook that they use where he's like, well, they kind of shoot him down where they're like, well, it's too warm for humans to live in. And he's like, yeah, but what if they adapted? What if the Earth got a little bit warmer and they were able to, adapt and could live in warmer environments? And
Chill.
yeah, Reagan like just really loves that cold open. I like it a lot too. They're a very cool, unexpected way to open the show. A great addition. And then the next 30 minutes, I would say, or so, are devoted to an expansion on what constitutes the opening sequence of the game, where you're controlling Joel's daughter, Sarah. The game starts with you controlling her on the night of the outbreak. She wakes up. Well, no, before that, it's like him coming in, like, and she's on the couch and he's coming in. He's been at work all day, and then she gives him the watch. And then she falls asleep on the couch with him, and then she wakes up at night, and he's not in the house, which is alarming. And so you're kind of like wandering around the house, and then all this stuff unfolds. But with the show, they actually starts with her on the morning of the outbreak, like the morning before. And so we like follow her. She goes to school, and then she goes downtown I guess they're in Austin, right? She goes to downtown Austin and gets his watch fixed, and she can see that some stuff is going on, like the watch people like close early and kind of say that she needs to go home. But then she doesn't really think too much of it, I guess, because she still goes to visit the neighbors, like she said that she was going to that morning. And that's like already like their grandmother is starting to turn, but like she obviously doesn't know that. The dog does. The dog realizes something is wrong. But
Yeah.
and then finally she gets to where the game starts, where she gives Joel the present and hangs out with him until she falls asleep on the couch. This all works very well, I think, in translating the game into a show format because it fleshes her out. And I think that we both agree is overall an improved opening sequence in the show versus the game.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah is very likable. It's the beginning of their amazing track record of improving on all the side characters of the game.
That is true. Yeah, they are batting almost 1,000 on that. I think that both mediums really do a great job of ramping up the tension as the outbreak really gets underway. Like with the show, it's like kind of through the fact that she like knows the neighbors, which she knows the neighbors in the game as well, but we don't, as players. But as players, you're controlling it, and so being in the shoes of like kind of this helpless character definitely ramps up the tension in the game version.
Yes. Also, with this beginning part, when you rewatch it, knowing where the outbreak starts, there's all these near misses with grain.
That is true. Yeah, I guess you don't
pancakes.
know that except for until you do a rewatch. But you realize like later on, I think it's in episode 2 where they reveal that it is through like the grain stuff that the outbreak spread. So like all of the bread and things like that.
So
and they almost have pancakes that morning, and like when they see the grandma, they're feeding her biscuits, and that's where she gets her infection.
Yeah, so that kind of serves to, if you're like pulled along by tension the first walkthrough, there's not ever going to be as much tension the second time.
That is
you
true.
know when the scary stuff is going to happen. And so when you sprinkle in something like that you don't put together until the second time you watch it, it enhances rewatchability.
Sure. I think that her death at the hands of the guard is, I would say, kind of equally effective in both. And I would put the scene on par in both mediums.
Oh, we're skipping ahead a little bit past what I think is the scariest thing in the
Oh, well, what do you think it is?
Kitty.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, the old lady, like she kind of, yeah. So in the game, Sarah does not leave the house, and she like Joel
Smart
shows
girl.
up. Joel shows up. Somebody actually breaks into the house, and Joel shoots him. And then they go outside. Tommy shows up. They get in the truck, and they're out of there. Whereas in the game or in the show, she stupidly leaves the house. Granted, I understand she doesn't know that there's an outbreak going on.
She's trying to return the dog.
Oh, but here's another little tidbit from the game. In the game, she turns on the TV and there's a news report going on. And the voice actress of the news reporter is the voice actress that later goes on to play a very important character in part 2. But
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one they did not want to cast.
Right. Yeah, correct. So yeah, that's kind of funny. But yeah, the grandma's creepy in the show.
Oh, so creepy. That's all I really had to say is that she's like one of the she gives me chills.
Mhm.
I was scared even when she was totally benign.
Right.
I was
She is
scared of
creepy.
her.
Yeah, definitely. And so was the dog. I will say, just in terms of the game, you know, I'm very in tune with kind of the gaming side of things, and just consume a lot of content on that side. And I can say that that opening sequence of The Last of Us is generally considered to be one of the greatest video game opens of all time. And it definitely, I will say, it does feel a little bit more unique to that medium than the show, just because you are playing as this character who obviously is not going to be the main character, and you cannot do any combat at all during that sequence because you're just a little girl,
Yeah.
which is unusual.
I enjoyed that part.
And
it was when I was asked to do combat that I
and
dropped
really,
off.
really what it's doing effectively through gameplay is it's really kind of doing a Song of Ice and Fire book open with the prologue, where you're playing as a character that you're not actually going to play it. You know, you're not going to be through their eyes again.
Mhm.
At
Well,
any other point.
that doesn't make it.
Sure. Although Chad is still alive.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the added agency that the player has and its uniqueness to the medium does kind of give, I would say, a slight edge to the impact of some of that stuff. But then the show gives you the edge where you're more connected to the character of Sarah. So it's kind of a wash.
Yeah. And
Great
I think
stuff
that
either way.
that death scene is brilliantly done in both.
Mhm, yeah,
It's
yeah. That was
heartbreaking.
they did it basically exactly the same, but I think that they did that equally good. And the one big change though that we should mention is obviously there's a 20-year jump after that's the same either way. But in the game, it's a jump to 2033 because the outbreak happens in 2013.
Yes.
But in the show, the outbreak happens in 2003. And so the jump is actually to 2023, which is when the show came out.
Mhm.
And 2013 is when the game came out. So that was why the outbreak day was on. It was like modern day, the outbreak happened, and then they jumped 20 years, 2033. Whereas here it's like 20 years ago, and then they jumped to modern day.
Yeah, and I know we've watched an explanation of why they made that change.
Did we? I don't remember what their explanation was.
I don't remember it either, but I think it's fine.
Well, it's fine,
Except
except
something we'll talk about next season.
yeah, so we'll see what they do with that tonight.
Mhm.
Okay,
There
so
might be a certain song that
Right.
wasn't out yet that we had performed by Andrew's brother and my god sister at our wedding.
that's true. Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. Okay, so then the first thing we see in the show after the jump is a show original. There's this kid wandering into the Boston checkpoint. He is positively ID'd as infected and killed with lethal injection. And
Yeah.
that's that. And then it cuts
It's
to
pretty brutal, it's pretty creepy.
yeah, and it cuts to people on body burning duty, one of which is Joel, who burns the kid, collects his pay, and then he signs up to clean the sewers out on the next day of work. So he's looking forward to that.
Gross.
And then he observes a public execution, and he trades some of it's kind of revealed at this point that he's kind of a smuggler because he trades some drugs he smuggled into a guard there.
I've never seen The Purge, nor do I know almost anything about it. But I did work at Universal during Halloween Horror Nights in 2017. And there was a public execution that felt so similar to the public execution in this world.
Interesting.
It always brings me right back to those people about to be hung on those high bleachers, or not bleachers, podiums.
Sure. So then we cut to Tess, and this is a original scene as well, where they introduced Tess a little bit earlier, and she's been captured and roughed up by Robert, which is this guy that was like a client of theirs, and then two of his goons. And basically, what's happened is like he has broken faith with her, and he's given this car battery that was supposed to be for her, Joel, to somebody else. We don't know who it is yet. But she's basically like trying to like play it off as like, it's fine. Let's just water under the bridge. Let's just not even worry about it.
Because she can either say that or get killed.
Yeah. But then like on her way out, she's having a bad time because on her way out, then she's like happens to be there when a firefly attack breaks out, and so there's like all these explosions, and she has to like go up to the guards, and like they arrest her.
Spends a day in jail.
Yeah, it's just not a good day for her. And that is they do something similar in the game where it's after Joel and Ellie or not Joel and Ellie, but Joel and Tess are together, and there is like a fight that breaks out where the Fireflies kind of do this attack, and it sort of screws up their route to Robert. They're trying to get to him, and so they have to go a different way. So that was kind of like a parallel there. Then we get our first introduction of Ellie. This is all stuff that is not in the game. She's chained up in fire. What we eventually come to learn is like the kind of the headquarters of the Fireflies in Boston, and she's being tested. Basically, we don't really know what they're testing her for yet, but essentially it's to see if she's infected or if she's gonna turn.
Simple stuff. She's got to count to 10 slowly and hold her arm out, and she's very annoyed.
Right. So then it goes back to Joel, and he is visiting this radio guy. He's concerned because his brother Tommy has stopped responding. We haven't actually talked about Tommy yet, really, but he is there in the opening sequence. And in both mediums, I think it's pretty much the same. Like he's with them when the outbreak is going on. They get separated. And I remember playing that sequence in the game thinking, well, that's it for him. Like, we'll never see that guy again.
Sure.
And but then actually it's when that guard is about to or he does, like he opens fire on Joel and his daughter, hits her. Joel is not injured yet, but then he's like standing over Joel's about to shoot him, and then Tommy shoots him. So Tommy actually saves Joel there.
But then you also get a little extra Tommy that morning.
In the show, yeah.
In the show.
Because that kid, that's right, he does come over. And like there's even like this extra thing they added where he's like been arrested that night. I guess that's why Joel leaves.
Yeah. So that's interesting. And you get to see him interact with Sarah in a non-stressful environment.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess it kind of builds a little bit of feelings for you for him, but he stopped responding to Joel and he's concerned about it. So he has this guy like tell him what tower he was using to radio in from, which is in Wyoming. And so he's just like, okay, well, that's it. I'm just going to have to travel across the United States. Because, I mean, he's in Boston, so not exactly close. I'm just going to have to travel across the United States to find him. And he, like, goes back to his room.
He's already prepping to do because that's what the battery is for.
Right. Goes back to his room, mixes pills with alcohol, and falls asleep. And then is joined by and then he's joined by Tess. And this
not to skim over this. I really like this just tiny blip of a scene where Tess comes in while he's asleep and like puts her arm around him and sleeps with him and then is gone before he wakes up. There's a lot of ambiguity with their relationship. And I find it really interesting. Like if he hadn't been passed out, would that have still been cool? Do they normally sleep in the same bed together? They have a very ambiguous relationship, and especially what she says at the end of next episode. There's a lot of they keep you guessing with exactly where they're at.
Yeah, and they do that in the show too, or in the game too, but probably not as explicitly.
I just think that scene is a really interesting clue there, and it's like she clearly has feelings for him, but it's while he's passed out that we see her be the most affectionate towards him, and not in a creepy way, like she just has an arm around him or whatever. But it's interesting. Anyway, go on.
When he wakes up, he is alarmed by Tess's condition because she's, sporting some bruises and whatnot. And so they set out to get revenge on Robert and get the battery, which Joel now, he really needs it now for his little expedition to get Tommy.
Yes.
And this is basically where the game cuts to after, like, all this stuff that we've had, none of that's in the game. This is basically where the game goes after the jump. Like, Joel's asleep, he wakes up, Tess walks in, she's injured. And he's like, let's go get this bastard.
And does she basically say, like, I told him we weren't going to hurt him, but I definitely want you to go hurt him.
Basically, she doesn't say it in those words, but yes, essentially she's like, let's go get his ass. But one big difference, though, is that it's not a battery they're after. Because they haven't introduced the fact that he's trying to get to Tommy. And in fact, he's not in the game trying to get to Tommy at this point.
Oh, that's right. It's guns.
It's just some guns. Yeah. And so they're pissed off about their guns. Okay, so then we cut to Marlene in the show where she's talking to one of her subordinates about her plans to move the Fireflies out of the city with Ellie, and she explains to her why. The audience is not let in on it yet. Joel and Tess track down Robert. They haven't actually got to him. That's just a shot where they're kind of tracking him. Ellie gets visited by Marlene, who reveals that this is where she actually reveals to her that she knew her mom and plans to take her away, which, as we know, is so that a cure can be created using her immunity. And she tells Ellie that right here, but again, they don't let the audience in yet.
Yeah, you'd think she would want to say something comforting to Ellie before now.
Like, well, yeah, that is a change.
For days.
That is a change because in the game, Ellie grows up knowing Marlene, so it's a little bit of a weird change.
I think they just wanted see Ellie's reaction to that, or I don't know. It's fine. I'm neutral on it.
Okay. Then Joel and Tess finally find Robert, and he's dead. He's been killed by Marlene because, we can see there, like his battery's with him, and it's just so super corroded, it's worthless. And so the Fireflies don't take to that too well. But somehow during that, Marlene was injured, so she's kind of like bent over and nursing a wound.
Yeah, there's a big shootout.
And so this is where Ellie emerges from like a nearby room, and they're introduced. She's introduced to Joel and Tess, and
That's a nice way of putting it. I would say she pounces
sure,
with a knife,
in both instances, she does that.
attacks, if you will.
Yeah, and so Marlene tasks them because she's kind of in a desperate situation here with delivering Ellie to this nearby state house just downtown Boston in exchange for a battery and a truck. So it's a pretty good deal for them.
Yeah, well, no one's thrilled about it.
No,
literally no one.
Literally
Marlene's
no-
like, I guess this is the best I can do. Ellie's like, what the fuck? I gotta go with this piece of shit.
Mhm.
And then they're like, what? If we're supposed to, we already paid for this battery.
Yeah, I don't think Joel would have done it, but Tess kind of convinces him to go through with it because they do need the battery and the truck and everything.
And he defers to her.
Yeah, he does. This is a different scene in the game. In the game, Tess and Joel, that's like a big sequence where you have to like track him down and kill a bunch of his men, and then you kill him, and then right after you kill him, Marlene shows up, and she's already injured. It's unclear what she's injured from in the game. I think it's more from Fedra. There's like a shootout with Fedra or something.
Okay. Well, I think all this change is good.
Okay.
Cut down on the combat.
And their deal, right, which I definitely understand for the show. Their deal for Marlene, as we mentioned, is for guns, not a battery. And Tess demands to see the gun. Like she wants to know that she's telling the truth. So she actually demands to see the guns before they agree to shepherding Ellie out of the QZ. They also do a little bit of combat where Marlene is with you, which is kind of interesting. You know, just sort of building a little bit of a rapport between you through gameplay when you kill some of the Fedra guard. It also like kind of puts Joel and Tess in a bad situation where they've now killed some Fedra guards, so they are extra incentivized to leave.
I remember that. Although now, of course, when the show, the deal isn't for a battery. They're like, we'll give you your own like tank, pretty much like your own Fedra car, and so
Yeah.
it's like a much
definitely an
safer
upgrade.
way to get to
Mhm.
Wyoming. So there's a high incentive to take Ellie.
Right. And so in both versions, it ends up with Joel and Ellie alone in this room together for the first time, where they just it's kind of awkward, you know? In the game, or I'm sorry, in the show, Tess just kind of disappears. Like it's never really explained. I think the idea is that she's scouting out the route.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, is it this back at their house, or is it okay?
Whereas in the game, she leaves because she wants to verify that Marlene's telling the truth. She's got the guns.
Okay.
So that leaves them alone to recreate what I call the "your watch is broken" scene, which it's definitely the first one in the show where it's like they're doing line for line what they did in the game, where it is noticeably worse than the game version.
Which I didn't notice. I haven't played the game since 2021.
Right.
So for me, it wasn't.
I've probably played it
fresh.
2 or 3 times since 2021.
Sure.
And I find these early scenes between Joel and Ellie to be significantly better in the game. Ellie is a lot more likable in the game. I'm going to get into some criticisms of the show's version of Ellie a little bit later.
Yeah, we diverged on this one a little bit. I like show Ellie a little more than you do, but I understand your criticisms.
And it's also the first, so like I said, it's the first scene outside of the Sarah's death where they try to recreate a scene from the game 1-to-1. Almost every case, they are worse. Like whenever they try to do that. When they try to just do line for line the same script. But in both mediums, the party sets out after the sun falls, and they're pretty much immediately caught by some guards. In the game, it's 2 random guards, and Ellie stabs one of them in panic because they're scanning them to see if they're infected. And then Joel and Tess quickly kill them. Whereas in the show, that's the only opening they needed.
Yeah.
And in the show, it's just one guard, and it's the guy that Joel dealt with earlier, where he gave him the bells. And
I told him to stay inside.
Right. It's a little bit more artfully done in the show because like there's a little bit, they extend it out a little bit where he's like holding the gun at them, and like he's particularly is mad at Ellie because Ellie is the one that stabbed him. And he's like telling Joel to step back, and Joel does not do that. Like it actually like cuts to a shot, which might have been unnecessary. Like I don't know if you really need to be hit that hard over the head, but it was literally the same episode. But like it cuts to a shot with him and Sarah, and so he does not back up, and in fact he just like pounces on him and beats him to death with his bare fists.
Yeah, it was very, very clear parallel there to how he was unable to act when it was Sarah.
Mhm.
And so he kicks it into gear now and is pretty much out of control.
Right.
Like,
So I have a couple minds about this. Like, I really like in the game, Ellie is just disgusted with the fact that they kill those guys. She's like, did not expect that. She's like, I thought we were just gonna hold them up or something.
mhm.
But I cannot deny that the beatdown delivered by Joel and like the flashback and stuff is well done. And it is definitely notable that in the show version of Ellie, she is kind of into it, whereas in the game, she's horrified by it.
Yes. And we interpret that differently. I interpret her look as she is into someone um being so protective of her and that they're willing to go to that degree of violence. Like someone being willing to violently protect her, not just violence on its face.
Okay, well, whatever. But in the show, she's horrified by the violence either way.
In the game,
In the game.
she's mhm.
But either way, this is also where Joel and Tess learn that she's infected. But they just kind of decide to keep her anyway because they figure out what the hell's going on and get away from more Fedra guys that are definitely on the way after they've just killed one or two of them. And then the episode ends with Joel's radio playing 80s music, which earlier on in the scene with him and Ellie, there's like this kind of note where it's like, we don't know who he's talking with yet. I think it actually does say Bill and Frank, but if you're just watching the show, you don't have any context who they are. And it's like 60s music means nothing basically, or nothing to report. 70s is like they got a good find. 80s is trouble.
Yeah.
So it's playing.
Except it doesn't say it. She has to.
Well, it says all that except for 80s is trouble. It has
Yeah.
red X.
And then Ellie kind of tricks him into.
Right, but it plays 80s music. So Bill and Frank are in trouble.
Oh boy.
That's how that one ends. Episode 2 is called Infected, and this also starts with a cold open, and it is a 10-minute extended cold open where this Indonesian mycologist confirms that cordyceps has infected captured and deceased human being in the hands of the military. And then when she kind of like learns of the scale of the outbreak, she says there's only one way to contain it, and that is bomb.
Yeah, it's really well done.
Brilliantly
too.
acted, haunting scene. Does not really move the plot forward anyway, but it is a real treat for just like really hammering home how quickly the infection spread and kind of how powerless everybody was to stop it.
Yeah, I think she does a really great job.
Mhm.
For me, it's not. I think for you, that one's more chilling.
Way better. I like it a lot more.
For me, just like the climate change bomb drop and the fact that they're talking about like that guy's like, I'm not worried at all about a viral pandemic. We've made it through that. Watching that in 2021, right after
Well,
the
23.
I'm sorry, 2023, right after we're still recovering from the COVID pandemic, and it really like puts in perspective the threat here,
Mhm.
and that guy seeing it so early. They're both really well done, absolutely brilliant additions, perfectly acted,
Mhm.
edited, shot, directed.
Yeah, really great stuff. So then we cut to Ellie waking up, and she like looks over, and Jill and Tess are watching her like a hawk, making sure she hasn't transformed.
Yeah.
They realize she hasn't, and then they set out into the city and start making their way to the state house. I would say a big difference in this scene versus the game is that it's all at nighttime in the game, whereas in the day it's in the daylight. So it does change the mood of it for sure.
Okay.
The game obviously also includes a lot more combat. It's initially you're fighting the Fedra guys, and then you kill some infected. So obviously they cut a lot of that out. The group travels through a dilapidated hotel at one point in the show. That's a callback to a scene from the Pittsburgh section of the game that they had kind of moved up, where they go through this dilapidated hotel. The group overlooks like a really massive group, I guess, of infected, where Tess kind of introduces one of the big changes to the game's fiction, which is that all the infected are connected through underground wires.
Yeah, it's this interconnected system that is reminiscent of how some real fungus communicate, how they can
And the flood from Halo.
have like neural connections across miles.
Right.
It's really fascinating stuff. It's a big part of forest ecology, which I'm very interested in. I'm a wildlife and conservation science major. I'm graduating this semester. So all of those parts of the show are very fascinating to me. So I'm all for that change. I think it's very cool. And
yeah, it's fine.
I understand why they took away the spores element, because it would, well, for one, you don't want to put masks on our beautiful actors' faces.
Yeah, Frederick Pascal could never do a show where you don't see his face.
I think that would make him considerably worse, and I stand by that.
Anyway, the group arrives at a museum where clickers are introduced. I think that's also where they're introducing them too. And they emerge from that encounter and arrive at the state house, and they find it abandoned. There's dead fireflies inside. In the game, they've been killed by Federal forces. In the show, they've been killed by infected. And in both mediums, this is where Tess reveals that she has also been bitten.
Oh.
And her state has already progressed worse than Ellie's. Like, you can see that her transformation is more far along. And so her dying wish is for Joel to get Ellie to Tommy's in games. This is where they introduced the idea of him going to see Tommy. And in the show, it's Bill and Frank, which I don't really know what she thinks Bill and Frank is gonna do for her, but that's her plan. I guess like they can like help her get to where she needs to go. They got cars and shit over there.
Yeah, like they've got a bunch of supplies and they can go from there. And I think she thinks that at least Frank is gonna like care enough.
Yeah. I'm sure she's right about that.
But she also says, like, it's a really powerful speech where she's like,
it's great scene.
Never asked you for anything, and she not even to feel the way I felt. And so that's, again, they don't give you any answers about the relationship, but there's something there, and she wanted more, and they landed on something where they sleep in the same bed sometimes and whatever, but they're not.
Right. And in the game, she doesn't say that, but she says, look, there's enough here between whatever this is for you to like basically respect her dying wish, to do this for me. So similar, but probably better done in the show. And in the game, the force that is coming that she has to kind of defend them against with her dying act is different, because in the game it is more Federal soldiers, which doesn't really make a ton of sense. I understand why they made the change where it's infected in the show, because we're way beyond the QZ at this point. Now I can understand how they would have been after Fireflies. So like it's not like it's just completely ludicrous, and obviously they had killed, especially in the game, like quite a few soldiers at this point. So it makes sense that they would be on their ass. But in the show, they haven't killed as many. They killed that one guy. So it's infected, and it's
basically that they've set off the underground system where they've touched one, and so that,
which is the only time that ever really is a thing in the show.
Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, so either way, Tess is screwed. She's killed by the Federal soldiers in the game, or in the show, it's a huge pack of infected that comes in, and Tess takes him out in a big old suicide explosion.
Yeah, she's holding them off. The match won't click, and you're screaming for it too, because there's one that's coming for her, and this almost like really slow, terrifying, horrific, romantic kiss of death.
Yeah, it's very strange.
And she gets the match the lighter to right in time to have the explosion before she loses it.
Yep.
And wouldn't be able to, and then they would come after.
Yeah, that would have been a problem.
So it's brilliantly done. Tess, I think, is one of the most improved. Well, it's hard. There's so many.
She's definitely improved. It's hard to say most. Well, we'll get into my character list and we can discuss it in greater detail, which ones I think are the most improved. But she's definitely improved.
Yeah, sure. Definitely. I really love Show Tess. My heart goes out to her. Really, really well done. And I don't remember caring that much.
Yeah, she's definitely. I mean, she has more screen time in the show. I really like the actress that did her in the game. And she's dead, so like I don't know, like I don't want to I still want to give her credit, but I do think that Anna Torv was better. She just got a little bit more time basically for you to get attached to her, and maybe a slightly improved performance, and just maybe a little bit more depth to that character. I don't know if that's true really, because like she has a similar amount of depth in the game. I think it's just maybe you see those layers are more evident.
Okay. I also find, the most interesting thing for me with her is her hope of redemption with Ellie and her relationship to Joel. And we get one more peek of that in a letter next episode.
Well, she's in a flashback too, where she and Joel visit Bill and Frank, but
oh, sure.
Yeah.
But the letter is really the final peek at what she meant to Joel, because now we have an insight of what Joel meant to her.
Right. Okay, so the next episode is called Long, Long Time.
Oh boy.
And it's Joel and Ellie, they're making their way to Bill and Frank's. They stop at an abandoned gas station where Joel resupplies and Ellie tortures a trapped infected. And then
okay, now this is where she like cuts above the eye. I don't view this as her torturing it. I mean, it is what happens. But I view it as her like looking her infection in the face. Like she has been bit. This is what could have faced her. This is her like going eye to eye with cordyceps. It's less about this one zombie and more the fungus as a whole. So she's like, it's this curiosity about this fungus, and she like looks at that and what's in the brain that's also in her brain. We go on to learn not about torturing it. And just like
it's not something
like
it's
a
not
psychopath would cut up a kitten.
It's not something Gay and Ellie would have done, I can tell you that, but that's fine. They see a destroyed plane while they're doing their travels, and then they see this group of corpses that Joel explains were actually killed by Fedra, not the infected. During a sequence where like they just didn't have enough room in the QZ, so they just killed them all.
Yeah, it's sad.
Which we don't actually see. We don't actually see that happen, but we do see like some characters in this flashback wearing the clothes that are
or the baby
skeletons.
blanket. Yeah.
So it goes to this. It transitions to this where they're like rounding up the community, and Bill is correct to not be a part of that. He's like down in this bunker watching it all happen with his monitors.
Oh, Bill.
And they don't find him, so they all leave, and that just leaves him there in the town. And it's just him just really kind of getting everything set up over there. He's got all his stuff. He knows how everything works.
This is what he is prepped for.
Yeah, he's been prepping for it, and it pays off. And it basically just kicks off this episode-dominating deviation that is Bill and Frank's love story. He's living alone at first and thriving, and then he meets Frank.
Well, kind of, but he's alone.
He's alone.
You know, so he's got everything that everyone else has lost. Like he's got power, he's got wine and home-cooked meals and luxuries, and he's, doing a great job. But he doesn't have anyone to share.
Doesn't have anyone to share it with, and then Frank falls into one of his holes. And that's kind of how they get introduced, and it culminates with a little bit of a whining and dining and rendition of Linda Ronstadt's "Long, Long Time" on the piano. And so they fall in love.
He tries, and then
actually, I get a kick out of Frank's performance of it. But...
Yeah. But then Bill's like, no, I'm sorry. Let me.
Yeah.
Can't hurt him. They're so cute.
Yeah, it's they kind of have this love sequence. They share some gay kisses and some gay sex, and then
they take it very slow because it's Bill's first time with a man.
Yes.
The show is not given any indication of Bill's sexuality. If anything, he's a very
the game doesn't either until like toward the end.
Sure, but he's a very man's man, libertarian prepper, conspiracy theorist. Like not a lot of typical gay stereotypes,
right?
But Frank sees it in him. And he is very respectful, and they're very cute.
Yeah, and then it immediately cuts from that to them arguing over the merits of fixing up the town, having friends, and then Frank wins that argument, so they have Joel and Tess over for dinner, and they agree to work together. And then there's like another flashback where they share some strawberries that Frank grew.
Oh.
And then they survive a raider attack where Bill gets injured, but Frank nurses him back to health. And then it finally cuts forward to 2023, where Frank has been relegated to a wheelchair, and ultimately he asks Bill to give him an assisted suicide with a massive overdose of pills.
Well, he has to give him one last good day first.
Last good day, and they do that.
And he has, I want to say it's like cerebral palsy or something.
Something that makes it where he can't move.
So he was like an artist, and he can't control his hands anymore, so he's still trying to paint, but his quality of life has gone really downhill, and Bill is doing everything for him and happy to. That brings up a lot of moral questions. But it's heartbreaking. You're crying the whole time, but it's very sweet to watch. They get married that day, and
they have a final meal that's like the same meal they had on their first day.
Yeah.
And then it's revealed that Bill also takes a bunch of pills, and so they die together through a shared overdose.
Yeah. And it's, heartbreaking, and there's questions about the morality of it, and there's stuff later that talks about if you should, no matter how bad things get, keep going on and until you physically can't anymore.
Yeah.
Merits of that side. But on one hand, it's one of the happiest endings we see.
That's what Neil Druckmann says. He says this is the happy episode. I don't know why everybody's upset.
But also it's, heartbreaking. And Frank is like, I should be mad because he didn't want Bill to die.
Right.
But for Bill, he was a protected. Frank was what he was living for at that point. He couldn't go back to what he was before alone. And a similar parallel to Joel.
Right. And so then Ellie and Joel arrive at Bill and Frank's to find a death note, and Bill bequeathing everything to him. And then so he gets struck. And he
mentions Tess. He says, like, people like us are meant to protect. So, and Ellie is reading this out loud. But then she gets to the part about Tess and she's like, oh. Right. So Joel reads it himself. So we don't actually know exactly how the note ends, but we know it's something along the lines of, we're both protectors. Take my stuff, protect Tess.
Yeah.
And Joel will kind of do that, but transfer it over to Ellie.
So he gets struck running. Ellie finds a gun, takes it, which Joel would not approve of. And they ride off to the tune of Long, Long Time by Linda Ronstadt.
Yeah. It's gorgeous. If you don't cry, you're cold.
Sure. Obviously a massive deviation from the game.
Way better.
In the game, you show up and you go to Bill's town, and there's a lot of combat in there, and Bill is very entertaining, very grouchy man. We can talk a little bit more about it later because I have a kind of a rundown in my sequences list.
Okay.
But yeah, at the end, like, they still get the truck and they get out of there, and Bill's just left in the town. He's fine, but Frank is dead. Like, they reveal that
you never meet Frank.
You never meet Frank. You reveal that he had a partner, is how he describes him, named Frank, and they find him. And he has hanged himself in a house because he's been bitten, and he leaves this note behind for Bill talking about how much he hated his guts and how at least this is still a better fate than spending another day with him. So very different.
Yeah.
From the show.
You could almost see, like, that side of Frank a little bit when Frank's mad that he won't let him, like, paint the fences and garden around the neighborhood and stuff.
Yeah,
like, he
true.
says something along those lines that I feel like is a nod to Game Frank.
Maybe so.
Of, like, just very dramatically mad at him, but still loves him and isn't actually being terrible. Whereas that's just absolutely brutal in the game.
And then Bill has to live with that because he survives.
Yeah, I hate that. That hurts. I like the show version better.
They do it that way, and he's there. Bill in the game is there to be a glimpse into what Joel's future could look like without Ellie in it, because he's already lost Tess. So he's kind of a cautionary tale for Joel.
And I still think that there are a lot of parallels between Bill and Joel.
Yeah, there are, but it's not the same cautionary tale on the show.
No, but I think I'm okay with that loss in exchange for all the brilliance we got with Bill and Frank.
Okay.
Like, certainly Frank is an improved side character. Would you say Bill is also improved?
Well, Bill is great in both, but maybe a little. I'm thoroughly entertained by Bill in the game as well.
Sure. I remember being entertained by Bill, but their story in this one episode is, like, enough to be an Oscar-winning movie on its own.
I wonder if it did win any awards. Episode 4 is called Please Hold My Hand. And it starts with Ellie being way too excited about this gun that she's stolen. She's in the bathroom playing with it. And then Joel is getting some gas outside, and Ellie debuts the joke book. So then they kind of have their road trip moment where she's, like, in the game, she's going through all this stuff that she's stolen from Bill's. And I guess it's kind of what she's doing here in the show, too. It's just done way worse. This might be the scene that is done the worst, where they try to go line for line.
Oh, interesting.
And it's just a complete failure in the show. Then they stop to sleep, and Joel watches over them all night, doesn't get any sleep. So it's kind of showing how protective he is of her.
And I'm kind of screaming at Joel, like, Joel, you need to sleep if you're going to drive all day and night.
So then they arrive in Kansas City, which is blocked off by dilapidated cars, and they get jumped by some guys. And this is where Ellie has to kill her first person, as far as we know. And just basically to save Joel. And, you know, she actually say later on in the episode that it's not her first one, so we'll get a little bit more depth on that later.
Well, and it's tough because she doesn't actually kill him. She shoots him and gets him.
That is a good point.
Off of
in the game,
Joel.
She does kill a guy to save Joel.
Interesting.
But in this case, yes, she did not actually kill him.
Well, it's brutal in the show because she shoots him and then he's begging for his life and he's trying to negotiate and he's would give anything, like just saying whatever he can to try to save his life, and is absolutely desperate. And
Right.
I know my heart is saying like, God, just let him live, Jesus. And Joel's like,
Doesn't
go in
even
the other
doesn't
room.
even
You don't have to
consider
see
it.
this.
Yeah.
And Ellie kind of knows on one hand that he has to like for them to get away without a witness or whatever.
Right.
But on the other hand, and she is very shaken. Like she is very tough about it. And then she goes in the other room and she's clearly very shaken by what she's just done. But she sucks it up and keeps moving.
Mm-hmm. Then we also get the debut of Kathleen, the leader of the Kansas City Freedom Fighters, I guess.
Kathleen.
Yeah, she's harshly interrogating a doctor that she suspects of hiding Henry and Sam, who we don't know anything about yet.
And Kathleen is a show exclusive.
Show exclusive.
And a very welcome addition, I say.
So then a patrol comes back to where Kathleen is and with the dead person that Ellie and Joel have just killed. And so they kind of blame they blame it on outsiders, but she is immediately like, well, I bet Henry had something to do with it. So whether she does or not, that's what she tells them. And she says, so she sends all the forces that she's got to find him and whoever's helping him.
And she has a very clear vendetta against Henry.
Well,
we hear that he ratted on her brother.
We don't know that yet, but yes,
she pushes that to the doctor, I think.
Well, we know that the doctor was a rat, and she actually asks him about several people, not just Henry, but she's like trying to get information on the people that were.
I don't think the doctor did rat. I think it was that he was protecting rats.
Okay, well,
whatever. It was her issue with him.
Well, anyway,
but she's very soft-spoken and very like understated. It's a very interesting juxtaposition with how ruthless she is in her pursuit to kill these people.
Yeah, and so in her rage, after she's confronted with this dead, he's not a very old guy, this person that Joel and Ellie killed. So like she's just like really pissed off about it. So she just goes back to that doctor, just shoots him, doesn't say a word.
Well, she asks like, "There's someone else that's injured," and she's like, "Would a doctor be able to save him?" And they're like, "Nope."
No, it's the same guy. It's the kid. It's the same person.
Does that mean that Joel didn't finish him off?
No, he did. He was dead. That's what they're saying. They're like, no, he's dead.
Okay.
Okay, so then it goes back. We go back to Joel and Ellie. Joel's kind of teaching her how to hold her pistol, and he apologizes for putting her in a situation where she had to do that. And then we have Kathleen's right-hand man his name is Perry. He's like this bearded guy, and he's played by the guy that plays Tommy in the game. So he kind of reports back to her and says that they actually have found a sign or a trace of Henry and Sam, and he takes her to where their hideout is. Where you can see like where they've been eating food and Sam's been coloring the walls and stuff.
And it's like, a bunch of kids' drawings all over. So every time we see progression with like them getting closer, there's kind of a moment where you wonder, like, is this going to be enough for her to go like, God, there's just a little kid. Maybe I just need to let this go.
And the answer is no, it does not.
But yeah.
He also shows her that it's kind of some bad news because in the basement of that building, there's a bunch of infected that seem to be breaking through the floor.
Yeah, the floor is like shaking.
And she's like, well, we'll deal with that later. Don't worry about it.
Because her first priority
is getting Henry. So then Joel and Ellie, they decide they're going to climb up this skyscraper and sleep for the night and get a bearing on where they are in the city the next day. But they wake up at gunpoint at the hands of Henry and Sam, and it's a cliffhanger. So episode 5 is
and
called...
it's interesting because he sprinkled all this glass so that he would wake up if anybody came in. And Ellie's like, "Are you sure you'd wake up? You're kind of deaf in one ear."
And he's deaf in one ear, which they do explain later why that is.
And he's like, "Yeah, I definitely wake up."
Yeah, he does not wake up. Episode 5 is Endure and Survive. First 15 minutes of this episode are actually a flashback with Henry and Sam, where they are going into hiding when Kathleen's group takes control of the city from Fedra. At first, they are joined by the doctor it's from the last episode, but then they realize he's not coming back. Kathleen's probably caught him and killed him. He doesn't return.
It's a cool setup or a cool format that we might see later in the series where you're going back through the same period of time.
Yeah, that is an interesting concept, isn't it? and then Henry actually sees Joel taking out some of those guys like during that shootout when they first come into town, and he's like, interesting. So he and Sam kind of are following him. Meanwhile, we even get, as part of this flashback, we have Kathleen as well, where she's like rounded up everybody that was a rat to Fedra in this room, and she's like trying to get them to tell her where Henry and Sam is, and one of them is is the one that outs, I think, the doctor, which is how she gets him later.
Yes.
And so she like says that, all you gotta do is tell me, and I'm not like Fedra. We'll just you got some jail time, and that's all you gotta do. Then you guys can be fine. And then she goes out to Perry. She's like, kill everybody in there.
Yeah, we're not
She says like, burn the bodies.
Yeah. And you see those burned bodies at the beginning of the last episode, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right.
Also in this flashback, you learn that Sam is Henry's little brother, and he's this really young little deaf kid.
Yeah, which is a huge change from the game because he's just a kid in the game.
But I think they
very
handle
normal.
it really well, and they hired a deaf actor to play him, and they do a really good job of Henry always including Sam like in conversations where they could just be talking and Sam have no idea what's going on. He makes sure to always sign to him so that he can participate in the conversations, and it's very sweet and breaks my heart.
Yeah. So they all agree to Joel, Ellie, Henry, and Sam. They all agree to work together, get out of the city, utilizing the underground tunnels. Kathleen's crew avoid these tunnels because they're afraid of infected, but Henry has heard that there aren't any down there, so we're just gonna hope that's right.
And basically, we learned that Henry has never shot a gun in his life,
right? Which is why he needs Joel in case they run into any trouble.
He is not a violent person.
Yeah, that is a change from the game because he's right there with. I mean, I'm sure he's not as violent as Joel is, but he definitely like takes some guys down with you.
Okay.
So while they're down there in the tunnels, they come across the compound of Ish, which is a character from the game. He's not in. You don't see him in the game, but you read a bunch of his notes. Basically, he's this guy that was there when the outbreak starts, and then he goes to live in these tunnels, and then like he meets this woman, and she has children, and they kind of have this whole community down there.
You basically see this whole like preschool and school area.
Right. They don't explain how that turns out in the show, which is that they get infected and they all are killed. So it's terrible. But anyway, they kind of come across that as a little reference to the game. And Ellie and Sam are playing together while Henry's sort of bonding with Joel, and it's where he reveals that he basically ratted on Kathleen's brother to get medicine from Fedra for Sam,
who had leukemia. So it was kind of traded one life for another.
It was a trade he was willing to make.
And it comes back to that question of what people do for love that every episode kind of has a different interpretation of.
Yeah. And so we got cut directly from that to Kathleen. She's visiting her childhood room with Perry. She tells him how great her brother was, and she's like, I'm not like him.
Well, basically, she says she knows that he would not want her to get revenge.
He was the leader of this group before her. That's how she kind of got this position. But Perry, I think, is really interesting. I really like this. I mean, he's very, very few scenes, but I like the scenes that he's in. And this was in particular where he's like, look, your brother was an amazing guy. We all loved him, but he never changed things here like you did. And so we're with you.
Which is fascinating. Like the brother did not have
he wasn't vicious enough.
He would not have wanted this revenge, but she's the one that actually
got them to overthrow Fedra.
Yes. And she is not taking her brother's wishes to heart.
No.
Like she says, like, I think she even says when she visited him in jail, he told her.
Yeah, no revenge.
Yeah.
She's like, not interested in that. She says, what's the point in that?
There's the justice in that.
Yeah. So, but it's interesting because Joel's party actually does get out, very unlike the game, gets out of the city without any incident at all. And then they're in this little neighborhood, and then there is a lone sniper out there that Joel has to deal with, which that is 100% accurate. That's what happens in the game. And then so he goes. It's just Joel. He jumps into action, takes that guy out. But then after he does that, I think like that guy had like radioed in Kathleen or something.
I didn't know he had any relation to that.
I could be wrong about that, but I think that was the idea.
I guess that would make more sense than them just
randomly showing up. Yeah, because they come out in force. Like everybody shows up. They've got like all these freaking tanks, and all of her guys are converging on them in this. And Joel's still up in the sniper's nest. The other three are down there on the ground, like totally screwed.
Yeah.
So Henry realizes that he's like, okay, I'm just gonna let them have me. You guys run for it.
Well, yeah. Well, first he asks like, let the kids go, and she's like, no, I can't do that. Right. They have this conversation about how, Henry says why he did it. And she's like, did you ever consider that he was just supposed to die? Like,
kids die all the time. So Henry gives himself up. She's got him in her sights. And then a huge group of infected attack. creating this just absolute chaos and havoc.
Burst up from this house.
Yeah, it's just like it's like this. It's like a sinkhole that happens, where like this truck like falls in.
Mhm.
It's like a burning building, I guess, because like the truck is like run into it, and yeah, it's just like sinks down. They all burst up, including a bloater, which is the only bloater in the show, I think.
Which I'm kind of grateful for. One of my only criticisms
Reagan
of
did
the
not
show
like
is
the prosthetics of the bloater.
it's just the clickers look so good. Everything looks so good, and the bloater takes me out just a little bit. I'm sorry.
So
And the little girl.
yeah, so obviously Kathleen's crew has to mostly focus on them, and then like Joel is like up in the sniper's nest, and he's sniping anything that comes near Ellie, and so ultimately they kind of get the hell out of there, but you know they do have some some close calls with these clickers, so you know it could create a problem later on, and
Well, yeah, Ellie sees that Henry and Sam are under a car in trouble, and so she
actually runs over there, sort of putting herself in danger.
and
So
she knows
because
Joel
she knows
has her
that
back,
because she knows that Joel's watching.
and he would not take his gun off her for a second to help them.
She actually like stabs the ones that are after Henry and Sam under the car. And so yeah, the bloater kills Perry, and then it's the child clicker that kills Kathleen.
And for me, that just feels a little bit too horror movie cliche, like having the little girl.
Well, I mean, it's
just the way she moved. No. It's not the fact that she is a little girl. It's just the way that she moves. It just feels straight out of a horror movie and like designed to creep you out.
Well, it is
in a way
obviously.
that I know it is. It's just in a way that takes me out of it. It just breaks the realism for me a little bit in that it's such a horror movie thing.
Okay.
I don't know. That's how I feel.
Yeah, kind of a weird complaint, but anyway, they get out of there and they rest at this nearby motel, and this is where like it's kind of like Henry and Joel in one room, Sam and Ellie in a different room, and Sam reveals to Ellie that he has been bitten, and so she like cuts her hand open, like tries to use her blood to save him. Doesn't work, and
she said he asked her to stay up with her, and she says
she's going to, and then she falls asleep.
Which, like, we've all been there.
Yeah, especially you.
I'm a sleeper.
Yeah, and so yeah, he's turned by the morning, and you know Henry has to kill him. And then,
well, he attacks Ellie, and so Joel like pulls a gun out to protect Ellie, and Henry at first pulls a gun out on Joel and says like no, trying to protect his brother, and then he sees what a threat Sam is to Ellie, and he ends up shooting his brother, and then he can't live with that, and he shoots himself to their protests, and
stuff.
I don't do well with that scene in the show or the books.
And so then Joel and Ellie, there's like an added scene in the show where Joel and Ellie bury him outside, and Ellie leaves this note on Sam with it because like he communicates with the little writing tool thing, which I remember that toy actually. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like you write
it's
on
not an Etch a Sketch. It's like
no, it's like you write on it and then like you lift the page and it clears and you can write more. So he communicates with them that way, and so she says I'm sorry, leaves him in this grave.
And that honestly, that one was triggering for me. Like when we played the game for the first time, I was done for the night. Like I had to cry for the next half hour and then go to sleep. I didn't handle it very well. And it's a concept that I know my cousin like takes medication for nightmares that are so terrible that she's gone to the doctor for. And it's that kind of thing where your brother is infected and then you end up having to kill them, and the guilt with that. It's one of the most horrific things you can imagine, like when you really think about it. And they do a good job of really making you feel it.
Sure.
Too good of a job. It hurts. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, so that's the end of that little storyline. So we go to episode 6, which is just called Kin. And it starts with Joel and Kin. Like Kin, like family, Kin.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like Barbie and Ken.
Joel and Ellie, this is a show original where they pay a somewhat hostile visit to this old married couple that's living alone in the mountains of Wyoming.
Yeah, they're fun. They're like Native Americans, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And they warn them about, don't cross the river of death. But they cross it. And
these people don't give a shit anymore.
No.
They're fun.
Yeah, they are. They cross the river of death, and then they find out what's going on over there, which is they're immediately intercepted by a bunch of riders. And they send out this dog to stem them out for infection. It's like they'll tear you to pieces if they smell anything. And so Joel kind of has this panic attack because he's very concerned that it's gonna rip Ellie up, but there's nothing he can really do about it because he's at gunpoint from all these people.
Yeah, so he kind of freezes.
Yeah, he
Which is
freezes.
probably the right move. Like that keeps them alive.
Yeah.
But he feels very guilty about it.
Right, and then turns out the dog has no problem with Ellie. So that's
They have a very cute moment.
It's like-
You never get an explanation for that, but
Mhm.
I'm down for
I
it.
guess it's just not progressed enough where the dog would notice.
Yeah.
So they're taking it like one of the people that are out there, one of the riders is Maria. So she's kind of the leader of the group. So she
And
takes him in.
Sorry, you say that Ellie in the show isn't likable enough. I challenge you to watch that scene where the dog is kissing her face and being all cute and telling me there's not a little bit of likability in show Ellie.
Yeah, it clashes with the majority of her personality in the show for sure.
Okay.
So then Maria like kind of realizes who Joel is because he says he's looking for his brother, and she's like, "Well, who is he?" You know. And so like it cuts to them taking him to the town, and they reunite. Tommy's there. Joel reunites them.
And it's very sweet the way that it's not like a full on like run into each other's arms thing, but
Pretty much.
it's very well acted, and Ellie gets a little jealous.
Yeah, she does.
It's very
That's different. That's
interesting.
another thing that Game Ellie would never do.
Well, she didn't grow up with family, so I think it makes total sense for her character. Like this, Joel is becoming her family, and now she sees his reaction to his actual family, and it's she's happy for him, but it hurts a little bit because she wants that, and she wants that with Joel. That's the closest she has. And so to see like the extent of what he's capable of in terms of loving his family,
Yeah,
it hurts a little bit, and I think it's very well done.
I think
It's something I wouldn't think of without seeing her reaction of like how that would actually affect her. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I would think that she would have a different reaction in the game, and she does, but that's fine. Joel and Ellie, they are fed.
Well, you don't think that that's kind of a realistic reaction for her?
It's certainly a realistic reaction for this Ellie,
Okay.
this inferior Ellie. Tommy and Maria reveal they're married. Maria takes Ellie somewhere else so that she can give Joel and Tommy some time alone.
Did you really introduce Maria? She's the leader of this town.
I did.
Is she? How does this Maria compare to Game Maria?
Way better.
Okay.
Just has a lot more. She has a lot more screen time.
Continuing the streak.
Yeah.
Better side characters. We didn't really talk about if Henry and Sam were better.
Well, I have a character list. We can talk about it then.
Okay, sorry.
So this is where Tommy and Joel are kind of given some time to really just talk one-on-one. And so Joel's still pretty guarded here. He lies about Tess, doesn't reveal why he's with Ellie really yet.
Yeah, he can't admit that Tess is dead, so he says she's fine.
And the conversation kind of breaks down when Tommy reveals that Maria's pregnant. That is a huge change. And so he will not, in fact, be joining them on their little trip to the university, to the Firefly base. And so that pisses Joel off. And then
Joel can't act happy for him.
Storms out of there, and then he sees this person that looks exactly like Sarah from behind.
He's got daughter issues.
Yeah, he's really struggling.
How
Meanwhile,
does he react in the game, or is she not pregnant in the game?
he's not pregnant in the game. She's not pregnant in the game.
Okay.
But Tommy's just like, he still doesn't want to leave because like he's not the leader of this group, but he's he's high up. He's married to the leader, and they all kind of look to him, and he's just like really made a name for himself here, and he doesn't really give a shit about Ellie. He doesn't want to go across, put himself in danger.
Safe, and he has his wife here now, so.
And he's like, and he says like he has responsibilities there and stuff, which is probably true.
Sure.
So then in the show, this is like an added scene because we're all through Joel's perspective throughout all of this in the game, but we get a scene with just Maria and Ellie, where Ellie takes a shower and cleans herself up, gets new clothes. Maria fixes up her hair. And then while Ellie's in her house, she notices there's this sort of memorial to these two kids. Or I guess she just assumes that they're her kids. Or maybe it says their birth and date, so like obviously they were kids.
Yeah, it says that they both died on.
It says their death date for sure,
and it says their birthdays.
Okay, yeah. So then obviously she knows they're kids, and so Ellie was like, "Oh yeah, really sorry about your two kids," and she's like, "Oh well, actually only one of them was mine, the other one was Joel's." And she just says it like as casually as that.
Yeah.
And Ellie is very surprised by that.
Yeah, but
he
then
does not mention that.
Is like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense when it comes to who he is.
Yeah, and so Maria's like, you need to be careful about trusting him, but she sticks up for him. And then Maria takes her to a movie with the rest of the town. They're all enjoying a nice film.
Yeah, definitely the closest we get to seeing a society that resembles our own.
Right, which we don't see in the game. You don't go to Jackson at all in the game.
In the first
for
game.
parking. And so Tommy walks in while that's all going on, and she can tell he's upset because he's this interaction with Joel. And so then it cuts to Joel, and he's like he's kind of getting ready. He's like trying to fix up his boots that are all fucked up. So Tommy comes in with some nice boots. And this is where they really kind of come clean. Like Joel really kind of comes clean. He like is in tears and everything, where he's like telling about his panic attacks, and Ellie's immune, and he's worried about losing her. And so because he's like so upset, Tommy's like he agrees. He's like, all right, I'll take her.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Um,
But
Ellie overhears this, which it's similar in the game where she like I don't know if she really overhears it or in the game, but I think she just kind of figures out what his plan is
to let Tommy take her the rest of the way,
right.
And she feels abandoned.
Yeah, she feels abandoned. So Joel kind of has to confront her, and she's furious, and she kind of says, "Well, I'm not Sarah," and that sets him off.
Mm-hmm.
And but then he sleeps on it. In the morning, he offers her a choice, and so without missing a beat, she chooses Joel.
Well, yeah, he says like he went to the stables to steal a horse and leave, but then he can't make himself leave, and then he decides that she deserves a choice, and she doesn't even hesitate.
Yeah, and so Tommy tells him that there's a place for him
here.
Yeah. So here's what happens in the game. She gets wind of his idea, and she actually runs away. She just leaves the town, or they're not even in the town. She leaves the power plant that they're at.
Oh.
And so Joel and Tommy have to go track her down through the wilderness. And of course, they have to kill some guys while they're out there. And
of course, that's the game.
And they track her down to this house, and they go up there, and that's where they have the scene, the whole standoff where I'm not your daughter, and you're damn right you're not my daughter, and all that. And we're going our separate ways. And then, it's much better done in the game. And then even better.
No, how so?
It's just better acted. Like it's just a lot more. It's a lot more natural. It feels like an organic scene, which it was because they had a script, but they did go off script in the game, and they like her pushing him and stuff. Like all that stuff was just them being actors. And in the show, they were just trying to recapture all of that inorganically. And also, frankly, I don't think either of the actors are as good as Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson are. I understand that Pedro Pascal is extremely famous, and I like him a lot, but I just don't think he's as good as Troy Baker is. And I certainly don't think Bill Ramsey's as good as Ashley Johnson is. And so I just think it's a much better scene. It just feels like if you haven't seen the game or if it's been a while, maybe it doesn't stand out. But like to me, that just stands out as like a paling in comparison to the original. And then what really pales in comparison when you get past that. So like they just break it off in that conversation, and Joel storms off to bed, and that's it. Well, in the game they are interrupted because guys are coming in the house, and Tommy's like, "We got guys coming in," and Joel's like, "All right." He goes out there and kill her way out of the house, and then so that kind of like creates a natural ending to that conversation. Like maybe they would have progressed that further, but then they couldn't because they were cut off. So then they have to travel back to where they were because they have gone some distance away. So then it's like on that trip where they're all each on their own horse, you can see Joel is like thinking, and he's he's just like coming to the conclusion that, okay, I'm not going to make her go with Tommy, but he doesn't say that. And so then like they get to like the overlook. This is like the closest they've come to Jackson. Like they're finally seeing it for the first time just from a distance. It's basically the exact same shot where at the end of the game where they're on that hill. And Tommy's like, "Hey, and everybody's gonna be watching movies tonight." Like he's just talking about how great it is down there. And then it's just like Joel doesn't have this thing where he's like, "Okay, you deserve a choice." Like he's already decided what's gonna happen because he knows that that's what she wants. And so he's like, "Ellie, give your horse on back to Tommy." And he's like, "I think I'm gonna hang on to this one if that's all right with you." Talking about Callus. And he's like, "Now where is this base?" And he tells him where it is. And it's just like Ellie realizes what he's doing. Like they don't have to say it. And so, and it also just more natural. Like they just, I guess it happens faster because they don't sleep on it or anything. But it's just all one continuous scene that's not broken up by anything. And so she like gets up on the horse with him, and Then like Tommy has the thing where he's like, there's a place for you here, all that's the same. And then like my favorite part is like there's just like this little thing where he hasn't said anything to Ellie during any of this except for give the horse back. And then he like just asks her if she's good. And oh god, like it gets me even like right now. Like, it's just like
Aw.
such a good scene. And so that is just it's tough to like they just did not recreate that to the same degree in the show. So it's just really, really good. But then it's like there's just like this weird thing where this was also like on the pacing side of the game. This was the toughest task that they had because they go directly from this to the university, right?
Mhm.
And in the game, the university is a whole sequence. Like it probably takes an hour to go through all that because you got to fight some infected. That you have to like track that, get around everywhere, and like finally get your way to the where the fireflies are supposed to be. But it's just like the last, I think it's like 8 minutes. They pack all that in, and it's just like going really fast. Like they get to the university, nobody's there. They get up there, they see there's a map where they're supposed to be. It's like okay, they moved to Salt Lake City. This random group shows up, no idea who they are. One of them comes at Joel with a bat. He's like critically injured, falls off the horse. Like all this just happens like lickety split in the show. And I just think that the pacing is just off. Like it makes the thing, it just like happens so fast where it doesn't, it feels a little bit unnatural how quickly like it's just like out of nowhere Joel's injured. It doesn't seem like an injury that would be as debilitating as it is in the game where he
Well,
falls
like it's infected.
he falls on that rebar in the game, and it's like, yeah, there is no question that is a life-threatening injury. Whereas in the show, it's just like, yeah, he gets a little bit of piece of a bat stuck in him.
Yeah, but it's a dirty bat.
I hear you, like it's still bad, but
Infection
it's no the stakes just do not seem anywhere near as like I don't think I would if I was just watching this show for the first time, I don't think I would have bought that was a life-threatening injury. Whereas in the game, there is no doubt that he could be dead, 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 dead.
Well,
And
the pacing
so
escalates. So he's like okay enough to like ride a horse.
well, that happens
and
in
get far
that all
enough.
happens in the game as well. He falls off the horse. It's all exactly the same. But the difference is that's a whole like hour-long sequence in the in the game, whereas in the show it just happens in like 8 minutes. And it's just like that. I understand like cutting out a lot of the combat. I agree with all of those decisions that they made in the show, but this one, and I get it because like they didn't want to stretch this out into another episode, and they wanted the next episode to be the Left Behind sequence. So they needed to fit it in here, but just like they needed to cut from somewhere else. Maybe cut the Native American people or something. I don't know, but they had like this needed to be more natural than it was. This was the most like in terms of the pacing of the show where I was like, this is like way more poorly done than in the game.
Interesting. For me, it's like I don't know. Injuries do happen out of nowhere sometimes, and sometimes it feels like it's.
Well, I don't even mind that it happens out of nowhere. It's just like they haven't even arrived at the university until like 8 minutes are left in the episode. It's just all they pack all that in so fast. It just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't feel as impactful as it does in the game because there's just more time to breathe it. Like the amount of time where Joel is suffering with that injury in the game before he falls off the horse is like the amount of half the time that they're even here in the show. So it's just like I don't know. It just doesn't. I just think that it feels a little bit off. It's just like kind of a whirlwind.
Okay, I hear you.
So anyway, but it's same situation where it's like that he falls off the horse. Ellie can't just like kind of panicking. She doesn't know what to do, and it like cuts. It's a cliffhanger.
And now he can't be Call anymore because he's fallen off his horse.
Right. Gotta make that crappy joke So in the game, what happens now is there's a huge jump, and it actually cuts to essentially episode 8 of the show, where it's like we're getting ready for all the David stuff. But this is the place where you're supposed to play the DLC. They just can't tell you that. Unless you play the game. And so that's where I always do it. If I'm showing it to somebody, this is where you do the DLC. But if you don't do that, which, you didn't in the original, there was no DLC. There is a very strong, like, you could easily come to the conclusion that Joel has died. Because he falls off the horse. He looks dead as hell. He's been completely impaled by that rebar. And, I mean, Ellie's just like, what do I do? She's just a kid. Like, how is she going to even move him? I still don't know the answer to that. And then it, like, cuts forward. Like, there's a time jump. And it's just Ellie. She's hunting for the deer.
Yeah.
Like, you could easily think that he was dead.
And you're playing as Ellie.
Right, and like you did not know that was going to happen. Neil Druckmann straight up lied to the press whenever they'd ask, "Will you ever play as Ellie?" He said, "Absolutely not. You will not play as Ellie."
Mhm.
That's lying through his teeth.
He is happy to do so.
Yeah, I know. I love that about him.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that is really cool, and that's something that you can't really recapture in the game or in the show because like they immediately cut to she's moved him, he's in the house. You can clearly see he is not dead, and then like she has the flashbacks of Left Behind and all that stuff.
Mhm.
And it's also obvious in the game if you play Left Behind in sequence, like you can also you can see that he's not dead. But if you don't do that, if you just play it like the game was originally presented, that is a huge cliffhanger where it's like, is Joel dead? And the first inkling that you get that he is not dead is when David shows up and he's like, well, what can we trade you for that deer? We got all this stuff. And she says, medicine. And so that's whenever you realize, okay, he's still alive.
Which I didn't have that experience because I did play the DLC where you told me to. I highly recommend if you're not experienced with video games, marrying someone that spent their whole life picking out the best things to show you and then know exactly where to show you which DLCs and
right.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, it is. No doubt. A great service to you. But anyway, so regardless, I really like that moment in the game because of the first way I experienced it, the first way that anybody experienced it was a huge cliffhanger that they can't really recreate in the show. But it does make sense to do Left Behind here, so I do agree with that decision.
Well, so maybe there is that element of they tell you to play it after the game because it does.
Sure.
But I mean,
it's not that long where you think that it's possible that he could be dead. So I think it's still worth it to do the DLC here.
And they definitely can't say as soon as you know he's not dead.
Right.
The DLC.
Exactly. Like there's no way for them to illustrate it. So that's why they just say play it after you play the game because you don't want to have that spoil for you. But because you're Ellie chasing the deer, and I really am not a big fan of that sequence. It's kind of a pain in the ass to hunt that deer. And then
because I like being in the woods and having those like beauty of nature
moments. Yeah, it does do that very well.
I really like the juxtaposition of the apocalypse and the ruined cities with the breakthrough of nature and the plants growing through. I think that this game and the show does that really, really well.
It does do that really well.
And you wouldn't think of it as a beautiful game, like if you just look at the zombies.
Well, you will when it came out.
Well, but if you're just looking at like zombies and ruined cities and stuff, but this game does nature more beautifully than almost anything. Especially the next one. I said almost.
Red Dead Redemption 2 exists.
I said almost.
I hear
you. So anytime we get to like breathe in that a little bit, I enjoy that. So that's what the deer scene's good for me, and I don't have to worry about killing it. So.
Yeah, it's just such a pain. But honestly, this not even where we are here because we're doing the Left Behind stuff.
Oh, sorry.
That is what this episode is called. It's Left Behind. So it's Joel's like taking Ellie to and to this house. Joel actually tells her to leave him, that is a huge change because he's just out cold in the game.
But if he wasn't out cold, Joel probably would.
Yeah, he probably would have. So Ellie walks out the door, and then it cuts to a flashback, and that's where we are for basically the whole episode. So it starts with her time at the Federal Military School in Boston. She's bullied by this girl who picks, as the people in Andor would say, the wrong person to annoy. And
and for me, this bully reminds me of someone in the second game.
I don't agree with that, but I hear you.
And I find it to be a really interesting parallel that I wonder if it was intentional. She's kind of this taller, blonde, buff girl, or like strong-looking girl.
Yeah. Well, considering that's not what this character looks like in the show, that's a wrinkle in your plan.
For me, it's a fun parallel.
Anyway, so she's basically sent to the principal's office, or the equivalent, and he tells her that she needs to shape up, or her life is going to suck from then on.
Yeah, he basically says he sees potential in her to be a leader.
She actually kind of seems to get through to her somewhat.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Which is interesting.
And he does it in kind of a good teacher way.
He does not seem like a bad guy.
It's an example of a teacher or a principal getting through to a student and setting them back on the right track. Sure. Now, the right track is Fedra and their authoritarianism and stuff.
Right.
But between her options of working the sewer patrol ships,
or being in charge and sending other people out to do that,
she can make a bigger difference in charge. Right. So he gets there.
I think that is an effective argument on his part.
And it's interesting to see her as like on that side of things as compared to the kind of rebellious spirit that we see her as before this,
Right.
which is actually after this.
That's true. So then that night, it's her friend Riley sneaks into her room and convinces her to come out into the night with her. So she takes her to the nearby mall, and that's recently had its power restored. So they do some stuff there. They see the carousel, they see the photo
The
booth,
5 wonders at the
they
mall.
see the arcade, and then she like kind of takes her back to where she's been staying for the last few weeks, which is behind this taco shop. But while they're there, like Ellie sees some of the bombs she's making for the fireflies, and
Or at least storing. Yeah.
she's kind of upset about that. And then she's like kind of storms out of there, and Riley says that she's leaving the city with the fireflies, and Ellie's just like, well, whatever, let's just break it off here then. And so she's like leaving, but then she hears like the screaming, and she just like worried about Riley. She runs busy in there, but it's just this Halloween prop because that was the fourth thing that she was going to show her was the Halloween store. Which is interesting because you do all those things in the game, but it's in a different order, actually. I think you do the Halloween store first.
Well, she saved it for last because she thought she would like it best.
I think you do the arcade last in the game because that's actually what you would like best.
Fair.
And then...
but I think for a setting for what happens next, they liked the idea of it being...
Well, I guess. So, like, she hears them... Okay, well, yeah, so they kind of reconcile a little bit while they're in there. And then they have this dancing scene where they're listening to this music that Ellie had on her Walkman. In the game, it's revealed that Riley had made that tape for her, but I guess they don't say that in the show. And then Ellie kind of has like this moment where she is sort of overcome with her emotions, and she asks Riley not to leave. And so
and Riley says okay.
She says okay. And so then they kiss. But unfortunately, an infected hears all the loud music they've been playing and comes to attack them and bites both of them.
Yeah,
before
and
Ellie
we
can
see
kill
it wake
him.
up a little bit before, even before they fight, I think, in the American Girl store, which
Right.
I love. And it also is interesting in terms of like we're getting to see this youthful American Girl side of these kids and what they kind of might have if it hadn't been for the apocalypse and military school and everything. Like you get to see them just playing at the arcade and
Yes.
in a photo booth and being kids. And I also am a big American Girl fan, so
Well,
I got a
they
big
do
kick
not
out
go
of that.
into the American Girl store. They don't give a shit about it.
No, I know, but just like metaphorically seeing the zombie rise up out of this American Girl store and come fuck up their lives.
Certainly does. So they are both bitten, but they decide not to kill themselves, which Riley sort of is pretty clear on the fact that she's not for that solution. And she says, let's just make the most out of the limited time that we have left. And that's where it cuts. And
Go
then
crazy together. And this is what I was referring to earlier, or one of the things with the push through even if things are bad, you're barely getting through. Alternative to Tommy's,
Right.
or I'm sorry, not Tommy, Frank's.
Yes, their death. So then it cuts back to the real time. Ellie does not leave. Joel goes back into the house, finds a sewing needle, and patches him up. And that's where it ends in the show.
And it's implied that like it was because Riley taught her to not give up on life.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a clunky comparison, I feel.
I think the more direct comparison would have been if it happened right after Sam died. That's a very clear comparison to what she and Riley
So we've been very positive up to this point. I'm about to come clean. I do not like this episode.
Okay.
I don't think it works anywhere near as well as it does in the game. I think the flashback to Riley is a lot more natural in the game because where she and Joel, or Ellie and Joel are holed up is in a mall. So it is natural for her to recall the last time she was in a mall, which was with Riley. And I think the whole structure of it works a lot better in the game because it is all the stuff with Riley is completely nonviolent. You do not have to worry about getting components like normal. Like you were just experiencing those two in a non-threatening way. And that is novel compared to everything else in The Last of Us. Whereas in the show, it's just, we're just kind of waiting to get back to the stuff that we actually have.
You haven't had that since you've been Sarah.
Right.
Played as someone.
Right. So there's just not that juxtaposition there in the show. They can't really hit that home the same way. And then I also would say that there's like, it's not just one big flashback in the game. So like you are going back and forth between Ellie, like she's just like going through this mall, frantically trying to find something that she can use to help Joel, like sew him up with. And then like, so you are having to do combat there. And like, there's like the typical Last of Us puzzle stuff, a lot of great stuff. And then eventually like some of David's guys show up. And so like, she's got to like defend him. And it's actually really hard. Like it's the toughest combat you have to do in any any point in The Last of Us 1.
Okay.
And so and it's like kind of fun because it's the only time in that game, which they definitely hammer home in the second game a lot more, where you can actually play the infected off of the humans and make them fight each other. And then like you fight whoever survives. That's really fun that you can like do that stuff. None of that, they can't really obviously recreate any of that in the show. But I think on top of all of that structurally makes it work better in the game than it does in the show. I just think the performances and the chemistry between the actresses is way better in the game than it is in the show. I do not care for the new Riley. I didn't really care for the old Riley either, but I definitely liked her a lot better.
Well,
and this is also where it really cemented some of the issues I have with Bella Ramsey's Ellie as well.
Which I disagree. I really liked seeing this side of Ellie, in her juxtaposition to the bad boy archetype of Riley. Which is really how Riley was shot in the show for me, is like the teen heartthrob, bad boy, movie star type thing,
I guess. Maybe I'm not a fan of that
I think that's
archetype.
what they were going for. And I think you've also seen less Disney Channel movies than I have.
That is for sure.
And that is what it felt like. But I definitely felt the chemistry was one way in the show. Like I could tell that Ellie was crushing, but I didn't really get that impression from Riley.
Well, in the game, it's not like that at all. You can clearly see that Riley is into her.
Whereas, in the game, I remember like really picking up on their chemistry, but not saying anything because I have been accused before of calling things gay that aren't gay.
Right. Well, that's another thing too. Is it's like it's hard to you gotta like, try to put yourself back in that thing because you went through the entire game not knowing that Ellie was gay originally, and then if you did it the way that they intended, and then you play that's like the reveal in this DLC is that she is, and so it's still a reveal in the show, and if you do it in that sequence in that at that point in the game, like it still is like a twist, but it's just I don't know. I think it's hard to recapture that in the same way that it was where it was a little bit out of order there originally.
And I personally
that's kind of like the last thing that you learned about her character.
Yeah. And I personally was very excited to learn. I remember playing the game. I was very excited to learn that. And I was so rooting for these two, even though I knew it was doomed. And I also felt that it was a very realistic portrayal in the game of what it's like to like a girl at that age. As someone that did like some girls at that age, it felt very reminiscent, and I thought it was really well done. And I didn't like I could tell they were going for some stuff like her looking in the Victoria's Secret store was a little weird way to like be like, oh, she's into girls, and it was like, okay,
you did not need that. It's not in the game.
It just did feel a little bit more forced in the show. So while I do like how the show did it, I absolutely understand where you're coming from.
And it's not, I will say, it's not my favorite sequence anyway, because I still am not a huge fan of Riley in the game. I think that sequence works really well the first time, but on replays, it really drags. And so if I'm ever playing the game now, there are times where I just don't feel left behind.
Wow.
Because it just takes long. It's like 3 hours experience in gameplay, and it just combat's really hard for the combat stuff. The stuff with Riley drags. Like, man, I still give it a lot of credit. I think it's a really great DLC in the grand scheme of DLCs because I can try to put myself back to how I felt playing it the first time. But yeah, these days it's definitely my least favorite part.
I think also with the Victoria's Secret stuff, that adds a little bit more of a sexual element to their relationship, where it's really, in my head in the game, we're not ready for all that.
Right,
yet.
definitely.
This is a younger love. This is a first kiss, and very excited about that kind of thing.
Right.
We're not to lingerie yet, you know?
Definitely.
So it felt like an easy visual cue for, hey, Ellie's into girls or thinking about romance stuff, but it felt like it gets us a little bit ahead of the kind of innocent younger love.
Yes,
they are in my head they should be at that.
They are thrilled to do anything they can to sort of eliminate the innocence of Ellie's character through this show. But anyway, let's go to episode 8, which is called When We Are in Need. So this is the David episode, as I know it as. So David. It starts with David. He is leading a church service with his followers. A young girl's crying over the death of her father, and David kind of consoles her, I guess. And then outside, David is discussing with James, his kind of right-hand man, about their low stores of food. And he's like, I'm sensing doubt, James. And James is like, no, it's all good, man.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, let's go hunting. So they set out. So this is like, well, we can talk about the character of David in more depth later, but they definitely, in both mediums, they do a good job of slowly unmasking him. Because right now, he has not done anything objectionable. He's a little bit weird because he kind of seems like he might be a little bit of a cult leader, but he's like talking about that guy's losing faith in him. But it's like, okay, well, he's trying to take care of his people. They're going to go out to try to provide for them, get some food, everything. He consoled the girl when she was sad about her father. He might be all right. And so then it cuts to Ellie. She's still working on Joel, gives him a little bit of food, but they don't really have a whole lot. Like she's just getting him some shitty jerky. She's like, I'm gonna go see if we can get some food. So she goes out and she shoots a deer. David and James actually find it. I guess she really shot him at range because like David and James come up on it and they're like, oh, it's just dead deer here. Maybe let's grab it and get out of here.
Oh, I interpreted it as she shot it, but not fatally, so it was able to run
That's
away.
right. That is right. It does run away, and then
I think it
falls
dropped
over.
dead on its own.
Yeah. That's right. That is what happened. And so they come across it and they're like, holy shit, look at this. Let's just get the fuck out of here with this deer.
Yeah.
But she stops them. And so they agreed to trade for half of the deer in exchange for some penicillin. So Ellie and David take shelter in a nearby shack while James goes back to get her the stuff. And David kind of tells her about his group and some of his personal history about how he found God and all that. The God stuff is not in the game at all. But all this other stuff is pretty close.
I think it's a good addition.
Sure.
The culty stuff.
Yeah, I think Neil Druckmann's interested in exploring that stuff. He has said that is a big part of the space game they're making right now. It's the religion stuff. When we go into some religion kind of type stuff in part 2 as well. So,
well, and I'm very interested in cults. My favorite podcast is either done or on furlough right now, but it's Ona Ross and Carrie, which explores fringe science related spirituality and claims of the paranormal, and has joined different cults. And so I'm very interested in that psychology and those manipulative tactics. And they definitely delve into those here with David, and I feel a very realistic way.
Sure. So anyway, during their discussion, he is kind of saying, I think everything happens for a reason. She's like, yeah, whatever. And this guy, over the course of this, he kind of reveals that the guy that was killed, the girl's father at the beginning, was killed by Joel. It's the guy that Joel killed that came at him with the bat. And so that puts Ellie on edge for sure. And then like James shows up right then, and he's armed again. And so he's like, lower the gun, give her this stuff. And so she gets the hell out of there. And still though, like, yeah, that was kind of threatening him saying that, but it's like he gave her the stuff.
And he lets her go.
He was good on,
and the other guy wants to go after her.
Yeah, he was good on his word. Seems like he's fine. And then in the game, they actually build rapport with him even more through gameplay because guess what? You're attacked by some infected while you're waiting for James to show up. And so you have to like rely on him big time because you're just Ellie, and Ellie is way underpowered compared to Joel. And this is like the first time you're like in combat with her, unless you've done Left Behind. And you are like, wow, this is a nightmare. So like he really pulls his own weight during all that. And so you're like thankful that he's there. So like they definitely reinforce that kind of relationship with him. And you're like, okay, well, this guy, he might be all right. He's really helping me out here. And so at this point in the game and the show, still seems like he might be all right.
Might be a few red flags, but yes.
Yes. So she takes this penicillin, she injects Joel with it. She falls asleep. Then you never leave Ellie's perspective in the game, right? But in the show, we cut to David. Well, actually, we cut to his group first, and they're chowing down on some dinner. And
it's
then
shot very intentionally.
And then James show up with the deer that they just got. And
well, so what happens first is they're preparing the dinner, and someone comes out with a thing of meat, and someone asks, "What is it?" He says venison, and so you're kind of thinking like, "Oh, maybe it's the deer that they."
But then they show up with the deer.
Yeah, and so you're like, "Oh,
wasn't that deer?"
Yeah, they were stuff, weren't they?
Yeah, and so he says that he's gonna lead a group. They get a frosty reception when he walks in because James, you gotta remember, has come back and basically kind of told some people what's going on, and he's unhappy about it. He thinks that they should be killing Ellie.
Yeah.
And so Joe, like, he comes in and you would think that he would be the conquering hero. He's got this deer coming in. Nobody even like really acknowledges him. He's like, all right, well, we'll lead a group out to find Joel and bring him to justice for killing this guy in the morning.
And the girl, the daughter.
Yeah, it's the daughter that says that they should do that. And he actually slaps the shit out of her.
Yeah. But that's also an interesting idea there with the girl really wanting justice for her father that was killed by Joel.
Sure. Yeah, and it makes sense. But even though he slaps the shit out of her, he does agree that they're gonna get justice. So we cut from that. That's kind of ominous. And obviously, him slapping the girl. That's where you first realize, oh,
Yeah, not
this is
good.
not good. So then Ellie wakes up and with Joel, and so she gives him the second dose of penicillin, and then David's crew arrives. And they're kind of having a little bit of discussion amongst each other where James is like, maybe it's God's will that Ellie dies. It's like the second time that sort of idea has come up. And I think David is like offended at the idea of James interpreting anything that is God's will without clearing it through him first.
Well, because cult leaders aren't actually concerned with God's
Right.
will; they're concerned with their will that
Right.
they can say is God's
Yeah, because
will.
like David is very direct in saying, "Do not kill Ellie. You can kill Joel. That's fine, but do not kill her."
And he does not have perfect control because these people,
Yeah, none of them agree with him on that.
Mhm.
And so
They say yes, but
Ellie realizes they're on the way. She tries to wake up Joel. He won't get up, so she's like, "All right, well, I'm going to lead them away from here." And so she's riding Callus. James kills Callus, which is very sad.
yeah,
And
it hurts.
then almost kills Ellie. Like he's standing over him, and they're like, "Do it, James." And then David stops them, and so he's like, he takes her, and then he's like, "Go find that other guy, kill him." So one does enter the basement where Joel is. And Joel kills him.
Yeah, so James goes back, but they leave some guys
They
behind.
leave everybody else behind. So Ellie wakes up in a cell with David watching over her, and he's like saying that he's gonna protect her from all of them or whatever. She's
Yeah.
feeling
He
some
gives his
kind of
pitch.
way about him. Well, it's actually later on where he gives the big bitch.
Okay.
So then, like, it cuts back to Joel. He takes two guys hostage and interrogates them, if you want to call it that, about Ellie's location.
Yeah,
And then
he's
kills them.
woken up and it pulls it together just enough to defend himself.
Take
ties
care of
them
these
up.
guys. Yeah, he is in perfect condition to take care of them.
I picture more vividly than I'd like to what it would be like to have your kneecap popped off.
Yeah, he makes that guy very clear what it would feel like.
Yeah, that hurts.
And so that gets back to Ellie. She's trying to figure out a way out of the cell. And then while she's like kind of looking around, she sees an ear on the ground. That's
Under
kinda,
the butcher table.
yeah, where she's kind of a tip off that maybe they have been eating some people. And David comes in right then with some meat, and she does not eat it. In the game, she does eat it.
Well, and he's like, if it, for what it's worth, like this is really venison.
Uh-huh.
But he does admit to it right away.
Yeah, he comes
deny
clean.
it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like, there's no way to really get around it at that point.
It's an ear. It's a human ear.
And honestly, like that is rough, but I don't know that I really hold that against him as much as a lot of the other stuff that he does.
It's an interesting moral conundrum,
Yeah.
right? Because he
is trying to provide for his
responsible
people.
And if
That guy,
at
it's
this
not like they
point,
killed
haven't
him.
killed anybody.
Right,
It's
right.
just eating their dead, and if they're
And
running out of
it's like
food,
they also take Callus, which is different from the game. Well, I mean, I guess they kill Callus, and you gotta get the hell out of there, so you don't really know what they do with it. But the idea is they're gonna eat Callus too.
and part of the moral issue is like he didn't get their like he fed it to them without their consent. They didn't
Definitely.
know that they
Right.
were eating people, their husband, their dad.
Mhm.
But also if it's for their survival and they would suffer more knowing, which
Right.
we'll come back to this issue next episode.
Sure.
Does that give him any sort of moral leeway in what he's doing there? It's very interesting.
Yeah.
He is a shitty person, but not necessarily just for that.
Right.
Or for that at all.
So this is where like they kind of have this discussion, and he's like saying that this is where he like really makes the pitch where like how they could rule this galaxy together. And he like says, she reminds him of himself, in part because she's got a violent heart.
Now,
And he talks about how he respects the cordyceps. It's very odd.
I like what he says
I like
about
that.
cordyceps. I
That's
think
that is
very
that's all that is
interesting.
addition. He doesn't say any of that in the game.
Like the parallels between what love makes you do and how the cordyceps take over and what the cordyceps actually want. Like they're not that he talks about them reproducing, which is how life goes on. That's
Right.
the goal of all life. That's how things evolve. Is it's reproduction of the fittest. Like it's all very interesting. It's not malicious, and they defend their own, which is what we've seen Joel and Ellie doing their whole time. So that's all very interesting. the violent heart thing might be my least favorite line in the show
Okay.
because okay. I don't mind that line because I do think that there is a part of Ellie that is violent and he sees that in her, and I think that totally works. I don't like that the showrunners after the show said that it's absolutely true because I think that is only a part of her, and to make that as like that's a harsh statement, a violent heart. I just hate that interpretation of her. I can see it as a valid way to interpret the show, but that is not my interpretation. I think it's worse, and I think it's a lot less nuanced.
I think that is what the direction that they're taking Ellie's character of the show, which is why I do not like it as much as the game. In the game, I would certainly not say that she has a violent heart. But in the show, I mean, but in the show, I think there's kind of a lot more, there's definitely more evidence to suggest that is the case.
I think she is capable of it, and it's absolutely a part of her, but it's not the core of who she is. When you see her interact with Sam, that's not a person that has a violent heart. When you see her interact with Riley, that's not a person that has a violent heart.
Well, Riley is before everything, so she definitely didn't have a violent heart then.
Well, but I think the David has always had a violent heart. Like that is an inherent.
That's what he's saying.
And
he says, I think it's a direct quote. He says, "I've always had a violent heart."
Or I'm sorry, not Riley. For Ellie, I think it's a part of her that she wrestles with, but that's not her whole heart. And so for the director to say like that's absolutely true, as like that's not what I got from the show, and I just really don't like that they said that. And I think it makes Andrew's interpretation of show Ellie more valid, which is a worse show Ellie than the show Ellie that I like to see.
Okay. Well, regardless, he's kind of like making a deal with her too. He's like saying, we can roll together. I can call the guys off of Joel,
Yeah, I mean, he basically wants her to be like his little cult wife.
Mm-hmm. And so she kind of acts like, in both mediums, she kind of acts like she's going along with it. She lets him touch her hand and everything, and then she like grabs it and like she's trying to take the key from him, but earns herself a concussion for that little trick.
Breaks his fingers.
Yeah. And so that's kind of it. He's kind of like, all right, I've given up on that whole plan. So then he's basically says that they're going to kill her in the morning.
Chop her up into little pieces.
And so Joel has gotten the location at this point. So he's arriving at the resort where they're basically their camp is. And that's what's going on here. But then he's like not going fast enough. They do take Ellie out of the cage. They are going to cut her up. She panics and like she bites him during that whole scuffle. And she panics and screams that she's infected. And then she's like, and now you are too. Which honestly, I mean, I guess it could work that way, but probably not. And
clever.
Yeah. And so she's like, look at my arm. And, she does have the infected thing. This is all exactly how it is in the game. And so James is particularly concerned. David's like, well, that can't be right. Like, how you would have turned by now? And James is like, I don't know, man. It looks pretty real to me. And then, like, while they're talking about it, she like has enough wherewithal to like kill James with the hatchet that it's like right next to her. So James goes down, and then David is like chasing her, and it kind of culminates in this showdown that they have in the this burning well, it's like sort of like a restaurant.
Now, real quick before we get to the showdown, we should mention about James, now that he's down.
He's the guy that plays Joel in the game.
Which I watched a whole documentary about him being Joel, and the second time we watched this, I did not remember that, and I just totally saw him as James. So that was like really good acting.
He's an amazing actor.
A very distinct face, and
he doesn't look like Joel, obviously. It's part of the reason he can't play him.
No, but like, I mean, in terms of like the guy I saw in the documentary, who's like a little bit of a diva and like very like high artsy person.
Yeah.
So he takes himself very seriously.
Yes, he does.
But is very talented, and that showed in the fact that I didn't see that guy at all when I was watching James. Like I saw James. He did a great jop.
Yep. So yeah, she has the showdown with David, and she kind of has to fight him off in this this restaurant and or lodge, burning lodge, and you keep thinking like maybe Joel's gonna show up because like it does cut to him like he's getting close, but now she has to take him out herself,
which is cool. She saves herself.
That's the same in both.
But you are and it's very cool, and I didn't remember that until we got closer, and I was like, oh, Joel's not. She's gonna have to do this herself. So it's empowering in one way, but in the other way, it's absolutely tragic that she has to. Because it's absolutely traumatizing and brutal. And one of the creepiest things
Mhm.
you'll ever see.
Yes.
This encounter in this burning building.
And then, yeah, she kind of hacks him into tiny pieces.
Yeah, which I think is very poetic.
Mhm.
But it's one of those things where like she's overcome with adrenaline and
Right.
is so terrified she can't stop.
I think it's cooler. It's better. Even though it's all very similar to how it does in the game. It is better in the game where she leaves the burning building in the show, and then Jill comes up behind her and it's like, "It's me," and she is freaking out at first, and then she slows down. In the game, he actually pulls her off of him, off of David. Like she is hacking him, and he like stops
Wow.
her after he's already dead. And it's just like it makes more sense that she would still be in like this super hyper state.
And I mean, it's brutal. Like he is like not planning on killing her yet. He's planning on
Mhm.
assaulting her, and it's truly creepy. And the
Yeah, it is.
actor does a great job.
He does. Both the actors do.
And they don't, they don't relish in it. It's not framed in a way that Game of Thrones might frame it.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
So I think it's really classily done.
Mhm. And yet probably more disturbing than any of those scenes in Game of
So
Thrones.
disturbing. Well, and that's part of like you don't have to
Right.
show everything in order for it to be deeply disturbing and traumatizing for Ellie.
Yeah, definitely. So that's how that ends, and then it takes us to the last episode, which is called "Look for the Light," and it starts with a flashback. If you can believe it, I like those in this show.
They're
And
good at
it
them.
is to Ellie's mom, Anna,
Oh, so
who
good.
is played by the actual actress Ellie.
And before we go on, please comment if she reminds you of Jennifer Lawrence in The Hunger Games in this sequence, because to me she screams Katniss. She's running through this green forest. Her hair is dyed brown in this ponytail, and just something about the face shape and her voice, and like her strength just really reminds me of Katniss from The Hunger Games.
Well, she's running from some infected, and she's also about to give birth to Ellie.
Deeply, deeply pregnant.
Yeah, and she's bitten, and then like while she's like in that kind of on the floor here, and then like she kind of looks down and Ellie's been born. It's
Yeah,
like
like
while
a
she
few
was
seconds
while
later.
she was exerting herself killing this thing, I guess she like pushed her out,
Mhm.
and so like she cuts the cord right away, but not before she was bitten.
Mhm.
And so like later that night, Marlene comes in and some of the fireflies and like finds them there, and so Anna asks Marlene to take Ellie with her to Boston.
She lies about being bitten after she gave birth,
Right.
which Marlene is like, oh, makes sense, but I'm going to buy it because otherwise I'm going to have to kill this baby.
Right. And she doesn't want to, and she wants her to kill her as well. And Marlene says she won't do it, but then she takes the baby out, and then she like just kind of works herself back up to it and runs in there and kills her
because she's been screaming for her, begging her to do it. And given the backstory they've just given us, it's very tragic.
Apparently they were childhood friends.
And it's really well done. It reminds me a lot of a scene in Game of Thrones that I won't spoil for anyone that hasn't seen the show. But it's very reminiscent of something in the Tower of Joy.
Oh, well, I don't know if it's quite on that level, but
I didn't say it was as good, but there's a lot of parallels for me there.
Sure. So that's the flashback. So we cut to Joel and Ellie. They're arriving in Salt Lake City. Ellie is very distant. And then they see some giraffes.
I love the giraffes.
Everyone loves the giraffes.
How do you not, you cold monster?
I like them fine. I like them fine. So
I don't know. I'm a big animal person, and it's just a really sweet return to. Well, for me, it screams life will go on.
Okay.
After this moment of big darkness, and it shows symbolically in how that ruined city life is growing and everything's kind of green and the earth's kind of taking back the city, and these animals that were in enclosures are now free to
roam. I
roam.
love all that. All that's great. And but I would argue that there's another animal thing that's going to come up, and I don't know if it's going to be in season 2 or when they're going to get to it, but it's in Last is Part 2. I think it's superior to the giraffes.
This can be the second best animal moment.
Right, that's fine.
So I think that's really cool. And in terms of Ellie having just been freed from a cage and getting to living on despite all the horrors that have happened, and you get to see her have a moment of joy again. And
yeah, that's important. That's the reason it's important.
And Joel had a fathering moment. It was just, it's really beautiful. I think it deserves the praise it gets.
Well, I mean, some people hold it up as like the best moment of the entire show,
The entire show?
or the whole story, the whole game, mostly the game, I guess.
I don't know about that, but it might be the happiest.
Okay, so then Joel, this is really interesting. So both the game and the show, they kind of have a little heart to heart in as they're moving up toward the hospital, where there's like kind of like a little place where they people used to, I guess it was sort of like a triage, and they have a heart to heart in both cases. In the game, Ellie, this is like the first in both cases, it's the first time that he's willing to talk about Sarah. In the game, Ellie actually gives him this picture of him and Sarah, which earlier in the game, Tommy actually tries to give him, and he
Mm,
won't accept it. And so then I guess somehow Ellie gets it, either from Tommy or Maria,
okay.
and then she gives it to him here, and he does accept it. In the show though, it's like a lot deeper than that even because he actually like comes clean about he had a suicide attempt. And he tried to shoot himself, but he missed. He
He
like flinched. And so that's the reason that he's deaf in one ear and that he has this scar, which I hadn't even really noticed, but apparently he has this scar on his face. And he was this being in this triage reminded him of it because he was in a place like this where they patched him up.
Well, and he talks about how he just couldn't see going on after the death of his daughter, but he did, and she says something about time healing all wounds, and he says, "No, time doesn't, but people do."
Well, that's not what he says. That would be a lot cornier. What he
What's the
says
essence of
what he
it?
says is it wasn't the time that did it, which is a much better line.
Okay, well, the sentiment is
That is the
that
sentiment,
it's
yes.
Ellie that has helped him
Mhm,
heal.
mhm. And
Because
it's
it
like I
was
don't think
many years.
she fully like grasps that, you know.
It was like 20 years where he couldn't talk about his daughter, and now he can because Ellie has helped heal him. And
Right.
it's really beautiful. And he's trying to get across that like it, clearly Ellie is very traumatized and shaken by what's happened, but that things will get better and she will be able to get past this and
Yeah.
keep on living and pushing through.
Unfortunately, the Fireflies, being the assholes that they are, sneak attack them while they're having this little heart to heart. And Joel is passed out and he is woken up in a hospital bed looking at Marlene.
Yeah. They don't hurt Ellie. They just take her.
Well, I mean, they take her while she's screaming for Joel.
Yeah, but I don't think they
That's a huge
use
difference
any
from
weapons on her.
that's another huge difference from the um game where they used to like this big thing where they like end up in this water, like Deli almost drowns, and she actually does kind of drown, like she's not breathing, and Joel is like trying to resuscitate her when the Fireflies show up, and they don't give a shit that he's trying to resuscitate this little girl, they just knock his ass out.
Yeah.
Being the assholes that they are. So yeah, so Marlene's there. She tells her about how, hey, we got her here. Nice work.
Tells Joel.
Yeah, we're going
Ellie's
to
nowhere to be seen.
right. Nice work getting her here. We're gonna go ahead and extract that cure. And then she kind of talks about how that's gonna happen, which Joel realizes is by cutting her brain out, essentially.
Yeah.
So that would in fact result in Ellie's death.
So she says she's being prepped for surgery. She hasn't been told anything. She felt any pain. But Joel is not happy about that.
No. He says find somebody else, and she says there is no one else, and there's like kind of like this. She kind of has this thing where she says that she doesn't have any choice, and in the game he says, "Well, you can just keep telling yourself that bullshit," but in the show he says, "Well, I do,"
Oh,
which
it
is an
goes so
amazing
far.
line.
Oh, it's
And
so good.
that tips her off, and she's like, "All right, well, he's a threat," so she commands her guys to walk him out and then shoot him if he tries anything.
And she would just kill him, but she feels like she owes him because he got Ellie all this way,
Sure.
which is an almost impossible task.
Yeah. So these guys are walking him out. Joel turns the tables on him, and he goes on a murderous rampage, killing every single person in there that he comes across, whether they surrender or not.
Yeah, it's brutal.
And then until he finally cuts a blade trail to the doctor looking at Ellie.
Going through the pediatric surgery unit, which is painted with all of these zoo animals. You've got like giraffes on the wall and all this like childlike art.
Yeah.
And she is about to get pediatric surgery.
Sure. So
brutal.
he just casually shoots the doctor, didn't even think twice about it, as did any of us whenever we played it for the first time. And he does let the other two live though, like the other two doctors that are in there.
Which I think is optional in the game.
Yes, 100%. And so then he gets her the hell out of there, and like the last person he comes across in the parking lot is Marlene, and it is a little bit contrived that she's down there. But
wait, real quick, one moment that I really like is he asked them to
Oh yeah, so
like,
like
put a Band-Aid
because
on
like
her.
she's like hooked up to something, he takes like unhook her, and like there's like a little bit of trail of blood. He's like, put a bandage on her.
Yeah, like her arm.
Catch her up.
Which is such an interesting. He's just been capable of all this carnage, and she has one drop of blood on her arm from an IV or
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever it is.
He like makes sure they put a Band-Aid on it
Patch
before
her
he
up.
takes
That
her.
is a nice touch, you're right. And so in the parking lot, he comes across Marlene. I've always thought it's a little bit contrived that she's down there, but whatever. It's like this final kind of showdown between them, and it is kind of cool how even in the game, like you have had control over Joel during all this. You have him kill those guys, kill the doctor. It's all you. They take control away for the Marlene showdown, and like because like he shoots her as well. But the way they do it is very artful. So it's like he's confronted by Marlene. She's trying to convince him to. He's like, you can still do the right thing here. It's like it's what she would want, and you know it.
And he does know it.
Yeah, he does know it. And so like it actually cuts from that. It kind of seems like she's getting through him, and it actually cuts to him in the car. And so like for a few seconds, you're like, did he leave her? You know, it's like it's unclear. And then like she kind of makes a noise, and he like looks at her in the back, and so she's like kind of coming to, and he sort of is telling her what. Basically, like feeding her this lie about what happened, and like while he's telling her, it cuts back to him shooting Marlene.
Yeah,
which is very artfully done. They
basically Ellie asks like,
Marlene
makes...
well, he doesn't. She doesn't ask about her in the game. He has more lies in the show than he does in the game.
Okay, because he makes up this whole story about raiders coming.
That does
there
not
being
happen.
A bunch of other infected.
He does not say that in the.
Or, I'm sorry, immune.
He does. He does say that there's a lot more immune people in the game. He does not say that raiders show up.
I think the Raiders thing makes a lot of sense because clearly, like, he's been in some combat, like he has a scratch on his neck,
sure.
And the fact that Ellie didn't have time to change clothes or whatever. I think all that the Raider story makes it make more sense.
Sure,
his lie.
So, so she's very upset about all this information, and he's like, all right, we're going back home to Tommy's.
Yeah, he basically says that they've given up on the cure, nothing's working.
And she's like said earlier framed everything that they've done up to this point as can't be for nothing. And so what he's saying is that in fact it was for nothing.
Oh,
so she's like really devastated by that.
And when she says that, it's right before they get to the hospital, and he says like, we don't have to do this. We can go back. And she's like, we have to finish what we started. And what I really like about that is Joel does finish what he started. And what he started was protecting Ellie at whatever it takes. Killing people to protect Ellie, and he sees that through.
Yep.
But she can't see through what she came there to do, which is to facilitate finding a cure.
Right.
Because he takes that choice away from her.
Well,
but everyone took that choice away.
No one gave her a choice.
Which is the clear answer to the moral dilemma of is who was right? Was Marlene right? Was Joel right? No, neither of them gave her a choice. Now, if they had asked her and she said no, that's a more interesting moral dilemma.
I don't know if that's
do you do it anyway to save the world? If you're Marlene, Joel was never going to do anything other than whatever it takes to protect him.
Well, that's part of why I think that it's just like a boring question. It's like Joel was never going to allow that to happen. So it's just like, it doesn't matter whether it was right or wrong. It's what Joel was going to do.
Well, I think it's an interesting question to ask. What should Marlene have done? And what should Marlene have done if they asked? Because Ellie should have a choice. And Ellie said no, even though everyone's like pretty sure that Ellie would say
right. Yes. And that's why they didn't ask her, because they didn't want her to give her a chance to say no.
But if Ellie did say yes, and there's actually more suffering involved, because then she knows she's going to die. And so if you're positive she's going to say yes anyway, there's an argument to be made to just not let her suffer by just going ahead with it. But that's also a really easy excuse to not have to face the possibility of her saying no. And if she does say no, and you decide that the right thing for humanity is still to do it anyway, then how is that any different? You're not actually giving her a choice, so you might as well just do what the Fireflies actually did, which is knock her out and not ask her. I find the moral conundrum very interesting. Apparently there's lots of debate about it, even though...
I don't really think there is.
Yeah, you said you've only ever heard people say that, like, Joel did the wrong thing, but we totally understand why he did what he did.
Well, not everybody thinks it's the wrong thing. But
well, the Fireflies also did the wrong thing. The question is really like, is there a right thing? Like, what does it? The answer depends on what philosophy you go by. Like,
no, it's not. I'm just so sick of this discussion. It is obvious what you do. You ask her whether she's good with it, and then if you are sticking to the Hippocratic Oath, you cannot kill her if she says no. It doesn't matter. She was going to say yes, so you go through with it, and then Joel should have just had to live with it. He was not willing to do that. It's just like, I don't know. I'm so sick of the morality question.
Well, but if you think
that's not why this is an amazing scene.
Utilitarianism, it's like what does the most good or the harm. So you're saving the entire world in exchange for disregarding the wants of this one girl.
Which they would already decided that they were going to do.
I know. So
It's very cut
that's
and
the
dry.
question.
There is no question.
I think there's many questions and many variations on the questions that I find interesting and wish I had, when I was taking philosophy classes, had known about this so I could talk about it. But obviously, there's the other angle of it doesn't matter what the right thing to do is. We absolutely understand why this character did what he did. And we also understand why Marlene did what she did. And she says something about being the only person that understands
Right, which is
the struggle for Joel.
somewhat true.
And I find her decision very interesting as well.
Okay. I don't find a whole lot about Marlene interesting. But anyway, Ellie and Joel return to Wyoming. This is where in the show, she actually confirms to him that she did kill Riley. Which might explain a little bit of the changes that they made to her character. But
Well,
she
she
never
killed
says
Zombie
that.
Riley.
She never says that in the game, that she did that. And
But
so,
it's definitely on the table.
it's certainly on the table, yes. And so she asked Joel to swear that everything he said about the Fireflies is true, and he does.
And she says, okay.
Cut to black.
No, she says, okay, and then get black.
Yeah, cut to boom, 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 boom.
And she doesn't really believe him, but she makes herself believe him because otherwise she has
Well.
to confront the reality that of what this person that she put all her trust in.
Right. Which
Good.
is what Maria warned her about.
Yeah.
So there we go. That is The Last of Us Season 1 / Game 1. All that at the end is pretty much very similar to how it actually went in the game. So we can talk about that whenever we do my top moments, which we should do now. Okay, so I have 23 moments from across both the show and the game.
Oh,
Some
okay.
of them I selected that were only in the game. Some of them I selected that were only in the show, and some of them they're in both. And I either picked one or I said they were both about the same.
Okay, so, and your ranking is based on the highest it can be. So if it's better in the game, you went with that.
Yes, that's correct. So 23, out of obligation, the giraffes.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that they made your list because I know you think it's a little overrated.
Well, yeah, I think it definitely is. I think part of why it hits so hard in the game versus the show is that it is another non-violent scene. So like in The Last of Us game, that's a very tension heavy game. Any moment of levity like that, especially in a beautiful scene like that, which was far beyond the capabilities of pretty much anyone else on the PlayStation 3 as well. Just graphically and being able to convey those giraffes. I can understand how it was very impactful, particularly at the time. I think it's definitely a very memorable scene. You definitely remember that long after you finish playing the game or watching the show. I understand why it's impactful for people, particularly all the giraffe lovers out there. I just think that there are a lot better and more impactful scenes in the show than the giraffes, like, where things are actually happening.
Well, part of it is that it is that moment of pause and that breath of fresh air, that moment of light. And I talked a little bit about the symbolic resonance of stuff that's going on there and some of the deeper meanings. I think it works on a lot of levels. But
yeah, it's a fine scene. It's just not the best. Number 22 is a game exclusive scene, which I could call Joel and Tess Get Revenge. So this is essentially in the game where Joel and Tess track down Robert and kill him and his men, and it's the first time that you're really getting combat in the game at all. So it's like
damnable lie. What do you mean?
It is
in the game.
Uh-huh.
You're fighting all the zombies in the beginning.
No,
while Sarah's
you're
still
Sarah.
alive.
You don't fight any zombies.
It's like you're driving through the.
All that is not gameplay.
Well, then what frustrated me so much? Because I didn't even.
You weren't frustrated by that. You were frustrated by this whenever you were controlling Joel and Tess, or not Tess, but you were controlling Joel.
This thing that made me think that I disliked the game better than the giraffes, folks.
Yes, because I like. There's a lot of stuff here. It's fun. The combat is like really fun because it's like just you getting introduced to it. Tess is really badass. The murder of like Robert, like them actually tracking down and going through with what they said. They kind of torture this guy a little bit before they kill him, even so that they can get the information out of who he actually sold the guns to.
Yeah, it kind of shows that they're not great.
It sets them up as real killers and very different protagonists than what you would typically get in a video game at this time. And so I think that was like really awesome. They're both likable, even though despite their just like the banter that they have between each other, and they have great chemistry between the two of them. Um, all of that I really like a lot. And so the scene is just totally changed in the show. Like they don't do all that go on this violent rampage. So this is really just a game exclusive. And it's still like toward the bottom of the list, but I really like this it's really the introduction of these characters. It's a reintroduction of Joel in the sense that you saw what he was like before, and then you see what he's like now, and it's like, boy, he is falling hard. And then you see like this new character Tess, and just like the rapport they have between each other. It's really great. Yes.
Okay, well, this is your list. I did not make a list, so
Number 21, kind of for your benefit, but I really think that I would put it at this stage. The cold open.
oh,
Show.
so good, so brilliant.
With the 60s talk show with the scientist. I know that you love that hook. Yeah, well, there's really nothing else that we need to say about that. You love that scene. It is great.
The
great way to start the show.
The virologist kind of scoffing at like
that he thinks that fungus are a bigger threat than viruses,
and then everyone kind of starting to take him seriously, and the fact that he was talking about this that far in advance from when it actually happened,
right?
Kind of reminds me of a scientific article I read from like 20 years before the COVID outbreak, talking about how a coronavirus was bound to happen if we kept putting all these wild animals from different areas in these highly compact meat markets.
Yeah.
And how specifically coronaviruses are going to transfer and cause a pandemic. And then we didn't listen. And
well, it's not up to us. We can't control what those people do in their meat markets.
Humanity didn't listen.
Somebody needs to crack down on them. Number 20 is Left Behind, and I did denote this as the game version of Left Behind. So specifically, I'm talking about like the ending where they have both been bitten and they realize that they've kind of got a couple paths before them, and it's like basically the end of that relationship. The end of the DLC. I just think that it's done better in the game just because I just like the performances a lot more. And it's like a solid ending. It was the last thing that I experienced with the game the first time I played it, because I did the DLC last. So I don't know, kind of have a soft spot for it, I guess.
I wonder if we'll ever get a flashback in the next season to anything after what we saw in the show from that episode of like Ellie actually killing Riley or Marlene showing up or any of that, or if they'll just leave it to the imagination.
I also wonder that. I didn't ever. I guess I always just kind of assumed that it was. I mean, yeah, I always knew that it was a possibility that Ellie could have been the one that killed Riley, but I also always just figured that was something that Marlene could have stepped in and done, or one of the Fireflies, Number 19, show exclusive scene. It wasn't time that did it.
Wasn't time that did it. Oh, yeah, very good.
Yeah, it's a great show exclusive scene that really hit Reagan hard last night.
I cried. I cried quite a bit. We had to pause.
And it's where Joel's like really opening up to Ellie about the pain he went through, after Sarah's death. And in a new edition, his failure to take his own life, explaining his scar and lack of hearing on one side of his head. That's impactful enough, but I think it's a line that he delivers after Ellie. She's like, I get what you're going for here. The time heals all wounds. And then he just responds, it wasn't time that did it. Let the water flow. Let the waterworks flow.
You saying it?
Yeah, it's a great line.
They did it again after the episode, and I cried again.
That is a line worthy of the writing of the game, I will say, even though it's not in the game. So good for them on that one. So that's I that's still pretty low. It's only number 19, but there's a lot of great moments here, so I had to, and a lot of these are game exclusive moments, so it's hard. That would be hard higher up if it was just the show probably. But number 18, I have Ellie versus David from the game. It's specifically the showdown between them in the Burning Lodge. But I know that they really try to make him creepy in the show. They really try to ramp up the fear that you're supposed to be feeling there.
And I feel it.
They just cannot recapture the fear that you inherently feel when you're going up against this guy as Ellie in the game. And they enforce this through gameplay in various ways. One of them is that if he catches you, Like he will kill you brutally, and like you have to watch Ellie brutally get killed by him. That sucks. You
Which
have
is
to
interesting because he doesn't,
if
his
you're
goal is
successful,
not to kill her. If you're successful,
right?
it's to be even creepier.
Yes,
Um,
but it's just like
but
it's
I'm
such a
glad that
painful.
it's not that
It's a
happens if
it's
you
a
lose.
painful thing to have to see.
Sure.
There you have to sneak up on him multiple times, which is really hard to do given the layout of the area, and there's broken glass everywhere that makes him like pick up on where you are. The way he is animated and moves around in the game is just ridiculously creepy. The lighting in the game like obscures his face, and that makes it very creepy and imposing.
I believe you described it as the scariest or creepiest thing in all of video games.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I cannot think of like it just everything comes together with there's just this palpable sense of dread and fear. I don't think I mean, granted, there's a lot of horror games that I have not played, so I'm sure that there are scarier things that happen in other games objectively. But in terms of stuff that I have experienced, I think it is. I think about this scene when I think about just the creepiest stuff that I've seen in a game, and I think it is the scene that puts David. I remember telling Brett this like before we played The Last of Us. I said there is a villain in here that I think is like maybe the scariest, most evil villain that you've ever seen.
Mm.
And he was like, "Oh, okay, well, very interesting." And I was talking about David, and I still would put him on that level.
Yeah, he is
There's just nothing
beast
redeemable
of
about him.
war.
Yeah, man, it's tough. So that's number 18.
Honestly, what might be the most redeemable thing about him is him trying so hard to provide for his
Well, yeah,
cult.
that's true. But
And
you
that's
don't even really get there.
people.
Yeah,
That's his
yeah,
redeeming thing is his willingness to take care of people, even when it means I don't know. I'm not gonna try to defend Taylor Wilson,
that's the
but
one. Number
he's a fascinating character. And oh, you're right, he's so creepy.
Yeah, number 17, I have Joel is Dead from the original. We already kind of talked about this, but it's like it's another scene that's done very well in the game, I think better in the show, where it's just hard to replicate, where it's like and I think it has more to do with the pacing, like I mentioned earlier. I kind of had some pacing issues with it where the show kind of shoves Joel's injury, which also appears less severe, than the one he severes in the game. Like in the final 3 minutes of this episode, just happens out of nowhere. And they arrive at the university, which is a major set piece in the game with less than 10 minutes in the episode. So it all just feels super rushed and lacks the weight of the game's version. I think it's also much harder to buy Joel's injury in the show as life threatening, whereas in the game, it is definitely conceivable that he would die from his injury. And the game even kind of plays that up by, like I said, kind of cutting forward after he falls off the horse, and you kind of leaves you wondering if he actually did die. It just creates this feeling of dread and loss that they couldn't really recapture the show.
Sorry, I just got excited because I put together something that didn't really get the full impact of before, which is those lab monkeys running free, like running out of the university, is clear foreshadowing for Ellie being freed in the next episode. She was the one being tested on that's well-being was being sacrificed for the good of people through medical science. And they were freed at the expense of all the scientists at that university, and she is freed at the expense of all of the doctors and fireflies.
Mhm. Number 16, I have Brotherly Reunion from the original, not the show.
Mm.
I think it hits harder in the game, and it kind of goes back to what I said about earlier, where it's like it doesn't have to do with the performance really. It's because those are great in both. It's just the relief that you feel gameplay wise coming
Mm.
across like this friendly force where you're actually do feel safe. And
Mm.
that is a unique feeling that is you can't really do in any other medium. And it also happens like literally right after the horrible deaths of Henry and Sam. So like and you've just been in that city fighting for your life for so long that it just feels so nice to be in this place with Joel's brother. I think it just hits harder for that reason.
It's interesting, all those things that hit harder because of gameplay reasons, because I was not holding a controller. I did not
Mm.
experience that. So for me, the show is a more direct adaptation than what it was as a game for
Right.
you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it goes back to some of those things that you talk about, how video games are such a unique medium and that nothing else can make you feel guilt in the same way, or a certain other feelings that you can only get by holding the controller.
That's right.
And I've gotten that through some of the things that are easy enough for me to actually hold the controller, but not with The Last of Us.
Mhm.
So for me, it is a more direct comparison, and the way that the show enhances some things outweighs what they're losing by not letting you hold the controller, because I never was.
Number 15, my experience that you only get from holding a controller is Bill's Town in the original game. And it obviously happens unbelievably different than what happens in the show, as we discussed. But I think both kind of deserve their own entries because they're both great, even if one is better than the other. But in the game, Bill is just this crotchety hermit who is you kind of forget about this, but he's a legitimate threat to Ellie because he's like really paranoid about the infection and stuff, and she is infected, and so
And he knows.
no, he does not know. But if he found out, there's a good chance that he would have killed her right there. And so she like goes to great lengths to make sure that he does not know. Like there's a point where he's like when you first come across him, he actually puts handcuffs on Joel and he's like checking him for bites, and then like does the same thing for Ellie, but Ellie like breaks free and like attacks him. And
that doesn't make him suspicious?
No, because like he's just he's like pissing them off, and Joel's like, "Are we done here?" And so they kind of are able to get out of that situation. But anyway, it ends up not obviously harming Ellie, and so he sort of begrudgingly and entertainingly helps them get a truck running so they can be on their way. There's multiple combat encounters during this, and those are fun. But what makes this so entertaining is the banter between the three characters, and Joel's kind of deepening respect for Ellie over the course of this. And it's also funny to see Joel kind of have to be in this mediator role where before he's the one that's been being a jerk to Ellie, and then now Bill is like a lot worse than he is, and so he's like trying to like be the go-between here. And there's just like both of them have like so many great lines and moments. Like there's this moment where they're talking, and then he looks over, and Ellie's like rifling through some of his stuff. And he's like, "What did I say about not going through my stuff?" And she doesn't even say anything to him. She just flips him off, and he goes, "God damn it!" Like there's nothing he can really do about it,
Yeah.
And there's just like so many like great little things like that. You fight a bloater, and like
that is a different town than the one we see in the show.
Yeah, so different. You fight this bloater, which is like introduces bloaters, and Ellie's like, "What was that thing?" After you kill it, and Joel's like, "It's a bloater," whenever they've really been in there a long. He's like explaining how it all works, and then Bill says, "Well, I hate to interrupt your little biology lesson, but we gotta get out of here." Like he just has so many great little lines like that.
I remember that distinctly because I was so interested in his little biology lesson. I was truly like, "Hey,
yeah." So there's just like so much great stuff with him, and then you find out that he really is a very tragic character. Like you find Frank's body, and how he's like all alone, and he's like kind of this cautionary tale for Joel. Anyway, it's just a really great sequence that is obviously different in the show and better, but the stuff in the game is still really good. So I wanted to give it some credit there.
Yeah, and I do remember liking game Bill. It's just what they do in the show is just perfection.
14 is. I'm giving this to the show version. Tess's sacrifice. A very sad moment. And the game it's sad too, but I don't think there's any question that the show version outdoes it. A lot of that is attributable to really kind of agree that Tess has improved characterization in the show. But I also think the decision to have the infected be the force of danger rather than Fedra works a lot better narratively.
Yes.
And then Tess's message to Joel of save who you can save kind of ends up being a core tenet of this character going forward.
That last conversation is just one of the best things of the scene.
And then they also have like the disturbing angle of the kiss thing.
Yeah.
Very weird.
And the desperation of just please let that match.
It's just an amazing scene. It's a lot better than if there's any one individual scene I can think of. I mean, I guess you could argue Bill's Town, but that's like just totally different. Whereas like where they're really trying to recapture what they did in the game, I'd say this is probably the most improved.
Okay.
13, I have Ellie is infected. Not whenever she's infected and left behind, but when they realize that she's infected, Joel and Tess. And so it's like the twist that she is infected, the reveal that she is infected.
In the show or game?
I really couldn't come down on that like they're kind of a tie. There's things I like about this show better, and there's things I like about the game better. they both involve obviously where Ellie is either horrified or turned on by Joel's transition to violence whenever he kills the guards. But then they kind of turn on her really fast after that whenever they realize that she's infected, and there's a really great touch in the exclusive to the game where when you have the Joel and Tess scene with Robert and they kill him, and it's a really brutal scene. There's like this shot where they're both standing over him, and like Tess is holding the gun, and she points him and shoots him. And then with Ellie, they do the exact same shot where they are both standing over Ellie. There, it is framed exactly the same way, and she's like, "You better have a good explanation for why I should not pull this trigger." And it is like she is in grave danger right there because you just saw them just shoot the shit out of that guy like 30 minutes ago with the exact same shot. The fact that they line it up exactly the same, I think, is such a great touch. But both scenes are done really well, and they involve just the review. I remember I don't know if you can remember, they put yourself in where you experienced it the first time, but it is a big twist that she is. We've been dealing with all this infected stuff, and you find out that she is, but has been infected and appears to be immune.
Yeah, I vaguely remember the feeling and being excited by that twist, but it's been so long.
Somehow it was even for me. I did not know that, even though I think in the pre-release stuff that was like they just spoiled that.
Oh yeah, I knew nothing going into either of these games.
Right, I really didn't know anything going into the original either, except for that everybody said it was like really, really good. So, and it is. Number 12 moment I have. Don't go. This is and from the game. I cannot make that clear enough. This is where it's kind of revealed that Ellie has feelings for Riley, and she begs her not to leave.
Oh, yeah.
And so like you kind of may have gotten an inkling about that over the course of Left Behind. Obviously you did. But this is just a really vulnerable and heartfelt moment where, and like, it's kind of a thing where like in this show, they don't really set this up effectively, but in the game, Riley makes it clear, I will not leave if you ask me to stay. And then Ellie's like, no, whatever. It's clearly, but then like here she like thinks about it more, and they're sharing like this moment where they're dancing to the music, and she says, "Don't go." And so it's like obviously the big reveal that she is gay, and they have the kiss and everything. And unlike in the show, you actually buy into that relationship and are moved by that relationship in some way. And so it's just like kind of a big moment for both them, and then also Ellie as a character. As obviously a true coming out, it definitely felt like a bigger twist in 2013 than it probably did in 2023 when the show version happened. There were a lot less gay characters back then. And then, like I said, the chemistry and the performances are much stronger between them in the game version. So I'm giving some credit to that moment with Riley and Ellie, even though I'm not crazy about Riley, but only in the game. Number 12.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, in 2013, like there was as many gay people as there are now. Like I was 15 and bi in 2013. It just wasn't the fact that it was being represented.
Yeah. Well, it was also kind of a big year for the gays because I believe that was the same year that the Supreme Court thing happened where they legalized marriage.
66. Bitch day.
So number 6? What's the 6? So maybe
June 26th.
Okay. I think that was maybe that was in 26. Maybe that was later on.
Yeah, I think it was 2016
or 15 or something like
15.
that. Okay, so yeah, that means that this is before that. Even. So yeah, it was a bigger deal back then.
I'm sorry, the year does not have a Lilo and Stitch correlation, so I don't remember.
Sure. Okay, anyway, that's a great scene. Number 11, just missing the top 10, I Believe Him. Now this scene is great for a number of reasons. This is when Joel is torturing those two guys about Ellie's location in the snow. It's great for a lot of reasons. It's great because like he's been out of commission for some time, and if you played Left Behind, a really long time. And so it's been like hours and hours since he's been up on his feet, and so it's great to have him back. He's back in action after being laid up for so long. It's cathartic to see him just eviscerating these guys that are basically fighting to keep Ellie in the hands of David, which now is like really, really bad. You need Joel to step in immediately.
Yeah.
And so it's like that. And I would say that's enhanced in the game because there's not like this grain, like in the show, there's a little bit more grainness where you can kind of see that maybe David isn't the most beloved member of that community, even though he's the leader. Whereas like in the game, you don't get any of that. So you're just like, assume that these guys are just like lockstep with him.
Mhm.
So you're just like, absolutely kill these fuckers. And then it's also kind of the darkest thing that we've seen Joel do up to this point. I mean, he is
Sure.
just torturing these guys.
Oh yeah.
And
we'll come back to that next
yes,
game.
sure,
The
yeah,
clear
yeah,
parallels
definitely.
to this.
But I
Did
think
you do the map thing in the game?
they do, yeah.
Okay.
But so that in that sense it's important because it demonstrates the lengths he's willing to go to protect Ellie. Obviously, he does,
Mhm.
and that obviously remains an important scene. I want to talk about the performance of the original here versus Pedro Pascal because Pedro's version is good, but I do like the game version a little bit, and it comes down to the performance of Troy Baker, particularly with the delivery of the line, which I wrote down here, which is I believe him. He's just the whole time he's just like very casual about this.
Mm.
And it's just like really kind of gives you the idea that the sense that this is not the first time Joel's done this. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like he's very comfortable in this role of like the interrogator and torture.
And Tess talks about that in the show, like
Yeah,
how like we're not good people. We've done
and the game,
things.
she says that.
Mhm.
Whereas in the Pedro Pascal version, he definitely seems like a little bit more on edge and uncomfortable, I feel. And so I like that. Which I mean, you could interpret that. Maybe you would like that better if you want him to be not as hard of a character. But I really like how like calm he is during that version in the game, and it's like so much more casual. Like Joel, like in Pedro Pascal, it's a little bit more like stilted when he says "I believe him," but like Troy Baker, he's like he's literally just brutally murdered that first guy. He's walking over to the second one. He's like, "Fuck you, man! He told you, he gave you what you wanted." He's like, "I'm not telling you shit." And he says, "That's all right. I believe him." And then he just bashes his head, and God, it's just so well done in the game. So anyway,
And we poke fun at Troy Baker, but utmost respect.
oh
for
yeah,
that man.
and the thing is, like he is like so well respected and known. He's played so many roles. Joel is definitely the one that I think he's gotten the most credit for, but there's like so much stuff that he's done. Most recently, there was this Indiana Jones game that came out last year, and he plays Indiana Jones. And apparently it was just like so like his performance is apparently just like so great. And he even got like at the Game Awards, Harrison Ford actually came out and was like, "Man, this guy, he just did such a great job," you know.
Mhm.
And then there's like a lot of other characters that he's been in various games as well. But
Okay. And Ellie's actress, I forget her name.
she's not in anywhere near as much stuff.
Really, because she, I mean, is one of the most incredible performers I've seen. Like she is.
I think she comes from like a TV background, whereas like Troy Baker, I think he's pretty. I feel like he's mostly been game exclusive.
Okay.
But he's been in a lot of games, and often like the main character. In this, I know he's the main character. I haven't played it, but you know, we started BioShock. There's a sequel called BioShock Infinite that's also very well regarded. He is the main character of that game. I guess he talks.
Okay.
I guess he talks more than the main character does in the first BioShock.
I hope so. Otherwise, we'll waste.
Yeah, and there's like this infamous game where he's a main character. There's like a Batman game where he's been a lot of different roles.
Okay.
He's probably the most used voice actor in the industry.
Well, what's the biggest role of the? Gosh, I'm forgetting her name again.
Ashley Johnson, Ellie, no question about it.
Second, I mean after Ellie.
Oh, I don't even know.
What a shame.
Mm-hmm. Probably some TV role or something.
She's incredible. And watching, like, if you watch the documentary about her, in either of those games, like she's so likable that it's like, how could Ellie not be like one of the most likable characters ever with her behind her?
With her behind her, she is. Okay, so number 10 now. Top 10, I have The Road Trip. This is, again, only the original. This is, again, heavily reliant on Ellie being likable. But this is another one where they tried to do the one-to-one in the show, and I think this is one of the worst examples of that, maybe the worst, like I said earlier. So it's like Joel and Ellie have gotten their car, they're leaving Billstown, and she's just like going through all her loot because Bill. It's hilarious that it's like more funny in the game because the whole time Bill has just been on her ass about not stealing anything,
Yeah.
and she just robbed him blind. She's just going through all this stuff, gives him the cassette, here, play this, and then like she's just like she pulls out that gay magazine with the guy on it, which that's like good foreshadowing, the fact that she's not interested in that at all. She like throws it out the window.
I never even thought about that.
Yeah. But she's just like so proud of all that stuff, and then like she actually hops in the front seat with Joel, and they're like this is like really the first time that they're really bonding outside of like trying to survive. And it's just so good, like the dialogue between them in the original, just those two actors, and they cast Joel because of his chemistry with her, because they had her first. But like it's really just mostly her. Like she's just so unbelievably good and likable in this sequence.
I remember finding that scene very funny. I also remember finding Ellie so unbelievably likable that like I didn't like Joel just in comparison.
Sure.
Like I think in a vacuum I would have liked him more than I did next to Ellie because Ellie was just such a delight.
Yeah.
And now I appreciate Joel more than I did then. But
And like they tried to recapture this in the show, but it just does not ring true with that portrayal of that character. Like it feels out of place to me.
it does feel a little like we don't have a lot of in between. Like she's either giggling and jokey or completely like
right. And like in the game, like there's like that dark moment where she kills that guy. She's forced to kill that guy to save Joel, and like she's like upset about it. She's like I think I'm gonna be sick. But before that, she's just like, man, I shot the hell out of that guy, huh? You know what I mean? Like there is like this like kind of like banter still between her and Joel, you know? And Joel's like, yeah, you sure did. So anyway, I don't know. I really like the game version a lot more than the show version. Number 9 is another one that I think is better in the game, and it's another interaction between the two of them, and it's Joel meeting Ellie for the first time. And it's there's some they definitely try to hit a lot of the same beats, but I think that the game is the clear winner here. The show, I think, out of the gate, they are really overplaying Ellie's sass, and I think they're kind of trying to, and like that is a part of her character for sure, but it's just like they over rely on that kind of, like it was too early.
Okay.
Because like when Ellie first meets him, she is not sassy. She is like scared. She's like, who the fuck is this guy that you're trying to send me with? You know what I mean? Whereas like you don't really see that fear from her from the Bella Ramsey version.
Okay.
She's just like sassy, and she's like
mad about her knife.
Yeah, he kicks the knife away, and she's like so mad about that. And then like Tess is like, all right, you need to take her, and they're like, all right, we'll take her. And she's like, wow, really that fast? It's just like the original Ellie. It's not saying this stuff. She's like, she like goes to Marlene. She's really serious. She's like, how do you know them? You know,
which makes sense. Like she's never left the military school for the most part,
right?
So this is a huge leap. Like she's leaving the
well
quarantine zone also with this person she doesn't know,
right? And it hits harder as well because in the game she has known Marlene her whole life, so it's sort of like where she is with her relationship with Joel at the end. She's there with Marlene now. And so maybe not to the same degree, but she like really, that's like, she's like her Joel right now. She's her protector figure.
Which also makes the parallel work a little bit better at the end with Marlene actually being the only other person that understands what Joel is going through and just made the other decision.
But I think more importantly, it's like we know from the game version of Ellie and show version to a degree, like she has separation anxiety. And so like with Joel. And so because she's afraid of ending up alone. And so she is concerned about Marlene handing her off, just like later on she's concerned about Joel trying to hand her off to Tommy. So it's just like she just conveys that effortlessly in the game version, whereas in the show I just think you miss a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
And then beyond that also, they have like that scene in the room together where it's like kind of awkward, and they're just kind of waiting for Tess to show up, and like Joel just kind of lays on the couch, and she's like, what are you doing? He's like, killing time. And then she's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And he's like, I am sure you will figure that out. And then she has like this like little line where she's like walking past him, and she's kind of mean mugging him a little bit. He's not even looking at her. He's like looking up at the ceiling, or is trying to go to sleep. And she just like walks past him. She goes, your watch is broken. And I don't know if like Troy Baker like actually kind of cracked up at that or something, but like Joel actually kind of like he kind of like coughs or something, like he kind of is trying to suppress a laugh at that.
Oh, really?
In the game. But like that's like totally lost in the show. And like in the show, they're trying to make her seem really clever because she deciphers his little thing with Bill and Frank. And she's just kind of
I like that.
It just kind of makes her seem like this know-it-all. Whereas like in the game, she's just like still really uncertain about this place that she's in, and then she's like just kind of like looking out the window, and then he wakes up, and you know she's like, you know, you mumble in your sleep, I hate bad dreams. And she's, I don't know, they kind of start to bond a little bit after that before Tess comes in and kind of breaks that up. But it's just a much more effective scene, I think, for building those two characters in this game.
How do you interpret the watch? Because it's little side tangent here, but it's clearly his connection to his daughter Sarah. But symbolically, it's a broken clock, right? So is it like time stopped when Sarah died?
You could say that.
And he hasn't really
I don't
like
think you have to look
resumed
into it that
living
you could
until
look at it that way, but I think mainly it's just that was the last gift that she gave him, and so it doesn't work anymore. But of course, he's going to keep it.
Mhm.
I think that's all there is to it. You could look into it with all the clock stuff if you want, but
Well, just it's such a it feels like it should be symbolically resonant. It's so focused on, and the clock is a very easy parallel to time passing.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm curious of y'all's interpretations of the watch and the meaning of that. I haven't quite pinned it down. So if you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments or email us.
In the game number 8, another game exclusive. Well, not a game exclusive. Well, it kind of is a game exclusive. They don't really quite do this in the show at any point. They've tried to recreate it in a couple places, but I have 4 emergencies only. This is the culmination of the Joel doesn't want to give Ellie a gun saga in the game, where she's already killed the guy to save him. And so he realizes that he is going to have to depend on her more to help them get out of that city, because that city is bad news.
Yeah.
And so he's like, there's a large group. They're kind of coming onto this overlook, and there's like a large group of enemies down there. And he's like, all right, I'm going to go down there and clear us a path. And she's like, well, this is so stupid. We'd have more of a chance if you'd let me fucking help. And he's like, all right. So he gives her the rifle, and like he has to kind of teach her how it works, because she hasn't shot a rifle like that before. She's only shot at rats with BBs. And he's a little alarmed with that at first. He says rats.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, that's the same basic concept. And so he is teaching her how it works and everything. And so he's like, now if I get in trouble down there, you want to make every shot count, and you get another bullet in there as quick as you can and everything. She's like, I got it. And she's like uncomfortable with it, but she's like she knows that he needs her, And then they reinforce that through gameplay, where she is helping you from up there. It's kind of a juxtaposition of what he does with the sniper later.
I do remember really liking that, but I also like the scene in the show where she's just killed for the first time, and he teaches her how to hold the handgun, and he kind of pulls on it and she laughs. Like I felt real chemistry there, and I thought that was sweet.
Okay, but it's not as good.
I do remember being very good.
Yeah. And then I mean the show, they have that scene. They have another scene where he's teaching her to shoot at some target or something, where she's like, this gun sucks.
Oh yeah.
None of it's as good as it is in the show. And I just remember whenever I had first finished this game, I had saved a lot of my favorite scenes on my console. It was on the PS4, not the PS5. And I would go back and watch that scene, or I would go back and watch the scene with her in the car, going through all her loot. I just because I just never seen, it was just some of the best, maybe the best dialogue I'd ever seen ever in a game.
Yeah, and it's so I think it's their relationship, nailing it, is more important in the game than it is in the show, because in the show you have all these stronger side characters
that is true,
that also carry forward the themes and the things that the show is trying to get at, whereas in the game they're a lot weaker, so everything hinges on these two. And that's okay, because they nail it.
They sure do.
So even if Ellie and even Joel are a little bit weaker in the show, and their whole arc isn't quite as strong, I think it's not ideal. Obviously, I would want them to be as strong as they are in the game, but I think it still works because everything else carries it along.
Yeah. Well, number 7 is a show exclusive theme.
Okay.
Which is, I just called it Bomb.
Oh yeah.
The cold open from episode 2, with the mycologist and the looking at the cordyceps, and she sees the scale of the outbreak, and she says there's only one way to contain it, which is bomb. It's just really
the origin story
of how they found, because did it originate in Indonesia,
in a granary, right?
So it's just brilliantly acted. It's a haunting scene. It doesn't really move the plot forward anyway, but it really hammers home how quickly the infection spread and how powerless they are to contain it. And I really like the performance of that woman, but I also really like the performance of that guard, or the army guy, who's just horrified at that she suggests that. Yeah,
and they're really out of their depth, but it's also she doesn't have any choice in going there. She's encountering authoritarianism in a way that we're gonna see. This is the start of us seeing that in a way that is absolutely dominates everywhere in the game, or post-apocalypse. Could argue how much we see that here in America.
Well, it's not really though. She does get picked up. She doesn't have any choice in that. But that guy has played with a lot of he really cares about these people that he's trying to protect, and he really wants to get to the bottom of this. And he's really nice to her. they pick her up and she's like, well, have I committed some sort of crime? She's like, of course not, and he's just like, he has like this heart
She has no
about
agency in it.
no, but he has this heart about her that is completely lost by the time that we get to Fedra.
That is true.
But I mean, it's not like, obviously that was not universal, because there was not a whole lot of heart in whoever was that ordered that guy to shoot Joel and Sarah.
But there was heart in the guy that did it, because he questioned it.
That's
He
true.
was like, sir?
Yeah, he questions it, but he still does it.
Yeah.
But this guy's like, he's just played with so much more heart than that, and like
He's
also
good. He's good, for sure.
he is just like the horror in his face at the suggestion of just like bombing the city with everybody in it.
Mhm. And she, I mean, that's like, she doesn't hesitate. She knows.
Yeah, she knows that
has
that's what
be
they have to
done
do. Mhm.
for the greater good of humanity.
Right.
But it hurts her, and she is ordering like her family is included in that. Like she
Mhm.
wants to go home to her family,
Right.
and it is a parallel to the end, where that is the same kind of choice that the Fireflies are making, except instead of bombing a whole city, it's killing one person for the safety of all humanity.
Right.
And she's willing to do it, and Joel is not.
No. Okay, so number 6, I am going to give it overall to the show version. There are a couple little minute things I like better in the game version, but overall I'm going to give it to the show, which is Sam's biggest fear.
Oh,
A tragic scene in which Sam tells Ellie his biggest fear is turning into an infected, while Ellie reveals her biggest fear is ending up alone. Both very significant for those character arcs. But in the show, it's a big change. He reveals that he has been infected and she tries to save him. In the game, he keeps that to himself.
Interesting.
And there is more dialogue in the game version, obviously, because he can actually speak. And there is like some really good stuff that they end up having to cut because of the deafness of the guy in the show, because they just don't have the bandwidth to do all that through the way that they communicate, the limited way they can communicate. But like they have like this talk about like, do you believe in, my brother Henry says that the people that are in there are, they've passed on, like their spirits are like in heaven, and he's like, do you think that's true? And she's like, I mean, I'd like to believe it, but I don't think so, and so like they have like this very deep conversation.
They do touch on that he says something about like when people turn into monsters, is it still them in there?
Yeah.
It's like one sentence, so it's very streamlined. But I do think about that line a lot in the show.
So,
and I think that there's degrees of it. Like I think that they, in the game when you play, I like to think, I feel like I noticed this, but it could all be in my head.
probably
That different infected have different levels of humanity in their screams. Like you can tell how progressed they are by how human they sound in their sounds.
Well, that is true.
Like to more than just the degree of infected clicker bloater. I think they added a lot of different levels.
They probably did, knowing them.
And I find it really well done.
But I still, even though I like some of that dialogue more, I have to give credit to the show just because there is definitely more of a bond between Ellie and Sam in the show than in the game. They have a bond in the game too, but Sam is just a much more interesting character in the show, and more he's just better done. It has more depth. And so that hits harder. I do prefer the scene in which Henry kills Sam in the game. I just think the acting's a little bit better between him and Joel. Like Joel is like he doesn't say, like in the show, all he says is he just keeps saying, give me the gun, give me the gun, give me the gun. But in the game, like he mixes that up a little bit. He's like, all right, now Henry, like like he just shot him and he's just like, okay, I'm gonna get that gun away from you, and then like he points it at him and he's like, okay, and they just have a little bit more. There's more than just saying the same line over and over again.
Well, the game version definitely broke me more, but I could prepare myself with the show, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. Either way, it's a shocking, really great scene. It scars both of the main characters
and me
and the viewer. And I do think that overall it hits a little bit harder in the show just because of Sam is a better character in the show. So moving that one to the show.
And the way, all the different creative ways they have for him to communicate in this less than ideal world. We didn't really talk about Henry and if you feel like he's better in the show.
We have a character list to get to.
Oh, sorry. I'm excited for that for sure.
Number 5, I have The Outbreak, and I am going to give it to the game version, but I'm not counting all the build up. I mean, I don't know. Maybe even if you count that, I still might give it to the game. But like I said, it's generally considered to be one of the greatest video game opens of all time, and it definitely feels more unique.
Are you talking about the Sarah arc?
Well, specifically like while it's all going down and you're playing as Sarah.
Okay, so later day, like once the game
At night,
starts.
the night where it's
Okay.
happening. And I compared it earlier to the Song of Ice and Fire book prologues. And just like the added agency the player has and its uniqueness in the medium, I think gives it a slight edge. But it's great stuff either way. Sarah is better in the show.
Mhm.
So it kind of goes both ways. But I just think like you could see a scene like that where, oh my goodness, there's zombies, look at the chaos and like the sadness of a character dying. You could create that like a lot of shows could do that. They might not do it as well as this one, but a lot of shows could do that. But for the way they unveil that in the game where you were helpless, truly helpless,
Mhm.
it's just a little bit more unique.
Yeah.
If they can't, it's hard to recapture. Number
And
four.
it's a cool little parallel to when they come back to that later, when you have that same helplessness when you play as Ellie for the first time and you're a lot
Well,
less
that's
strong
true.
than you were as Joel.
That is true. And actually, there's an even deeper parallel than that because you do take over as Joel after they get in the car wreck and so her leg is injured. And so Joel picks her up, and that's the first time he plays Joel. And you are running with her in his arms, and it is literally exactly the same as whenever you are running with Ellie in his arms out of the hospital.
Oh, the
And so,
same, you guys.
yeah, I know. So that is like very important for creating the parallel from the beginning to the end. So, anyway, number four, I have, I swear, which is the very end of the show and the game,
Oh,
where obviously Ellie confronts Joel about this his version of what happened to Firefly. She doesn't seem to quite believe him, and in the show, it's also where she confirms that she did have to kill Riley herself, which is dark. Could account for some of the changes that they've made to the character that I'm not crazy about, but either way, the ending is the same. She makes him swear that everything he said is true, and he does, and there's really nothing she can say except for okay.
yeah. I do think his story is a little bit more believable in the show, including the Raiders.
Okay.
I
See, I
think
thought it might weaken it because it was like, oh, okay, he's really jumping the shark here. He's like, well, there was people there and they had other people like you, and so they were having they gave up finding a cure. I'm like, okay, well, you could buy that, and it's like, and then some raiders showed up and killed everybody. It's like, oh,
Well, I just like clearly he's just been in combat. Like he has some
yeah,
injuries
yeah.
and he had to get her out of there while she was unconscious in a hospital gown. Like that's not explained
Sure.
in the game.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I like that change.
Okay.
Unless you want it to be more obvious that he's lying.
Sure.
But I think she could still figure that out.
Well, she definitely figures it out.
But has to suppress it
but
for
it's
her own mental health.
It's an ending that is so strong and open-ended that many in video games at the time argued that Naughty Dog should never do a sequel for fear of fucking it up. And to be fair, a lot of people think they did.
I don't feel that way.
I don't feel that way at all. I'm very glad they continue the series.
And
I think,
love it.
honestly, I think some of the bold storytelling they do in part two makes this seem like a blip compared to some of the stuff that they do in that one. But in the moment, it's very impactful and it's an amazing ending.
And I remember it's a thinker too. You're less interested in the philosophical questions that it raises, but I definitely could go around in circles for a long time thinking about all the different variations of that and what if this one factor was different? What if they had asked Ellie a lot of questions about Ellie's agency and who, if you're looking out for Ellie's well-being, where do you fall versus just this trauma-based instinct to protect her? It's all very interesting. And they say in the after episode and in an article I just read that it was one of the most divisive things, not in that people didn't like it, but that there was a lot of argument over what the right thing for Joel to do was. And you said that that wasn't really the case.
Well, it might have been in 2013. I didn't play it in 2013, but in 2018,
people are kind of fallen.
well, they were just like, hell yeah, man, kill those fuckers.
Oh, I thought you said they fell in like, well, clearly that wasn't the right thing to do, but we get why you did.
Well, I mean, it changed the way that, like, it was a huge moment. Like, well, I mean, we haven't quite gotten to that yet. It is higher on my list, but it changed the way that, at least Game Informer, the one outlet that I followed the most, like it changed the way that they looked at characters in video games. Like at the end of every year, they would do like their top 10 list, and they would have the top 10 heroes and the top 10 villains. And after The Last of Us, and they had Joel, they were like, well, he's obviously one of the greatest characters of the year. We cannot agree on where to place him, therefore it is the top 10 characters from now on.
Wow, interesting.
So, you know,
It's really good storytelling. And when I explain to people who aren't into video games, like I wasn't before Andrew, like a lot of the appeal, and why I'm interested in just watching him, this is one of the ones I go to for, like, they can have really amazing stories on the level of literature and some of the best TV shows and movies.
Mhm.
This, I think, established that that was a profitable route to go, is to write a really great story.
Well, interesting. I mean, well, all the Mass Effects were out by this point.
See, and Mass Effect is interesting
Red Dead
too,
1 was out.
because I also think that some of the great storytelling, but it's definitely more in line with Red Dead. And
Final
Mass
Fantasy.
Effect, partly it's just choose your own adventure. You get to go different ways. Whereas this one, they were very
That is true.
set in what story they wanted to tell. And I think there's merits for both of that. As someone that's not playing myself, it makes me more involved when I get to make choices for the characters in a Mass Effect sort of way. So I think the story actually has to be stronger for me to enjoy it watching if I don't get to make choices like you don't in Mass Effect. No, Last of Us. Last Effect. The little
Well,
combo
a lot of people
loves.
get annoyed about some of what they view as hyperbole when it comes to The Last of Us, where people like view it as like this big changing moment in video games, and people are like, there were good stories in video games before that, and that is true. I think it is easy to get a little bit hyperbolic, like or Craig Mazin does at the end, where he's like, Neil Druckmann is a genius. It's the greatest story ever told. It's like that's the kind of stuff that people hate.
I believe that he believes that.
I think if you put Last of Us 1 and 2 together, there is a very strong case that it is the best story in a video game. But there were great stories in video games before that. Final Fantasy VII is a story that I love that came out in the 90s. So it's just like, I think it's just, I don't know that it really was like a game changer in terms of, oh, well, we should put good stories in games. It was more of, this is just a really great example and a very successful example. And it was something that other people tried to emulate.
And you're certainly more familiar with the video game history than I am. But certainly, I mean, it was a big success, and
it certainly was
a lot more story focused than almost anything, than most things before that point. And it feels like after that point, we've had a lot more story focused games.
Yeah. Number 3, Separate Ways. From the original. This is the scene that made me cry earlier. I think one of the most legendary scenes in the original Last of Us, Joel confronts, and obviously we're going with the game version here. Joel confronts Ellie after she runs away. Whenever she learns that he plans to kind of hand her off to Tommy, finish her journey.
Which is very interesting that she would run away. She would choose to not go with either of them rather than leave Joel.
So the subtext is that Joel only wants to hand her off because he can't handle seeing her killed. And I do like how in the game, they do not have to come out and force feed that down your throat. It is obvious if you've been paying attention. That is why he wants to hand her off. It's not because he doesn't like her. It's not because he doesn't have feelings for her. It is because he does have those feelings and he cannot handle seeing her get hurt again. Or hurt like the same way that Sarah was.
I don't think it's quite force fed, but I do understand that
in the show, he literally is in tears saying all of that verbatim to Tommy.
Yeah, but I think he does it well.
He does it well, but it's just I like the subtlety of the version in the game better.
Like a less is more type thing.
And it brings truer to that character because that is a character that tries to suppress his feelings and is not comfortable talking about these things.
If he was talking to anyone else other than Tommy, I wouldn't buy it.
Sure.
But I can suspend my disbelief for him to tell Tommy.
So Ellie's furious, and it's because that she has she kind of like through her anger reveals how much that she cares about him, you know. And she also escalates it whenever she reveals that she's learned about Joel's daughter. And so Joel doubles down, but then it's like during the ride, he quietly changes his mind, and without telling Ellie, he tells her to give the horse back to Tommy and join him on his, and he asks Tommy where the Firefly lab is, and
that's cool because you kind of get to discover with Ellie that he's changed his
mind. Yeah. And so like the interaction in the house is phenomenal. I think that's what gets all the credit, but to me, it's the whole "you good" on the horse. Like that, like he's been kind of like avoiding saying anything to her. And he says, "You good?" And she says, "I'm good." And she like looks at him and she's just like so happy,
Yeah. And I think maybe part of that, the difference between us and how we interpret that and being more impactful for you is you are a man of less words than I am. I will over explain all of my feelings and in a way that would be very beat it over the head of someone in the audience. Whereas you don't have to. You leave a lot of things unspoken and it still is just as meaningful and impactful. And so seeing that side represented, I think it's very meaningful for you. And
yes,
I absolutely respect that and appreciate it.
And there's a case to be made that it should be number 2, but I am giving credit. I'm falling into the going with everybody here. Number 2, I have long time. Obviously from the show.
Yeah.
The Up-esque love story. I think that's what they're going for. Some Up parallels here
Oh, okay.
with Bill and Frank. I think
You have not seen Up. You've only seen the first
I've
10
seen that
minutes.
part. I've seen the part you need to see. I do think that the gayness of it is played up, and I think that generated a lot of the headlines. But I think really the reason that it's so good is because it's just a really well told love story of these two people who are very different that are coming together, and they find happiness despite everything else. That they're living through the apocalypse. The fact they were still able to find happiness with each other
Yeah.
is just like so well done, and just a total deviation from the source material, but just brilliantly done and a joy to behold. I would say, one of the most heartfelt and well executed like love sequences of storytelling that I've seen.
I agree. And Nick Offerman does a brilliant job. He's someone that I loved from Parks and Rec. But I do not see as Ron Swanson when I watch that. I see him as Bill. And that's quite a testament because I've seen many hours of Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
And we've talked in our Game of Thrones episodes about the characters that it's hard to unsee them as anything other than they know them as.
Game of Thrones, yes. Although I didn't see that Andor character as the waif. And you didn't either.
I didn't either.
I had to tell you that.
Credit to the waif.
Yeah. It's a very different character.
Yeah. It almost feels like they really...
I don't see Joel
gayness is very
as... I don't see
minimal
Pedro
there,
Pascal as Prince Oberyn. That's for sure.
Like they treat it as the same way that they would treat a love story.
I agree.
Other than
I think a lot of the discussion around it has focused on the gayness of it. But like I said, I think the reason that it's so good is just because it's just really well done.
Yeah, and it's just so human. Like to me, it almost feels like how can you watch that as a homophobe and not be cured of that? Because
it's a fake story that's is not real.
Yeah, but it just feels so raw and real, and you're just so happy that these two people alone in the world and in the world have found each other and such beautiful compliments to each other. And I'm sure many people have expressed how brilliant that episode is.
Oh, they have
more eloquent words than
Yes.
I can, but all due respect.
Yeah. But my number 1 is The Hospital. I mean, I gave it, I can't really say because they were both really good. I think, slightly prefer the game version, but really they pretty much nailed it in the show as well. I really don't have any shade to throw at them on the show version. It has to be number 1. It's kind of the biggest twist of the show, I guess. It's not a twist in the sense that, well, I guess it's a twist if you didn't see it coming, that the stuff's in the brain. They have to go into her brain and basically kill her. That constitutes a twist. But it's a gameplay twist because you are now tasked with killing all of these people that you've been trying to deliver Ellie to this whole time. And they do a good job of recreating it in the show. And you could even argue that it hits a little bit harder in the show because I disagree, because through gameplay it's hard to recreate that. But Joel's body count in the show is nowhere near what it is in the game. And so for him to kill all those people, it is pretty epic in the show.
I remember my mom's horror watching, like this moment.
You watched it with her?
Made me remember. Yeah,
Oh,
made
that's
me
cool.
remember that we made it through the whole show because she was horrified by what Joel was doing.
Really? Well, I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah, it was really impactful. But she got it. Like she totally understood how we got there. But it is a ton of carnage. And in the game, like you've expressed to me that you're kind of supposed to be right there with them. Like, let's kill all these fuckers and get to her.
They do such, at least for me, like they just totally nailed it. It was a righteous fury. I was just like in the show, just culling those guys.
But I think the show frames it with a little bit more nuance.
Oh, well, that's what they wanted you to. They wanted that too. They wanted you, like, there were for other people, like there were people that were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I have to do this. Like I think they wanted it to be a talker.
And I think I lean towards that other side. I tend to be a more of a pacifist and like, let's not kill more people than we absolutely have to. But I don't remember my reaction with the game.
Yeah.
And with the show, I knew what was coming.
Yeah.
But I do remember my mom's reaction.
That is
who
cool.
had no idea about the game, being horrified. And I
It would be interesting to get that reaction from my mom. Maybe we can pull that out someday. It shows in both mediums. It shows what lengths he'll go to save Ellie, and
Sure.
and also how dangerous he is when people stand between him and her.
Hmm.
I definitely like the Ching's line in the show when Marlene says she has their choice from, yeah, you keep telling yourself that bullshit to I do.
Oh,
That was
so
a good
good.
that was a good line change.
It's so hard.
Yeah, so without question, this is the biggest talker of either version of the series, and it's also, I think, gonna continue to be even more relevant going forward. So because of that, I can't help but put it at number one.
Well, absolutely respectable list. The drafts are low, but I appreciate your inclusion.
Yes.
And it's very interesting which things the game edged out and which things the show. Because I think you were very fair to the show. You're not just like a diehard, like, I did the game first, and so everything the game
Right.
does is better.
There's
You're
plenty of stuff that the show does
absolutely
better.
try to be objective to a certain extent and
Mhm.
appreciate what the show does well. And the show is one of the best pieces of art I've ever seen. So
Wow.
I appreciate, like, I watch it, I'm just like, especially this first few episodes, just like amazed at how much care went to every single decision. And I think having Neil Druckmann be so
Yeah, it's a bit critical. There's so much
on
that they
it,
probably would have fucked up without him.
like, it just really keeps the heart and the themes and the messaging and the carries that over into all these side characters and just expands, and I just relish in every second of it.
Mhm.
Uh, we lose it a little with Ellie and Joel at some parts towards the middle, but not with the side characters.
Not with the side characters. That is true. Yeah, and it's a good example of Neil Druckmann expanding on things that he could not have done in the game, like the Bill and Frank stuff,
Mhm.
and flexing his storytelling muscles there.
Yeah. I, for one, would love to see him do a part 3. I think that we do not have a satisfying conclusion to Ellie's story yet.
Well, no spoilers.
And if he's looking for ideas, we know 0 things about her dad, and we don't know that he's dead. And it would be very interesting to see her actual father now that Joel is dead. Cut that out.
Okay, I'll cut it.
Please put on a time code.
I'll cut it.
Massive spoiler I just accidentally gave that we're not going to do, but I would like to see Ellie's father in part 3.
Okay. Okay, now we gotta rank the episodes, only 9 of them. So it should go pretty fast.
Okay.
Clear last place. Number 7, Left Behind. Like I already said, I think it's already kind of some of the weakest stuff with the original Last of Us, particularly on repeat playthroughs. It hits pretty hard the first time, but it's not very replayable.
You know, one scene that I remember, and again, it was years ago, but that I remember feeling really captured what it's like to be a girl that age, with a friend or someone you have a crush on, that I didn't feel translated to the show, even though they tried, was in the, what are they called? The photo machines.
I knew you were gonna say that.
That was so well done. That's just one more thing I wanted to give kudos to for the game.
The
in
game
that show.
version, definitely.
Even though I like this episode.
And they even throw a Facebook joke in there in the game, which they couldn't do in the show because Facebook didn't exist. It's like you want to print it or do you want to post it on Facebook? And they're like, what the hell is that? It's pretty funny. Yeah, so I think pretty much literally every aspect of this episode is worse in the show than in the game. I struggle. I do not think I can think of one single. I guess if you're a Mortal Kombat fan.
She goes to the principal's office.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. The stuff that's not in the game, that's not fair. The stuff of the stuff that is in both, I cannot think of a single one.
To give the show kudos for creating new good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Fine. The stuff before Riley shows up is better than nothing. But everything once she shows up, there's not a single thing they do better in the show. I've already talked about how the flashback is more natural because they're in the mall. Why the non-violent gameplay works better, performances and chemistry are better. We get the idea. I don't have to beat a dead horse here. It's my least favorite episode.
Okay.
Number 8 is episode 4, which I have. So the rest of these are all like solid episodes, and most of them are really good. But I do think there was a clear next in line, and that was episode 4, which is Please Hold My Hand. This is the episode that is noticeable for the introduction of Kathleen and the fleshing out of the kind of enemy force in the city landscape that Jill and Ellie have to navigate, which was shifted to Kansas City instead of Pittsburgh, which Craig said was just for production reasons because they just looked more like Kansas City.
Which I have no connection to Pittsburgh, so I'm
It
fine
looks like
with
a
that.
shit ass city like all the
If
rest.
you're a diehard Pittsburgh lover, I'm sure that was disappointing.
I feel sorry for you because boy, what a shithole. But anyway,
big city people in general.
No, and especially Pittsburgh. But overall, there are I like the introduction of Kathleen, but all of the she really all of her best stuff, I think, is honestly in the next episode. Like, it's a
Mm.
2 episode arc. So for this first episode, there's a little bit. It slows down a lot. I mean, we're coming off a long, long time, so
It's
stuff
hard.
that can fall. There's no like really big standout sequences here. In contrast to, I would say, the first 3 episodes all had like really hard hitting stuff at times, and that's a real shame because there are several that take place during this period in the game that I do think are really great. Like the thing where she's going through her loot in the car and like him teaching her how to shoot a gun. Like all that stuff is kind of in this part and is not really done well or anywhere near on the same level in the show. And so this is an example, kind of like Left Behind, of a stretch that is better in the game significantly than in the show.
Despite the
I do like
fact
Kathleen.
that the show introduced Kathleen and
that-
this whole rebellion, it fleshed out this
Yeah,
rebellion.
that is good. That is excellent. I have no notes about that, but all the other stuff. It's just like they're kind of aimless at this point. Like they haven't hooked up with Henry and Sam yet, and so they're just kind of wandering around in the city.
Mhm.
It feels a little aimless in the game too, but that's like to kind of make you feel like, man, we are really stuck. This is a bad situation. Like they're like kind of trapped in this urban environment with this horrible gang that's totally redeemable in the game
Mhm.
versus the show.
But I do like them playing with the idea of a morally corrupt group rebelling
That's much
against
better.
a morally corrupt established.
But they don't really
establishment.
go into a whole lot of detail about that until the next episode. Like
Yeah.
we have introduced Kathleen, but we don't really understand her history and how she got there yet. So number 7, I have, and every episode from here on out is really like solid. Episode 7, I have episode 6. So number 7, episode 6 is Kin, which is the big reunion episode with Joel and Tommy and stuff. I think it kind of splits the difference between source material being better and the show versus being better. I do have to give the edge to the game overall for this chunk. But the show does a better job of fleshing out Maria, and it's cool that we actually get to see Jackson, which you didn't get to do in the game. And
which really takes you right to
oh yeah, they nailed it.
right to Jackson.
They nailed it, yeah. But pretty much all the standout scenes with like Joel's reunion with Tommy and it's for sure his stuff with Ellie, like we talked about. It's just a lot better in the game. So
I don't think this episode makes me cry, and that's something that most of the episodes do. So
when we were discussing the game version, I cried just thinking about it.
yeah, so that's
it's a step down for sure. Okay, number 6, I have episode 2, Infected.
oh, interesting. Not even the top 5.
No, I mean
Even though it has one of your favorite sequences, the opener.
Yeah, and also Tessa's death.
Oh yeah, interesting.
Well, just all the episodes from here on out are just really great.
Competition.
Yeah, this is an amazing season of television. And in between there, it slows down a little bit. Like a lot of them wander around in the city. Some exposition about the way the infected works.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, absolutely. Cold open is amazing. Ending with Tess is amazing. And so all this stuff I would say better than the game.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the combat stuff is fun in the game that you don't get, obviously, but it's worth it for how good that cold open is and how good Tess's send-off is. So definitely got to give this stretch to the show. Number 5, I have episode 8, which is When We Are in Need. This is the David episode.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. I was thinking about this earlier whenever I was writing my notes on this episode. I was like, I kind of have a little bit of a unique feeling with when watching When We Are in Need, which is all the David stuff. Because it is. I don't think there's any question. It's the darkest episode. But
Henry shooting Sam.
Well, that's true. That is true. That is a darker moment, maybe. But
overall,
yeah, like all this cold stuff with David. Oh man, it's just like so dark and uncomfortable.
Feeding the colt or feeding someone their father and husband.
Yeah,
that's
But when I watch this episode, I actually feel relief because I'm just like, man, at least I'm not having to deal with it in the game. Because that's a lot more stressful.
That is such a unique experience.
Yeah, I know. So Ellie's showdown with David, we talked about that. That's really great.
Anyone else that's played the game, let us know if you
I
also
bet they do.
felt that.
I bet there are plenty of people that feel that way. And it like you have Joel torture those guys. I really like that. I've explained why I think this stuff with Ellie and David works better in the game than in the show. It's still great in the show. That guy does a great job, but it's just hard to recapture how scary that is. And let's see, I have to give some of my favorite moments to favorite Joel content in this. Like we're gonna re-torture those guys, so that gives this episode some bonus points. And in the game, it's like extra fun because like
Extra fun torture.
he's killed several people at this point. This is like before he even grabs those guys. Like like he's killed everybody else, and those are the only two survivors. So he's like killed all these people, and he's killed people before this because he killed them at the university. So they are afraid of him. So like you pop a guy. And in most cases in the last then they'll try to flank you and like they'll try to get revenge. But you pop a guy in this sequence and they run. They're like, fuck this, I'm out. And it's just like it's like a great power fantasy in that moment, you know.
Yeah.
I
mean,
and they are right to fear
into
him,
those,
considering
but-
what he does to those in that interrogation. And then the show does some good stuff too, though. That's unique. The kind of leaning into David as a cult leader. The biblical stuff is a nice touch. He definitely did a good job of portraying how creepy David is in the show.
Manipulative tactics.
So, I think a good solid right in the middle of the season.
Okay.
Number 4 of episode 5, which is Endure and Survive. This is the end of the Henry and basically all the Henry and Sam stuff is here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
worst title, but they poke fun at it. They kind of had to.
Yeah. So it's got all the Henry and Sam stuff, which is expanded significantly in the show versus the game. You get flashbacks with them that we do not get in the game. They changed the character of Sam significantly in the show. All these are positive changes. We get the continued fleshing out of Kathleen, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
The final 10 minutes is where, kind of the reason that this episode is as high as it is with all the Henry and Sam stuff, Sam's tragic end. But really every second of this episode is compelling, and it marks another major improvement over the game, I would say, overall.
I think for me, it does have my lowest moments of the show.
Episode 5.
I just think the bloater and
the bloater
little girl, like
that's
that
true.
part takes
Okay.
me out of it.
Okay.
I think that it feels the cheapest of like that. Like that's what it's not that it's a traditional horror thing. It feels like a cheap, like, oh, little girls being violent is creepy.
Sure.
And she has that little spider-like movement or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like she's what takes down Kathleen. I don't know. It just it's not bad. It just feels like that could have been in the Fallout show. That wasn't.
Wow. Oh yeah, I can see that.
That little stuff. It was just actiony, whatever. And there's just so much brilliant writing in this. It's not bad. It's just my lowest point of the show.
Okay, but it's all the Henry and Sam stuff, though.
And that's all brilliant.
Mm-hmm. So number 3 is actually episode 1, When You're Lost in the Darkness. The pilot. A truly excellent introductory episode of the show. Introduces the outbreak in a believable, interesting, scary, very entertaining way. And then, of course, breaks your hearts with the death of Sarah, who's kind of the protagonist of the first third of the episode.
Which is awesome.
And then it, of course, reintroduces all of the relevant characters with Joel, and an introduction of Ellie, introduction of Tess, Marlene. It gives us the twist ending that Ellie is infected and yet seemingly immune to this, to transformation.
Mm-hmm.
So it sets up everything and just does a great job.
Also, kudos to the actors, because every time we get the after the episode stuff and are reminded that they're like British or Australian or whatever, it does
not Pedro Pascal though.
No, I don't think so.
But he obviously doesn't have. Well, he's very good with accents. He's had a Queen's accent, and he has this Southern accent with Joel.
Yeah, so is.
But Ellie is.
But
Bill Ramsey's British.
Yeah, just like so impressed every time I'm reminded, because it doesn't even occur to me when they're in the show. So they really, nail those accents, and that little girl does a really great job. She does everything you could ever want from a Sarah.
Oh yeah.
So
sure. She's really great.
And that beginning of that first episode hinges on her doing a good job.
That is true. Yeah.
And she nails it.
They did a good job. Number 2, long time.
Oh, I wondered if this was going to be your number 1.
It was until the.
But then once you did your top moments, and this was second place.
Yeah.
I knew.
So yeah, there's really nothing else to say here. It's brilliant. The whole Bill and Frank love story. And then number 1 I had to give to Look for the Light, the finale.
Which is a nice title to close out after When You're Lost in the Darkness.
Yeah, you kind of just can't help it. Like long time I give a lot of kudos to that, because that is all original show material. and this is not. But this is just like the source material is just like so good and impactful that it's just like, you just got to give it credit. And we got the hospital scene, we have the end, even the stuff that they did add, like the whole thing about Joel's suicide attempt, which is new to the show, is awesome. That has the giraffes, if you're into that.
Which I am.
Seems like a far lower down the list than all those other things I just said,
But you said it's 23 or
but
something.
it's still notable. So yeah, and some of the most dramatic, discussion provoking, heartfelt content in entertainment history. So
There you have it.
Yeah. Okay, so all that's left is ranking the characters. I have 17 characters that I thought were list worthy enough to put on the list.
And this is a list I think I would like to do for myself at some point.
Okay, well you can do it combined with season 2.
Okay. But for now, I've not done any of the list,
Right.
so let's hear it, Andrew.
Okay, this is combining again both characters from the show and the game, and I just kind of give them credit for whatever was better.
Okay.
Number 17, the worst character that I thought was list worthy.
Okay.
I've got James, which is David's right-hand man.
Yeah, fair enough.
Frankly, I don't think James would be worth ranking if he wasn't played by Troy Baker in the show.
That's awesome.
Who game fans knows the voice behind Joel, and he will remind you that any chance he gets.
I just liked a little bit more of his doubts.
Yeah, I mean, it is better than in the game. Like in the game, he obviously kind of he wants to kill Ellie as well, but that's kind of all there is to him. He's definitely a little bit deeper in the show. But yeah. What can you say about James?
Like he gets the one moment.
He clearly has some reservations about David. Who wouldn't? But you don't really get points for that one, man.
Yeah.
So he's last. 16 though. This is a much more controversial pick. Number 16
is Riley.
It's Riley. And this is basically game Riley because I'm trying to give credit to the one I like more. And I will say also for any not Riley, but for any of these characters, I'm only counting season 1, game 1. I'm not counting what happens later.
Okay.
So that is important.
Okay.
But obviously with Riley it doesn't matter. Both the game and the show, she's a little bit of a mess for me. I think part of this is, you did mention this while we were watching the show. I think maybe a little bit of it is in the game and the show. You have, especially the game, you have instilled in you this kind of instinctive protectiveness of Ellie. And, she's not super protective of her. And so
and then she's dragged her into danger.
And so like that might inherently kind of set you up to dislike her.
It's kind of like a father whose daughter is dating like a bad boy, and you're like, you automatically, he could be a fine person, but you don't like him just because he's like not the safest choice for your daughter.
Yeah, but I think there's more problems with it that they go a little bit deeper than that. She just feels a little bit half-baked, not quite as deep as a lot of the other characters in the show and in the game. She
absolutely got herself killed. Like she is fully. It's hard.
It's hard to like feel super sympathetic for her. Yeah, I agree. So she has a crush on Ellie. The relationship is awkward. That's understandable. A lot of teenage relationships are. She wants to join the Fireflies because she thinks that Fedra's fascist.
I would have loved to see a scene where she gets reeled into that. I think that might have. There was some manipulation happening there. Them like preying on all of her.
And it would have given Marlene something else to do too.
Yeah, I think that would have fleshed out both of their characters a little better.
Yeah, but it's kind of surprising they didn't do that, honestly, in the game. Well, I mean the show, but I guess, they couldn't really. I guess it would have to be a flashback as she's telling Ellie what happened because you don't even know who she is.
But we're like already in a flashback, and this is all from Ellie's point of view.
And again, they can introduce characters.
Yeah, but they didn't give us any Riley outside of what Ellie saw. So yeah. That would have had to change the format there.
Which they could have. Now I think about it, they absolutely could have done that.
Yeah.
If they're pretty good with unique formats. But anyway, the point is, she has a crush on Ellie. We know that. She opposes Fedra. We know that. But other than that, like, who is she? Like, what does Ellie see in her? What are the reasons, other than the fact that Ellie likes her, that we as an audience should like her? Like these are the things that I think really never really get. And I understand she's only there for one episode or one part of the one DLC, but I think these are the things that don't really get answered versus a lot of the other characters. I just think she's not quite as developed as them, and so I think the show does a phenomenal job overall of improving, as I've talked about, almost all the side characters, and we're going to talk about that. But I actually prefer the original version of Riley, and that's another thing that kind of stands out.
She's the literal only one that you thought wasn't improved.
We'll see. We're going to see once we get. Well, obviously not counting Joel and Ellie.
Side characters.
Yeah, we'll probably. That's the only one I can think of. But
Okay.
let's see as we go through.
I'm excited. This was the list I was most excited for.
Well, sorry, saved it for last.
Hmm.
Number 15, new character, Perry, which
Oh,
is
okay.
Kathleen's right-hand man. I didn't have to look up what his name was.
Sure.
A new show character. He's only around for 2 episodes.
Played by Tommy's actor.
Played by Tommy's actor. What I really like about him is, and why he's much better than like a James with David, is that he is not a harsh guy. He doesn't seem to be a cruel guy. He's one that like he has a job to do and he does it, you know.
Mhm.
But you get this feeling that he might have liked to do things differently than under the
Mhm.
leadership of Kathleen. He talks about how he really loved her brother and had a lot of respect for him. But at the same time, he also recognizes that Kathleen is the one that actually led them to victory.
That is the point where he becomes a really interesting
Right.
character for
Yeah,
me.
it's only season 2. It's only up to the second episode where this all really takes root.
Because you have been seeing those glimpses of like he would do things differently, and so that it's almost a reveal of how much respect he has for her. Like he's not just going along because she's the one in power.
And it was a question I think you would naturally have as the audience is like, why is she in charge? She is not like some military person.
She is not the stereotypical leader.
Right,
she's very soft spoken.
Exactly. So it's like, how did she get into this position? And then
you assume that it's just because her brother was in power and she kind of inherited it.
That's a great scene where like I thought about it for the list. It would have been pretty low overall in the grand scheme of things. It's just so many great scenes, but like that is a really effective scene of really setting up these two characters.
Crucial for those two characters.
Mm-hmm. So for that reason, I really like him a lot. And one thing is for certainly sure is he's a lot better than just the faceless guys that you're fighting in the game at this point. So
absolutely,
really good stuff from him. Number 14. Maybe you will consider this controversial. We'll see.
Okay. You always get this special smile on your, like a mischievous smile when you have a controversial take.
I mean, it's hard to say because I mean, like most of these characters are good characters. So it's like, somebody has to be down here, you know what I mean? That's by virtue of a list. But 14, it might seem a little bit, it might be surprising. 14, I have Marlene.
Oh, yeah.
This watch through kind of confirmed to me something that I've always sort of felt, but sort of hated to admit to myself, which is that she's a little bit of a miss for me as a character.
I want to like her more than I do. Like after the episodes, when I hear her actress talk about her, the love she has for this character.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's a little bit baffling to me. What is it that she loves about that character so much? I would like to know. I'd like to interview her.
Like when she talks about her relationship with Ellie's mother, like it's just
Yeah, she talks about it, but we don't really see
that too. But just what we actually get in the show.
Yes. And game.
Why live? And I would love to hear her talk more about the reason she thinks the sacrifice is worth it of Ellie and why.
Which she does a little bit in the game because you do. I mean,
you get those audio diaries.
You get the audio diaries. It's not really so much that why it's not really giving her a whole lot more in terms of her philosophy behind it, but it is indicating that she is struggling with it.
Yeah,
which helps.
I think I like her conceptually as like the other side of Joel's decision, while still having that bond with Ellie. Then I like her in practice.
Yeah. And she's the same. Obviously, she's the only person that is the same actor in both mediums. Which is cool.
Does a good job.
I think that's awesome.
Absolutely.
That they reused her because there's no reason not to.
And I love that for her that she cares so much about this character and she got to carry her over.
But there's like a lot of questions I have with her. We never really get a sense of she doesn't have the Kathleen treatment. Like it's a good juxtaposition there. We don't really get a sense of why she's leading the Fireflies. How did she get this job? Why do they follow her? Which seems like a huge omission compared to how well they established all of the other leaders in the show in particular. I think are really well established.
We don't even really get a sense of what kind of leader she is. Like we get a little scene with her and that other woman.
That one time.
Like, is there something romantic there? What's her relationship with this person?
Yeah.
You never know.
And I think part of that also, you kind of have to I know you want to give that actress credit and everything, but it is a little bit of an expressionless performance. And so I think that also kind of hurts the character.
You know what is like when you see after the episode and her talk so passionately about her, like that's a charismatic person, and that doesn't carry over.
Doesn't carry over. Yeah, it really doesn't. And so, I understand. So like I understand why she comes to a different conclusion about Ellie's faith in Joel, but that doesn't really necessarily make it. The way they portray it is not interesting because, like you said, she doesn't. We don't really see her struggling with it. She does in the diary. And actually, no spoilers or anything, but there is a flashback scene in part 2 where I think fleshes her out a little bit.
Okay, I didn't remember that.
The voice recorder helps.
I would also
I-
love to hear her address why she doesn't give Ellie the choice. If
Sure.
she's so sure that she would choose.
Yeah. So I don't think she's a bad character by any means, but just compared to everybody else, not everybody, obviously she's above some of these people, but like most of the main characters, I just think she's a little bit weak. She's a small fish in a very crowded pond of giants.
Yeah, I think you've made me admit some things to myself about how I feel about that character too.
Now 13 also, I hated this. And I do think this character might move up.
You hated putting this person this low.
Yeah, and I feel like this character might move up, I hope, in part 2 and also with the second and whatever other seasons they do. They already announced that season 3 is locked in, by the way.
Great.
It's Tommy.
Oh, Tommy. You said Tommy was improved. You didn't. Oh, you
I'd
said
say
you
he's
liked
about
the
the same.
actor.
I'd say he's about the same. Yeah, I think the actor's good.
I think he's very endearing.
I think he does a good job of like recapturing that character. I would say he's this is probably the most even between the. Well, I mean, I guess you could say Marlene because she's literally the exact same character, but like very even. And I think part of this is just where we are in the story. He doesn't have a whole lot in the story yet. He becomes a more important character later.
He's got like
so
some comedy stuff at the beginning, and then
yeah.
he kind of disappeared.
I think his relationship with Joel's interesting, but I think he'll move up in part 2, like I said. But for game 1, season 1, he's affable, he's likable, he does a phenomenal job of portraying this clearly deep but complicated relationship with Joel. He doesn't quite appear to have the same number of layers that a lot of the other series creates. You kind of like Marley.
Well, I think I'm with you there, and there's so many other great side characters that, I think he is likable. That's not enough.
Right. Yeah. Again, same situation with Marlene. I think he's a better character than Marlene. I wouldn't say his placement this low is a slight. Just the competition is awfully fierce. Number 12, new character. I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly. Ibu Ratna. It's the mycologist.
Oh, awesome.
So only 10 minutes. All we get with her, but she's just like, in some ways, like the most impressive new character because she's only there for that short amount of time. But I've already got her above like Tommy and some of these other characters that are there for much more important in the grand scheme of things.
I can absolutely see her being like my professor.
Sure.
Like,
I think her presence is so great in the flashback. She's the first character who truly understands how fucked the human race is,
which is incredible.
She's clearly a very respectful and like humanly person. And like that just serves to make her solution of bomb the city and everyone in it like that much more haunting.
Well, it's very like utilitarian. Like she is a good person, but she's also logical enough.
Yeah, pragmatic.
To know, yeah, pragmatic.
Yes. Great.
Has a lot of heart, but keeps it together long enough to do what needs to be done. Even though it doesn't, stop the spread. We're too far gone. The grain has gone out.
Yeah, it's like the last shot we had.
It might have made the difference for humanity.
Yeah.
At least for that continent.
Indonesia. Okay, so number 11. I've got Henry. Not quite cracking the top 10. All the characters from this point on are good.
Yeah.
But Henry, have it number 11. Very consistent, I would say, between the show and the game.
Okay.
I think if I'm really diving in deep, I might give the show a slight edge.
I think it's cool that he's built up as this big threat and who's everyone's being sent against.
And he's actually not a killer.
He's never.
Which is different because in the game he can hold his own just fine.
But I think that's cool, and I really love how he interacts with Sam. And
his interactions with Sam are good in both, but obviously it's the improvement in Sam's character in the show rings truer, I guess, and just that kind of makes it a more unique bond.
Well, in my head, Game Sam is just kind of generic.
Oh, we would if we were going on Game Sam, we would have passed him.
Yeah,
Henry is definitely better than Sam in the game.
Like he gets the job done, and that who wants a little boy to suffer, but certainly he didn't have the characterization.
No. He would be pretty low if I was just going on the Game Sam. He would definitely have been below Tommy. He would have been below Marlene. He probably would have been below Perry. I mean, he would have been above James. Who was my number 16 again? Oh, Riley. Oof. He'd probably been below Riley. I think Sam, there's really not a whole lot to him in the game.
But he's a little kid. How much could you do? Sure. Except, apparently, a lot.
Yeah,
you did a great job.
And then I think that Henry bonds with Joel a little bit more in the show. And so that kind of helps a little bit. A little bit more layers to him where he has regrets about. But I mean, he's like, he would do it again. But he has regrets about turning that guy in. He understands why they're after him. So yeah, and he sets up the concept of watching out for your own over anyone else. Major theme throughout the story.
Mhm.
Top 10 now. Number 10, I have Kathleen.
Okay.
A new character. Not the deepest character in the world, but she is head and shoulders above any of the characterization of the opposing force in that urban environment in the original game, obviously.
Mhm.
But more than anything, I think she's very believable. She's impressive, considering the entire concept of the character seems to be taking this like sort of she appears to be apparently outwardly sweet motherly figure and then turning that against the norm, turning that expectation that you would have just from seeing her.
And you don't tend to see characters like her get to be in a role where
Right.
they inspire
Which is
such
cool.
loyalty and in that kind of leadership position, especially if they're not a great person.
Sure. And I like what you said too. I don't necessarily buy it, but I think it's more of just the tropiness of television. But I like what you said about her having pause when she finally has Henry and Sam in her sights before she gets killed by that clicker.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping her from shooting right away.
I
And so you think
I
that's
would
contrived.
I think it was contrived. I hope I'm wrong. I like that more as a moral hesitation than just a contrived hesitation.
I'd love to hear. Maybe they address that in the
I think
podcast
they.
episode.
I feel like
We haven't listened to that in a long time.
that's true,
so-
but I feel like in the after the episode, I don't think they were. They seem to think that she was just too far gone, and like that didn't seem to be what they were going for.
Like I know that she was determined to do it, but
Mhm.
then when it came down to it, she waits long enough to.
To
But
get killed
again,
by that
that's
clicker.
it's TV, so who
Yeah,
knows?
that's what I think.
But we get to choose our interpretation.
All right. But either way, she also kind of stands as a warning, I think. Whereas like in the game, Bill's a warning for Joel. Kathleen is kind of a warning for Ellie of what she could become if she, because she's very supposed to be like this sweet character
Mhm.
that can, this is obviously like she tells a story of how she when she was a little girl, she was scared of thunder and everything,
Mhm.
and like seeing what she is morphed into.
Yeah, they're definitely very different personality wise, and that Ellie, at least in how they speak, like she's very soft, and Ellie is very like
Yeah,
assertive. They're both assertive, so maybe it's just a cadence thing that's different. It's not actually a fundamental difference there. That's interesting.
Mhm.
Good
Okay.
observation.
Yes. Number 9, I have Sarah.
Oh,
Show Sarah.
Sarah.
Yeah, another character I think is gotta give it the show bird. You would think that you would feel more connected to the game version because you do actually control her. She's the first character you control.
And I actually did control her.
But her extended screen time in the show, great performance from that actress, gives her more of a sense of personality than in the game for sure, and strength, I would say. And it really makes a big difference, I think, for you being sad. Like I think in the game, it's like, oh, it's a very sad thing that happened for Joel. Whereas in the show, it's like, wow, it's a very sad thing that happened. I really liked that character.
Like I could have followed her for a whole season.
Mm-hmm. So extremely well done. Great job. Great credit to that actress. She's my number 9. Again, definitely higher than she would be in the game, obviously.
Yeah.
Number 8, another character, way higher than she would have been in the game. Maria.
Oh, Maria.
I think, other than maybe Frank, which is cheating because we never even see him alive in the game, she might be the biggest jump from source material to television.
Yeah, she's pretty generic in the game, right?
Pretty
she is
generic.
The leader.
Well, I don't even know that we really know that.
Really?
I mean, she definitely is kind of. She and Tommy both seem to be kind of in a position of leadership. Whereas now, I think by the time you get to part 2, it's pretty clear that she's in charge. But in part 1, it's like they seem like seem to be leading these people, but it doesn't seem like it's any sort of pronounced position of authority. Whereas in the show, it obviously is. And then in the game, in part 2, I would say it is too. And in part 2, that fleshes her out a little bit more. But in part 1, I mean, she really has very little. She would probably have been below even Sam. Like she would have been like way down there. But I think that her sass as a leader in Jackson in the show, particularly her like extra scene with Ellie, I think really gives her the sense of authority and intelligence that I think was lacking, or at least less evident in the original.
This might also be a good place for me to throw in that I really appreciate the show's representation of women and putting women in positions of leadership and having nuanced human roles. I think the game does it well. I think that the show builds on that, and in the same way that they make side characters better, makes the portrayal of women even better. I think that the second game does an even better job. and builds on that. And I respect this company for their representation of women and queer people.
Come a long way from Kira from Jack and Dexter.
Yes, definitely.
And that other woman, the villain woman, whatever she is. It's Maya.
And I mean, the bar for women in video games was not high.
Yeah, in 2013 it was a little better than that, but because you had like the Mass Effects, they had some strong women. But
Mhm.
and I'm sure there were others. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely
But their strong women were all sexualized.
in Mass Effect, is that true? Well,
Can
you
you
can't.
think of a non-sexy one?
Well, Tally is like all clothed,
That's the bar.
but
They're
I mean,
clothed.
it is skin
She's
tight.
still, yeah, she's in a skin tight.
Okay, in Mass Effect 3, what's Rex's race?
Now, what year are we at for Mass Effect 3?
2012.
Okay.
What? Which is 1 year before the last of us. I think she's only in 3. What's the I forget Rex's. Can't remember the name of their race, but whatever Rex is, there's a female version.
That I forgot existed.
She was a cool character.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure that there are some, but it was, yeah,
I'm
there weren't
saying
that, there weren't that many.
I'm just saying kudos to Naughty Dog.
All right, fair enough. Also, a big change with Miri is she is pregnant in the show. Now, I'm very curious to see where they go with that because that is totally new.
Yeah, we've seen something in the trailer that,
Seemed to suggest that she gives birth.
yeah, which is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And Joel's relationship to that is very interesting.
Yeah, so that hasn't played in anything that we have seen yet, but I'm assuming that it will, and I'm very curious to see what they decide to do with that.
Mhm. Also, the haircut scene is the standout scene with her for me.
Oh yeah, well that's what I was saying. Like that's that whole scene where they're in the house with her.
And it's the only
Just
time,
Ellie and her.
You have Ellie and Tess, but I don't ever see Tess as very maternal towards Ellie.
Definitely not.
So this is the only time you really, in this one, get to see someone be maternal towards Ellie and give her the diva cup, and it shows a layer of that's been missing for Ellie that you don't realize it's gone until you see her get it, and you're like, oh,
Sure.
I wish Ellie had that, like someone that knew. Because, she finds the tampons at some point, but anyone that's been camping as a woman knows, like, that's not ideal. And that's going to last like 2 periods. And so like thinking through her unique needs as a pubescent woman. Is that the word?
I don't know.
It's
not brief, so yeah, I guess it is.
Girl, you know it. And just the haircut, that tender touch.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very sweet.
It's really great. It's really great stuff. I agree. It's pretty much all in that scene almost that she's at the state where she is on my list.
But she's not soft, and she
No.
tells her to be very careful about who she tries. Like
I'm excited to see her because I'm sure that they'll do some more good stuff. I hope with her in part 2. Number 7, Tess.
Okay.
Show Tess. I think the original depiction is strong in its own way, but her portrayal in the show takes her to another level. She's only present for 2 episodes, 3 if you count the flashback. In a long, long time. But she makes more of an impact on the 2 leads and the audience over that time.
Mm-hmm.
More epic and memorable sacrifice, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think, just a stronger emotional core that Anna Torv gets out of her.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and that final speech is really, I think, resonates throughout Joel's motivation the rest of the game. And
6,
she lives on in that way.
6, I really debated between this person and Tess. I originally actually had this person below Tess, but then I bumped him up, and seeing it in this sequence, I think I'm right. 6 is David.
David.
Mm-hmm. Hard character to write because unlike anyone else on this list, he's just so despicable and kind of irredeemable to me that it's hard to put those feelings aside. But beyond that, he only appears for 1 episode or just a few sequences in the game, so he doesn't have a whole lot of time. But he uses that time well, and he just like the slow unraveling of him dropping the guys, of being like this fatherly protector to what we come to realize is he's basically a sadistic creep. It's just really well done in both mediums. That final showdown I've talked about, maybe the scariest sequence I've experienced in a game. He leaves scars on Ellie that never heal, ever.
But it's shot in a really classy way, I think.
Sure.
And I don't know, it's really well done. He is very creepy. I love to see his control tactics, but he is not a love to hate villain.
No.
Sure. Like when you're watching, you are right there in the disgust and creep, which is why he's harder to bring to the level that I think he is well written.
Which is why I tried to put that aside and put him in number 6. Top 5 now, number 5. Most improved character, Sam.
Okay.
I like I said earlier, Game Sam would be significantly below Henry. Doesn't have a whole lot of personality. Doesn't get a whole lot of screen time.
But
It's
you do like that final conversation more,
no,
like we talked
not
about.
necessarily. I think I like it more overall in the show. I think it's they delve into a little bit more detail in the game that I like, just by virtue of there's no communication barrier. But overall, I think the scene hits harder because you care about him more in the show, and then also like it has that whole thing about Ellie actually trying to save him, which she doesn't get a chance to do that in the game because she doesn't know.
Yeah. But man, that is heart-wrenching.
Yeah, so just a completely revamped and character given obviously a huge new trait, being he's a deaf mute.
And he brings out some of the, like you talk about Ellie not being Ellie enough
Yeah, he
in the show,
does.
and he brings out the most Ellie.
Yeah, his personality makes his interactions with Ellie and his demise more heartbreaking. There you go. Sam, give us credit. Number 4, I have Bill.
Oh, Bill, he's so good.
He's
Interesting. So he's below Frank.
he's a great character in both mediums. I don't think there's any question though that the show version comes out ahead, puts him this high on my list. Even though without his relationship with Frank, he's a very entertaining character. Like those scenes where he's not there, he is hilarious. He is thriving. And it's even before Frank enters the picture. And in the game, his overly prickly personality clashes really well with Ellie, where Joel's like having to be the peacekeeper, which is hilarious. Um, and then the Bill in the game is kind of a tragic figure. He's like this hermit that's pushed everyone else away from him, and a reminder of what Joel could become.
Which he starts as in the
The version of the show is he's a success. He's an unmitigated success.
Yeah.
And that makes him, alongside Frank, perhaps the character that changes the most between the two mediums, between the original and the game. So he's just awesome. I loved him in the game. I love him in the show.
Yeah, he's brilliant. I cannot wait to hear
Number 3 is Frank.
why Frank is better. Because for me, I do think they're so intertwined.
Yeah.
Like it would be hard to have one without the other. But if I was going
Well, I mean, you would think that you would
be Bill.
Really, you would see, like that is what they chose as well, because you do get Bill in the game and you don't get Frank. And obviously he's just here based on the strength of his portrayal in the show. I just think he is just so undeniably delightful, and that guy that plays him is just so brilliant.
He really is.
Before he's even out of Bill's hole, like we have not even seen him yet, and we like him
That's
because he
true.
like has the thing where he's like, "Are you armed?" And he like waits a second, he's like, "No," and he says, "Why did you wait so long to answer?" And he's like, "I don't know. I thought about lying for some reason, but the reason didn't come."
That was so relatable. It just immediately makes you.
It's just so like that guy's acting is just. I just thought he was just so unbelievably good, and I think that it. I think he's to me he's the reason that episode is as good as it is, because it was gonna be good with Bill anyway, but then like it turns it on its head because of Frank. And he has a tragic end. I think it's tragic before he's even dead. Like how the whole he's been confined to the wheelchair, because it's like the scene before that he's like running around the neighborhood having a great time.
And really like making everything like Bill made everything practically work, but then Frank comes in, brings the life to it,
he's having like a Dreamlight Valley moment. He's
Yeah.
improving his community.
And then he's this artist, and so then when he can't, he still tries, but then when he can't continue to bring that beauty to the world, it's really tragic.
Yeah, I mean, just all that stuff. Just another great moment is he didn't even say anything, but just like when Bill comes in there and gives him that food for the first time, he just looks at him with just like unmitigated joy. He's just like, it's ridiculous.
It's so good.
It's so funny.
But then I love Bill's little like tilt moving of the plate just slightly, like his presentation. So they're definitely back to back.
Yeah. So like for Frank, I personally would not I don't think I can hold up Frank as a role model for myself because our personalities are very different. But I do think that he sets an example for like living in a manner that we could all learn from. Like he's surrounded by so much like bad stuff, and he's like married to a grump also. But like he just goes out of his way to try to make like the place around him nice, and he like finds joy in things.
It's funny that you are neither of us are very close, but you were definitely more of a Bill and
Oh,
I was
yeah.
more of a Frank,
Okay.
and we loved the other one more.
Yeah.
And we fell in love with each other.
I think I think I want to give credit to this guy that plays Frank too, because I don't even know who he is. Whereas, like, obviously the guy that plays Bill is much more famous. Okay, number 2, maybe my most surprising now. This is, remember, the best version of the character. So, I've had some criticisms of the show versions of the leads compared to, obviously that's all the only people we have left. And so I'm just going by their peak versions, which is obviously the game. And I'm only doing part 1. I cannot stress that enough.
Okay.
Number 2 is Joel.
Okay.
So one of the greatest characters in any entertainment medium, I think. One of the most relatable to me personally. He's, obviously kind of depressed. He has this sense of darkness about him because of all the losses that he suffered in life. But he also particularly, well, I would say in both mediums, he does this very well, where he retains this like tenderness about him that keeps him from being like this one-note anti-hero, which I think is very important. I think he's a very morally complex character. So much so that, like I said, with like Game Informer, they had to change the way that they actually look at characters in their end of the year lists. And then on top of all that, he is just undeniably cool. He's badass. He's a man to be feared, but also a man to respect. I was thinking about this. He's almost something like what Tywin Lannister could have been if he actually cared about his family.
Interesting.
Like he does dark things. He's like, and he has no remorse about that, but he does it for his family in both cases. Except for like Joel actually does it because he really cares about the people that Ellie or Sarah or whatever. Whereas Tywin, he cares about the family name,
So what about Jamie? Because Jamie does dark things actually for
yeah, sure, but they're different personalities.
Yeah,
I was just thinking their personalities have some overlap.
That's true. They're both skilled fighters, but Jamie is definitely a lot more prideful in that.
Yeah, he's a little bit more of a show off. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Arthur, like Arthur Morgan in his later years, Joel, his final years kind of stand up as something. I mean, obviously they do some bad stuff, so I wouldn't consider them role models and in the grander sense. But like in the where they are at the end of their life, where they've kind of put all that behind them. In particular,
the end of their arcs of growth.
We don't get to see that in part 2, but like where Joel is in part 2 in particular, like he is like if I was gonna follow in the footsteps of anybody from The Last of Us, that's the most likely outcome. Where I'm sitting on my porch having some coffee or something. I don't know. And he's kind of like me in that he's not a people person. He enjoys being alone, not completely alone, but like he likes his space.
With close circle.
Yeah. So I just really relate to him a lot, I think.
I do think a reason he's not quite as high for me is that that coolness factor of like being able to kill a bunch of people, whatever, that does nothing for me.
No, that's too bad because it's awesome if it does.
But definitely where he shines for me is when that tenderness shows through and when he's with Ellie.
But he's just like also just has this dangerous edge to him. So it's just so much good stuff in there. Very deep character study. And it also, because of that, we understand that even if we don't agree, even though I usually do, we understand the decisions that he makes.
Which is a skill in storytelling. And absolutely what you want to do is make someone that would do something differently than you, but you are able to put yourself in their shoes enough to completely understand how they ended up there and why they do it. How much better do you think he is than Show Joel? Like, if
not like a ton. It's
list,
not as big of a gap. They would both be S tier.
Okay.
So it's not like a huge gap.
Would he still be? Let's see, who's the next show person on your list? Like, if you go by their show characters.
Oh, Frank? Yeah, he'd be Frank.
Okay.
Yeah. I like Frank, but come on.
Okay. I will ask the same question about your number 1.
That I haven't even thought about it.
Okay.
I don't think that, obviously.
Like if you made a show only list.
Yeah, if I made a show only list, I think they would fall further. Obviously, my number 1 is Ellie.
Yeah.
It's the only person left. I actually put, now, if I was going by all-time character list, I was factoring part 2 into it. I think I know I would put Joel above Ellie. But at the same time, I distinctly remember playing Last of Us for the first time. And by the time I finished and it finished the DLC and everything, I was like, there's no question Ellie is number 1. So I just kind of had to revert back to that for this list because this is obviously only covering the first part.
And in the game, like, she is the light in the darkness.
Okay, so here's all the character traits I can think of in the game version of Ellie that makes her so likable. She has this mix of innocence, earnestness, levity, charm, sass, all of these kind of like mixed in together.
I think that earnestness is huge. There's few things as attractive to me in this world as someone being earnest.
And so it's like you put all those things together and it's obvious, like you can't even question why Joel falls for her and can't consider giving her up, considering like how horrible his life has been without someone like that in his life. All that I would say is true of the Ashley Johnson version. And I hate to say it, but the last watch of the show has confirmed my fear that there is just something missing, I think, in Bella Ramsey's portrayal of Ellie that I think noticeably harms the character.
Which was, you did not vocalize that at all until halfway through this.
No, we were like, it was after Left Behind, I think. So we had like 2 episodes left.
Which was
the Left Behind, it was just like so much of Ellie, and I was like, oh man, like she's just so much worse.
Which was very interesting. It's sad for me because I had just been gushing about this show, and you were like, I gotta say something.
Yeah.
And I do understand your criticism.
I think the thing is she just doesn't hit like I laid out those attributes. There are other ones obviously, but those are the ones that I just thought of, like the core 5 to that character. And I just don't think she hits all those.
All right, let's go through them. What was number 1?
All right, this isn't in any like importance, but innocence. She hits it to a degree, but not to the same degree.
Yeah, you certainly see it. I think you see it in Left Behind.
Yeah.
Show.
Yeah, somewhat.
I think you see it with Sam.
Somewhat. So I'm not saying that's a total loss. Earnestness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever see her as being inauthentic.
No.
She definitely like earnestly likes the joke book and is very.
Yeah, I think it's the next 2 where she's really missing out.
Okay.
Because she has sass. We got that down, no problem. Okay. So that just leaves levity and charm. And I think she is sorely lacking in levity and charm.
Okay.
And that's a shame because like that's like the stuff that I really like the most about Ellie in a way. Like the stuff like when she's in the car, and going through all that loot, or I don't know, like she's like there's like dark moments where she kind of is able to make light of it. Like there's some levity. Even when she kills that guy, she's like, I shot the hell out of that guy, huh? And then like like all the stuff with Bill, like gosh, she's just so entertaining interacting with Bill. Another one is like he's like, all right, like they're about to head out somewhere after they've like retooled or something. And he's like, all right, about to head out there, so stay right on my ass. And he like walks out of the shot, and then like Ellie walks in and she says, can't miss it.
I'm sure Ellie's definitely a heavier Ellie.
Yeah, so that's a shame.
And charm, I mean, and that's interesting because those are 2 things that their Sarah actress excels at.
Yes, that's true. And these are things that Ellie loses the further her character goes into the part 2. So I understand that, and that is a sad thing. That's part of what makes that transition so sad. And so I feel like we are going to be losing out on that because we didn't have it in part 1.
Okay.
So
I think that's an interesting breakdown. I think I'd have a hard time arguing with that. Well, I don't see Show Ellie as someone with a violent heart.
Well, I do think that she has. Yeah, I think that she has a little bit though. I think she's a little bit. She's definitely more into violence than Game Ellie is.
It's absolutely a part of her.
A part of her that I don't think exists in Game Ellie until like she has to. I think what really triggers it in her is when she literally has to hack that fucker to pieces, And then like even before that, she does have to like in the show she didn't because it's not a game. But in the game version, like she does have to kill some people before she kills David. It's not just David she kills.
Yeah.
And so like just like being alone in that situation, having to fight her way out of there, it makes sense that she would be changed after that. And so like to me, like it was just like so immediate and tragic, like after you get out of there and like we have that passage of time and then like she's really distant with Joel and like he's like totally recovered and he's feeling closer to her than ever because like she's literally saved his life at this point. And so for like her to not be who she was is like that was a really sad thing for me when I was playing the game for the first time. Whereas now, I mean, they tried to recreate that.
And I do think she does a good
job.
But
it's not as sad.
The foundation isn't as sad. Like when she's like not quite herself after that. Like I think she does a really nice performance.
Yeah, she's
there.
not quite. She is changed, but it's not quite a. It doesn't feel as much of a loss as it is in the game.
So when I think about her casting and her character in Game of Thrones, and if that character has those attributes, I think that character does have charm, but does not have levity.
No levity at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the charm I think with that character is a little bit more. Part of the charm of that character is that she's like obviously like a very young girl in this position that a young girl would not traditionally be in.
And that's much older.
That's kind of the idea with The Last of Us as well. But yes, obviously she's a lot older, so it's just hard to recapture that, I think. And then also we mentioned that she's definitely at least more interested in violence. She's not disgusted by violence like she is in the game at first. How much of a violent heart you want to say she has, that's up for debate, I guess. But there's a lot more anger in her in the show version that is not present in the game version.
And I think part of that could be attributed to whether or not she had Marlene growing up.
That does make sense.
A mother figure, had any sort of family figure that was consistent.
Yeah, and bitterness too, I would say. There's a lot of bitterness in her in the show that is not present in the game.
Yeah, I think that's all fair.
And so that's a different kink. That's like different components of a character.
And so while I do like her in the show, I do not think that she is that same light in the darkness. I think she fits right in with that world in a way where that Ellie in the game contrasted more.
Right. So I do think that she's a lot closer to where Ellie is in part 2. So maybe she'll just do a great job of portraying Ellie in part 2.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have less complaints in part 2.
I hope that's true. I just wish that she could have captured more of the light side of Ellie to make that transition hit harder, like it does. So there you go. Well, we don't know why that is.
Yeah. But pushing boundaries there.
Well, whatever. By the time this episode comes out, part 1 will be out, and everybody will probably be sad and angry.
Yeah, episode 1 of season 2 has been out for 3 hours.
That's right. And so we are going to stop this recording, and we're going to go watch it.
All right.
And so I think the plan now, we'll see how it kind of plays out. But I think the idea is that we will talk about the episodes as they come out, in addition to going back to Game of Thrones or whatever else we end up having discussions about. So
next week, I guess we would talk about.
Well, so I was thinking that maybe we would push. The tough thing about this is we have to work with your schedule, and it's harder to have time to do stuff like this during the week. But
yeah, I have 1 month of school left.
Yeah. So like, the ideal would be to push our recordings until after we had seen the episode on Sunday, which we talked about doing it on Mondays instead, because that's when Brandon can come over and watch them with us. So if there was like some way that we could record during the week, that would be ideal.
Okay.
And then they could come out. So that way you could talk about the episode that just happened instead of having a whole week to wait. So we'll talk about that further. Obviously not as part of the show. So, but that's kind of the plan going forward. We will get back to Game of Thrones. We did finish that watch through Game of Thrones. We are planning on watching House of the Dragon now. So stay tuned for that, I guess.
Yes. So we've read 2 chapters since we recorded our last Game of Thrones episode. So eventually you will get more book content.
Yeah, eventually. So, tell me what you think about all that. And if you want to write into the show for any reason, you can at controlledburnes with an ES at gmail.com. And if you like the show, you can subscribe, follow, like, review, wherever you listen to your podcast. But for now, and until next time, keep it warm.
Keep it warm. Welcome back to the Slow Burns podcast, the hobby list podcast about yada yada yada. I'm Slow Burn, and joining me this week is my lovely, brilliant, perfect in every way wife, Reagan.
Okay.
Thanks for coming, Reagan.
Number